The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, Section 19. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, Section 19. Part the Second, Sixth Book, Part 1. Of what one wishes in youth, when old he has in abundance. Thus I felt urged alternately to promote and to retard my recovery, and a certain secret chagrin was now added to my other sensations, for I plainly perceived that I was watched, and that they were loath to hand me any sealed paper without taking notice what effect it produced, whether I kept it secret, whether I laid it down open, and the like. I therefore conjectured that Pylades, or one of the cousins, or even Gretchen herself, might have attempted to write to me, either to give or to obtain information. In addition to my sorrow, I was now more cross than hitherto, and had again fresh opportunities to exercise my conjectures, and to mislead myself into the strangest combinations. It was not long before they gave me a special overseer. Fortunately, it was a man whom I loved and valued. He had held the place of tutor in the family of one of our friends, and his former pupil had gone alone to the university. He often visited me in my sad condition, and they at last found nothing more natural than to give him a chamber next to mine, as he was then to provide me with employment, pacify me, and, as I was well aware, keep his eye on me. Still, as I esteemed him from my heart, and had already confided many things to him, though not my affection for Gretchen, I determined so much the more to be perfectly candid and straightforward with him, as it was intolerable to me to live in daily intercourse with anyone, and at the same time to stand on an uncertain, constrained footing with him. It was not long, then, before I spoke to him about the matter, refreshed myself by the relation and repetition of the minutest circumstances of my past happiness, and thus gained so much that he, like a sensible man, saw it would be better to make me acquainted with the issue of the story, and that too in its details and particulars, so that I might be clear as to the whole, and that with earnestness and zeal I might be persuaded of the necessity of composing myself, throwing the past behind me, and beginning a new life. First he confided to me who the other young people of quality were, who had allowed themselves to be seduced at the outset into daring hoaxes, then into sportive breaches of police, afterwards into frolicsome impositions on others, and other such dangerous matters. Thus actually had arisen a little conspiracy, which unprincipled men had joined, who, by forging papers and counterfeiting signatures, had perpetrated many criminal acts, and had still more criminal matters in preparation. The cousins, for whom I at last impatiently inquired, had been found to be quite innocent, only very generally acquainted with those others, and not implicated with them. My client, owing to my recommendation of whom I had been tracked, was one of the worst, and had sued for that office chiefly that he might undertake or conceal certain villainies. After all this, I could at last contain myself no longer, and asked what had become of Gretchen, for whom I, once for all, confessed the strongest attachment. My friend shook his head and smiled. "Make yourself easy," replied he. "This girl has passed her examination very well, and has borne off honourable testimony to that effect. They could discover nothing in her but what was good and amiable. She even won the favour of those who questioned her, and could not refuse her desire of removing from the city. Even what she has confessed regarding you, my friend, does her honour. I have read her deposition in the secret reports myself, and seen her signature." "Signature!" exclaimed I, "which makes me so happy and so miserable. What has she confessed then? What has she signed?" My friend delayed answering, but the cheerfulness of his face showed me that he concealed nothing dangerous. "If you must know, then," replied he at last, "when she was asked about you and her intercourse with you, she said quite frankly, 'I cannot deny that I have seen him often and with pleasure, but I have always treated him as a child, and my affection for him is truly that of a sister. In many cases I have given him good advice, and instead of instigating him to any equivocal action, I have hindered him from taking part in wanton tricks which might have brought him into trouble.'" My friend still went on, making Gretchen speak like a governess. But I had already for some time ceased to listen to him, for I was terribly affronted that she had set me down in the reports as a child, and believed myself at once cured of all passion for her. I even hastily assured my friend that all was now over. I also spoke no more of her, named her no more, but I could not leave off the bad habit of thinking about her, and of recalling her form, her air, her demeanour, though now, in fact, all appeared to me in quite another light. I felt it intolerable that a girl, at the most only a couple of years older than me, should regard me as a child, while I conceived I passed with her for a very sensible and clever youth. Her cold and repelling manner, which had before so charmed me, now seemed to me quite repugnant. The familiarities which she had allowed herself to take with me, but had not permitted me to return, were altogether odious. Yet all would have been well enough if, by signing that poetical love letter in which she had confessed a formal attachment to me, she had not given me a right to regard her as a sly and selfish coquette. Her masquerading it at the milliner's, too, no longer seemed to me so innocent. And I turned these annoying reflections over and over within myself, until I had entirely stripped her of all her amiable qualities. My judgment was convinced, and I thought I must cast her away. But her image gave me the lie, as often as it again hovered before me, which indeed happened often enough. Nevertheless, this arrow with its barbed hooks was torn out of my heart, and the question then was how the inward sanative power of youth could be brought to one's aid. I really put on the man, and the first thing instantly laid aside was the weeping and raving, which I now regarded as childish in the highest degree, a great stride for the better. For I had often, half the night through, given myself up to this grief with the greatest violence, so that at last, from my tears and sobbing, I came to such a point that I could scarcely swallow any longer. Eating and drinking became painful to me, and my chest, which was so nearly concerned, seemed to suffer. The vexation I had constantly felt since the discovery made me banish every weakness. It seemed to me something frightful that I had sacrificed sleep, repose, and health for the sake of a girl who was pleased to consider me a babe, and to imagine herself, with respect to me, something very like a nurse. These depressing reflections, as I was soon convinced, were only to be banished by activity. But of what was I to take hold? I had indeed much to make up for in many things, and to prepare myself in more than one sense for the university which I was now to attend, but I relished and accomplished nothing. Much appeared to me familiar and trivial. For grounding myself in several respects, I found neither strength within nor opportunity without, and I therefore suffered myself to be moved by the taste of my good room neighbour to a study which was altogether new and strange to me, and which for a long time offered me a wide field of information and thought. For my friend began to make me acquainted with the secrets of philosophy. He had studied in Jena under Darius, and, possessing a well-regulated mind, had acutely seized the relations of that doctrine which he now sought to impart to me. But unfortunately these things would not hang together in such a fashion in my brain. I put questions which he promised to answer afterwards. I made demands which he promised to satisfy in future. But our most important difference was this, that I maintained a separate philosophy was not necessary, as the whole of it was already contained in religion and poetry. This he would by no means allow, but rather tried to prove to me that these must first be founded on philosophy, which I stubbornly denied, and at every step in the progress of our discussions found arguments for my opinion. For as in poetry a certain faith in the impossible, and as in religion a like faith in the inscrutable must have a place, the philosophers appeared to me to be in a very false position who would demonstrate and explain both of them from their own field of vision. Besides, it was very quickly proved from the history of philosophy that one always sought a ground different from that of the other, and that the sceptic in the end pronounced everything groundless and useless. However, this very history of philosophy, which my friend was compelled to go over with me because I could learn nothing from dogmatical discourse, amused me very much, but only on this account, that one doctrine or opinion seemed to me as good as another, so far at least as I was capable of penetrating into it. With the most ancient men and schools I was best pleased, because poetry, religion, and philosophy were completely combined into one, and I only maintained that first opinion of mine with the more animation when the Book of Job and the Song and Proverbs of Solomon, as well as the lays of Orpheus and Hesiod, seemed to bear valid witness in its favour. My friend had taken the smaller work of Brucker as the foundation of his discourse, and the farther we went on, the less I could make of it. I could not clearly see what the first Greek philosophers would have. Socrates I esteemed as an excellent, wise man, who in his life and death might well be compared with Christ. His disciples, on the other hand, seemed to me to bear a strong resemblance to the apostles, who disagreed immediately after their master's death, when each manifestly recognized only a limited view as the right one. Neither the keenness of Aristotle nor the fullness of Plato produced the least fruit in me. For the Stoics, on the contrary, I had already conceived some affection. and even procured Epictetus, whom I studied with much interest. My friend unwillingly let me have my way in this one-sidedness from which he could not draw me, for in spite of his varied studies, he did not know how to bring the leading question into a narrow compass. He need only have said to me that in life action is everything, and that joy and sorrow come of themselves. However, youth should be allowed its own course. It does not stick to false maxims very long. Life soon tears or charms it away again. The season had become fine. We often went together into the open air, and visited the places of amusement which surrounded the city in great numbers. But it was precisely here that matters went worse with me, for I still saw the ghosts of the cousins everywhere, and feared, now here, now there, to see one of them step forward. Even the most indifferent glances of men annoyed me. I had lost that unconscious happiness of wandering about unknown and unblamed, and of thinking of no observer, even in the greatest crowds. Now hypochondriacal fancies began to torment me, as if I attracted the attention of the people, as if their eyes were turned on my demeanour, to fix it on their memories, to scan, and to find fault. I therefore drew my friend into the woods, and while I shunned the monotonous firs, I sought those fine leafy groves which do not indeed spread far in the district, but are yet of sufficient compass for a poor wounded heart to hide itself. In the remotest depth of the forest I sought out a solemn spot where the oldest oaks and beeches formed a large, noble, shaded space. The ground was somewhat sloping, and made the worth of the old trunks only the more perceptible. Round this open circle closed the densest thickets, from which the mossy rocks mightily and venerably peered forth, and made a rapid fall for a copious brook. Scarcely had I dragged hither my friend, who would rather have been in the open country by the stream among men, when he playfully assured me that I showed myself a true German. He related to me circumstantially, out of Tacitus, how our ancestors found pleasure in the feelings which nature so provides us in such solitudes with her inartificial architecture. He had not been long discoursing of this when I exclaimed, "Oh, why did not this precious spot lie in deeper wilderness? Why may we not train a hedge around it to hallow and separate from the world both it and ourselves? Surely there is no more beautiful adoration of the deity than that which needs no image, but which springs up in our bosom merely from the intercourse with nature." What I then felt is still present to my mind. What I said I know not how to recall. Thus much, however, is certain, that the undetermined, widely expanding feelings of youth and of uncultivated nations are alone adapted to the sublime, which, if it is to be excited in us through external objects, formless or moulded into incomprehensible forms, must surround us with a greatness to which we are not equal. All men, more or less, have such a disposition, and seek to satisfy this noble want in various ways. But as the sublime is easily produced by twilight and night, when objects are blended, it is, on the other hand, scared away by the day, which separates and sunders everything, and so must it also be destroyed by every increase of cultivation, if it be not fortunate enough to take refuge with the beautiful, and unite itself closely with it, whereby both become equally undying and indestructible. The brief moments of such enjoyments were still more shortened by my meditative friend, but when I turned back into the world, it was altogether in vain that I sought among the bright and barren objects around again to arouse such feelings within me. Nay, I could scarcely retain even the remembrance of them. My heart, however, was too far spoiled to be able to compose itself. It had loved, and the object was snatched away from it. It had lived, and life to it was embittered. A friend who makes it too perceptible that he designs to improve you excites no feeling of comfort, while a woman who is forming you, while she seems to spoil you, is adored as a heavenly, joy-bringing being. But that form in which the idea of beauty manifested itself to me had vanished into distance. It often visited me under the shade of my oak trees, but I could not hold it fast, and I felt a powerful impulse to seek something similar in the distance. I had imperceptibly accustomed, nay, compelled my friend and overseer to leave me alone, for even in my sacred grove those undefined, gigantic feelings were not sufficient for me. The eye was, above all others, the organ by which I seized the world. I had from childhood lived among painters, and had accustomed myself to look at objects as they did with reference to art. Now I was left to myself and to solitude. This gift, half natural, half acquired, made its appearance. End of section 19. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, section 20. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, section 20. Sixth Book, Part 2. Wherever I looked, I saw a picture, and whatever struck me, whatever gave me delight, I wished to fix, and began in the most awkward manner to draw after nature. To this end I lacked nothing less than everything. Yet, though without any technical means, I obstinately persisted in trying to imitate the most magnificent things that offered themselves to my sight. Thus, to be sure, I acquired the faculty of paying a great attention to objects, but I only seized them as a whole, so far as they produced an effect, and little as nature had meant me for a descriptive poet, just as little would she grant me the capacity of a draughtsman for details. This, however, being the only way left me of uttering my thoughts, I stuck to it with so much stubbornness, nay, even with melancholy, that I always continued my labours the more zealously, the less I saw they produced. But I will not deny that there was a certain mixture of roguery, for I had remarked that if I chose for an irksome study a half-shaded old trunk to the hugely curved roots of which hung well-lit fern combined with twinkling maidenhair, my friend, who knew from experience that I should not be disengaged in less than an hour, commonly resolved to seek with his books some other pleasant little spot. Now nothing disturbed me in prosecuting my taste, which was so much the more active as my paper was endeared to me by the circumstance that I had accustomed myself to see in it not so much what stood upon it as what I had been thinking of at any time and hour when I drew. Thus plants and flowers of the commonest kind may form a charming diary for us, because nothing that calls back the remembrance of a happy moment can be insignificant, and even now it would be hard for me to destroy as worthless many things of the kind that have remained to me from different epochs, because they transport me immediately to those times which I like to remember, though not without melancholy. But if such drawings may have had anything of interest in themselves, they were indebted for this advantage to the sympathy and attention of my father. He, informed by my overseer that I had become gradually reconciled to my condition, and in particular had applied myself passionately to drawing from nature, was very well satisfied, partly because he himself set a high value on drawing and painting, partly because gossip Seekatz had once said to him that it was a pity I was not destined for a painter. But here again the peculiarities of father and son came into conflict, for it was almost impossible for me to make use of a good, white, perfectly clean sheet of paper. Grey old leaves, even if scribbled over on one side already, charmed me most, just as if my awkwardness had feared the touchstone of a white ground. Nor were any of my drawings quite finished. And how should I have executed a whole, which indeed I saw with my eyes, but did not comprehend, and how an individual object, which I had neither skill nor patience to follow out? My father's mode of training me in this respect was really to be admired. He kindly asked for my attempts, and drew lines round every imperfect sketch. He wished by this means to compel me to completeness and fullness of detail. The irregular leaves he cut straight, and thus made the beginning of a collection in which he wished at some future time to rejoice at the progress of his son. It was therefore by no means disagreeable to him when my wild, restless disposition sent me roving about the country. He rather seemed pleased when I brought back a parcel of drawings on which he could exercise his patience, and in some measure strengthen his hopes. They no longer said that I might relapse into my former attachments and connections. They left me by degrees perfect liberty. By accidental inducements and in accidental society, I undertook many journeys to the mountain range which, from my childhood, had stood so distant and solemn before me. Thus we visited Homburg, Kroneburg, ascended the Feldberg, from which the prospect invited us still farther and farther into the distance. Königstein, too, was not left unvisited. Wiesbaden, Schwalbach, with its environs, occupied us many days. We reached the Rhine, which from the heights we had seen winding along far off. Mentz astonished us, but could not chain a youthful mind which was running into the open country. We were delighted with the situation of Biberich, and contented and happy we resumed our journey home. This whole tour, from which my father had promised himself many a drawing, might have been almost without fruit; for what taste, what talent, what experience does it not require to seize an extensive landscape as a picture? I was again imperceptibly drawn into a narrow compass, from which I derived some profit; for I met no ruined castle, no piece of wall which pointed to antiquity, that I did not think an object worthy of my pencil, and imitate as well as I could. Even the stone of Drusus on the ramparts of Mentz I copied at some risk, and with inconveniences which every one must experience who wishes to carry home with him some pictorial reminiscences of his travels. Unfortunately, I had again brought with me nothing but the most miserable common paper, and had clumsily crowded several objects into one sheet. But my paternal teacher was not perplexed at this. He cut the sheets apart, had the parts which belonged to each other put together by the bookbinder, surrounded the single leaves with lines, and thus actually compelled me to draw the outline of different mountains up to the margin, and to fill up the foreground with some weeds and stones. If his faithful endeavours could not increase my talent, nevertheless this mark of his love of order had upon me a secret influence, which afterwards manifested itself vigorously in more ways than one. From such rambling excursions, undertaken partly for pleasure, partly for art, and which could be performed in a short time and often repeated, I was again drawn home, and that by a magnet which always acted upon me strongly. This was my sister. She, only a year younger than I, had lived the whole conscious period of my life with me, and was thus bound to me by the closest ties. To these natural causes was added a forcible motive which proceeded from our domestic position. A father certainly affectionate and well-meaning, but grave, who, because he cherished within a very tender heart, externally, with incredible consistency, maintained a brazen sternness, that he might attain the end of giving his children the best education, and of building up, regulating, and preserving his well-founded house. A mother, on the other hand, as yet almost a child, who first grew up to consciousness with and in her two eldest children, these three, as they looked at the world with healthy eyes, capable of life, and desiring present enjoyment. This contradiction floating in the family increased with years. My father followed out his views unshaken and uninterrupted. The mother and children could not give up their feelings, their claims, their wishes. Under these circumstances, it was natural that brother and sister should attach themselves close to each other and adhere to their mother, that they might singly snatch the pleasures forbidden as a whole. But since the hours of solitude and toil were very long compared with the moments of recreation and enjoyment, especially for my sister, who could never leave the house for so long a time as I could, the necessity she felt for entertaining herself with me was still sharpened by the sense of longing with which she accompanied me to a distance. And as in our first years playing and learning, growth and education, had been quite common to both of us, so that we might well have been taken for twins, so did this community, this confidence, remain during the development of our physical and moral powers. That interest of youth, that amazement at the awakening of sensual impulses which clothe themselves in mental forms, of mental necessities which clothe themselves in sensual images, all the reflections upon these which obscure rather than enlighten us, as the fog covers over and does not illumine the veil from which it is about to rise, the many errors and aberrations springing therefrom, all these the brother and sister shared and endured hand in hand, and were the less enlightened as to their strange condition, as the nearer they wished to approach each other to clear up their minds, the more forcibly did the sacred awe of their close relationship keep them apart. Reluctantly do I mention in a general way what I undertook to set forth years ago without being able to accomplish it. As I lost this beloved, incomprehensible being but too soon, I felt inducement enough to make her worth present to me, and thus arose in me the conception of a poetic whole in which it might be possible to exhibit her individuality. But for this no other form could be devised than that of the Richardsonian novels. Only by the minutest detail, by endless particularities which bear vividly all the characters of the whole, and, as they spring up from a wonderful depth, give some feeling of that depth, only in such a manner would it have been in some degree possible to give a representation of this remarkable personality, for the spring can be apprehended only while it is flowing. But from this beautiful and pious design, as from so many others, the tumult of the world drew me away, and nothing now remains for me but to call up for a moment that blessed spirit, as if by the aid of a magic mirror. She was tall, well and delicately formed, and had something naturally dignified in her demeanour, which melted away into a pleasing mildness. The lineaments of her face, neither striking nor beautiful, indicated a character which was not, nor ever could be, in union with itself. Her eyes were not the finest I have ever seen, but the deepest, behind which you expected the most, and when they expressed any affection, any love, their brilliancy was unequalled. And yet, properly speaking, this expression was not tender, like that which comes from the heart, and at the same time carries with it something of longing and desire. This expression came from the soul. It was full and rich. It seemed as if it would only give without needing to receive. But what, in a manner quite peculiar, disfigured her face, so that she would often appear positively ugly, was the fashion of those times, which not only bared the forehead, but, either accidentally or on purpose, did everything apparently or really to enlarge it. Now, as she had the most feminine, most perfect arched forehead, and moreover a pair of strong black eyebrows and prominent eyes, these circumstances occasioned a contrast which, if it did not repel every stranger at the first glance, at least did not attract him. She early felt it, and this feeling became constantly the more painful to her the farther she advanced into the years when both sexes find an innocent pleasure in being mutually agreeable. To nobody can his own form be repugnant. The ugliest, as well as the most beautiful, has a right to enjoy his own presence. And as favour beautifies, and everyone regards himself in the looking-glass with favour, it may be asserted that everyone must see himself with complacency, even if he would struggle against the feeling. Yet my sister had such a decided foundation of good sense that she could not possibly be blind and silly in this respect. On the contrary, she perhaps knew more clearly than she ought that she stood far behind her female playfellows in external beauty, without feeling consoled by the fact that she infinitely surpassed them in internal advantages. If a woman can find compensation for the want of beauty, she richly found it in the unbounded confidence, the regard and love which all her female friends bore to her. Whether they were older or younger, all cherished the same sentiments. A very pleasant society had collected around her. Young men were not wanting who knew how to insinuate themselves. Nearly every girl found an admirer. She alone had remained without a partner. While, indeed, her exterior was in some measure repulsive, the mind that gleamed through it was also more repelling than attractive, for the presence of any excellence throws others back upon themselves. She felt this sensibly. She did not conceal it from me, and her love was directed to me with so much the greater force. The case was singular enough. As confidants to whom one reveals a love affair actually by genuine sympathy become lovers also, nay, grow into rivals, and at last, perchance, transfer the passion to themselves, so it was with us too. For when my connection with Gretchen was torn asunder, my sister consoled me the more earnestly because she secretly felt the satisfaction of having gotten rid of a rival, and I too could not but feel a quiet, half mischievous pleasure when she did me the justice to assure me that I was the only one who truly loved, understood, and esteemed her. If now, from time to time, my grief for the loss of Gretchen revived, and I suddenly began to weep, to lament, and to act in a disorderly manner, my despair for my lost one awakened in her likewise a similar despairing impatience as to the never possessings, the failures and miscarriages of such youthful attachments, that we both thought ourselves infinitely unhappy, and the more so as in this singular case the confidants could not change themselves into lovers. Fortunately, however, the capricious god of love, who needlessly does so much mischief, here for once interfered beneficially to extricate us out of all perplexity. I had much intercourse with a young Englishman who was educated at Files boarding school. He could give a good account of his own language. I practised it with him, and thus learned much concerning his country and people. He went in and out of our house long enough without my remarking in him a liking for my sister, yet he may have been nourishing it in secret, even to passion, for at last it declared itself unexpectedly and at once. She knew him, she esteemed him, and he deserved it. She had often made the third at our English conversations. We had both tried to catch from his mouth the irregularities of the English pronunciation, and thereby accustomed ourselves not only to the peculiarities of its accent and sound, but even to what was most peculiar in the personal qualities of our teacher, so that at last it sounded strangely enough when we all seemed to speak as if out of one mouth. The pains he took to learn as much German from us in the like manner were to no purpose, and I think I have remarked that even this little love affair was also, both orally and in writing, carried on in the English language. Both the young persons were very well suited to each other. He was tall and well built, as she was, only still more slender. His face, small and compact, might really have been pretty, had it not been too much disfigured by the smallpox. His manner was calm, precise. One might often have called it dry and cold, but his heart was full of kindness and love, his soul full of generosity, and his attachments as lasting as they were decided and controlled. Now this serious pair, who had but lately formed an attachment, were quite peculiarly distinguished among the others, who, being already better acquainted with each other, of more frivolous character and careless as to the future, roved about with levity in these connections, which commonly pass away as the mere fruitless prelude to subsequent and more serious ties, and very seldom produce a lasting effect upon life. The fine weather and the beautiful country did not remain unenjoyed by so lively a company. Water excursions were frequently arranged, because these are the most sociable of all parties of pleasure. Yet whether we were going by water or by land, the individual attracting powers immediately showed themselves. Each couple kept together, and for some men who were not engaged, of whom I was one, there remained either no conversation with the ladies at all, or only such as no one would have chosen for a day of pleasure. A friend, who found himself in this situation, and who might have been in want of a partner chiefly for this reason, that with the best humour he lacked tenderness, and with much intelligence that delicate attention without which connections of this kind are not to be thought of. This man, after often humorously and wittily lamenting his condition, promised at the next meeting to make a proposal which would benefit himself and the whole company. Nor did he fail to perform his promise, for when, after a brilliant trip by water and a very pleasant walk, reclining on the grass between shady knolls, or sitting on mossy rocks and roots of trees, we had cheerfully and happily consumed a rural meal, and our friend saw us all cheerful and in good spirits, he, with a waggish dignity, commanded us to sit close round him in a semicircle, before which he stepped, and began to make an emphatic peroration as follows: "Most worthy friends of both sexes, paired and unpaired." It was already evident from this address how necessary it was that a preacher of repentance should arise, and sharpen the conscience of the company. "One part of my noble friends is paired, and they may find themselves quite happy; another unpaired, and these find themselves in the highest degree miserable, as I can assure you from my own experience. And though the loving couples are here in the majority, yet I would have them consider whether it is not a social duty to take thought for the whole. Why do we wish to assemble in such numbers, except to take a mutual interest in each other? And how can that be done when so many little secessions are to be seen in our circle? Far be it from me to insinuate anything against such sweet connections, or even to wish to disturb them, but there is a time for all things, an excellent great saying, of which, indeed, nobody thinks when his own amusement is sufficiently provided for. He then went on with constantly increasing liveliness and gaiety to compare the social virtues with the tender sentiments. "The latter," said he, "can never fail us. We always carry them about with us, and every one becomes a master in them without practice. But we must go in quest of the former. We must take some trouble about them. And though we progress in them as much as we will, we have never done learning them, Now he went into particulars. Many felt hit off, and they could not help casting glances at each other. Yet our friend had this privilege, that nothing he did was taken ill, and so he could proceed without interruption. It is not enough to discover deficiencies. Indeed, it is unjust to do so, if at the same time one cannot contrive to give the means for bettering the state of affairs. I will not, therefore, my friends, something like a preacher in Passion Week, exhort you in general terms to repentance and amendment. I rather wish all amiable couples the longest and most enduring happiness, and, to contribute to it myself in the surest manner, I propose to sever and abolish these most charming little segregations during our social hours. I have, he continued, already provided for the execution of my project, if it should meet with your approbation. Here is a bag, in which are the names of the gentlemen. Now draw, my fair ones, and be pleased to favour as your servant for a week him whom fate shall send you. This is binding only within our circle. As soon as that is broken up, these connections are also abolished, and the heart may decide who shall attend you home. A great part of the company had been delighted with this address and the manner in which he delivered it, and seemed to approve of the notion. Yet some couples looked at each other as if they thought that it would not answer their purpose. He therefore cried with humorous vehemence, "Truly, it surprises me that someone does not spring up and, though others hesitate, extol my plan, explain its advantages, and spare me the pain of being my own encomiast. I am the oldest among you. May God forgive me for that. Already I have a bald pate, which is owing to my great meditation." Here he took off his hat. "But I should expose it to view with joy and honour, if my lucubrations, which dry up my skin and rob me of my finest adornment, could only be in some measure beneficial to myself and others. We are young, my friends, that is good. We shall grow older, that is bad. We take little offence at each other, that is right, and in accordance with the season. But soon, my friends, the days will come when we shall have much to be displeased at in ourselves. Then let every one see that he makes all right with himself, but at the same time others will take things ill of us, and on what account we shall not understand. For this we must prepare ourselves. This shall now be done." He had delivered the whole speech, but especially the last part, with the tone and gesture of a Capuchin, for as he was a Catholic, he might have had abundant opportunity to study the oratory of these fathers. He now appeared out of breath, wiped his youthful bald head, which really gave him the look of a priest, and by these drolleries put the light-hearted company in such good humour that every one was eager to hear him longer. But instead of proceeding, he drew open the bag, and turned to the nearest lady. "Now for a trial of it," exclaimed he. "The work will do credit to the master. If in a week's time we do not like it, we will give it up and stick to the old plan." Half willingly, half on compulsion, the ladies drew their tickets, and it was easy to see that various passions were in play during this little affair. Fortunately it happened that the merry-minded were separated, while the more serious remained together, and so too my sister kept her Englishman, which on both sides they took very kindly, of the god of love and luck. The new chance couples were immediately united by the antistes, their healths were drank, and to all the more joy was wished, as its duration was to be but short. This was certainly the merriest moment that our company had enjoyed for a long time. The young men, to whose share no lady had fallen, held for this week the office of providing for the mind, the soul, and the body, as our orator expressed himself, but especially he hinted for the soul, since both the others already knew how to help themselves. These masters of ceremonies, who wished at once to do themselves credit, brought into play some very pretty new games, prepared at some distance a supper, which we had not reckoned on, and illuminated the yacht on our return at night, although there was no necessity for it in the bright moonlight. But they excused themselves by saying that it was quite conformable to the new social regulation to outshine the tender glances of the heavenly moon by earthly candles. The moment we touched the shore, our Solon cried, "Ite missa est." Each one now handed out of the vessel a lady who had fallen to him by lot, and then surrendered her to her proper partner on receiving his own in exchange. At our next meeting, this weekly regulation was established for the summer, and the lots were drawn once more. There was no question but that this pleasantry gave a new and unexpected turn to the company, and every one was stimulated to display whatever of wit and grace was in him, and to pay court to his temporary fair one in the most obliging manner, since he might depend on having a sufficient store of complaisance for 1 week at least. We had scarcely settled down when, instead of thanking our orator, we reproached him for having kept to himself the best part of his speech, the conclusion. He therefore protested that the best part of a speech was persuasion, and that he who did not aim at persuasion should make no speech. For as to conviction, that was a ticklish business. As, however, they gave him no peace, he began a capuchinade on the spot, more comical than ever, perhaps for the very reason that he took it into his head to speak on the most serious subjects. For with texts out of the Bible, which had nothing to do with the business, with similes which did not fit, with allusions which illustrated nothing, he carried out the proposition that whosoever does not know how to conceal his passions, inclinations, wishes, purposes, and plans, will come to no good in the world, but will be disturbed and made a butt in every end and corner, and that especially if one should be happy in love, one must take pains to keep it a most profound secret. This thought ran through the whole, without, properly speaking, a single word of it being said. If you would form a conception of this singular man, let it be considered that, being born with a good foundation, he had cultivated his talents, and especially his acuteness, in Jesuit schools, and had amassed an extensive knowledge of the world and of men, but only on the bad side. He was some 22 years old, and would gladly have made me a proselyte to his contempt for mankind, but this would not take with me, as I always had a great desire to be good myself, and to find good in others. Meanwhile, I was by him made attentive to many things. To complete the dramatis personae of every merry company, an actor is necessary who feels pleasure when the others, to enliven many an indifferent moment, point the arrows of their wit at him. If he is not merely a stuffed Saracen, like those on whom the knights used to practice their lances in mock battles, but understands himself how to skirmish, to rally, and to challenge, how to wound lightly and recover himself again, and while he seems to expose himself, to give others a thrust home, nothing more agreeable can be found. Such a man we possessed in our friend Horn, whose name, to begin with, gave occasion for all sorts of jokes, and who, on account of his small figure, was called nothing but Hörnchen, little Horn. He was, in fact, the smallest in the company, of a stout but pleasing form, a pug nose, a mouth somewhat pouting, little sparkling eyes, made up a swarthy countenance which always seemed to invite laughter. His little compact skull was thickly covered with curly black hair, his beard was prematurely blue, and he would have liked to let it grow, that as a comic mask he might always keep the company laughing. For the rest, he was neat and nimble, but insisted that he had bandy legs, which everybody granted, since he was bent on having it so, but about which many a joke arose, for, since he was in request as a very good dancer, he reckoned it among the peculiarities of the fair sex that they always liked to see bandy legs on the floor. His cheerfulness was indestructible, and his presence at every meeting indispensable. We two kept more together, because he was to follow me to the university, and he well deserves that I should mention him with all honor, as he adhered to me for many years with infinite love, faithfulness, and patience. By my ease in rhyming, and in winning from common objects a poetical side, he had allowed himself to be seduced into similar labors. Our little social excursions, parties of pleasure, and the contingencies that occurred in them, we decked out poetically, and thus, by the description of an event, a new event always arose. But as such social jests commonly degenerate into personal ridicule, and my friend Horn, with his burlesque representations, did not always keep within proper bounds, many a misunderstanding arose, which, however, could soon be softened down and effaced. Thus also he tried his skill in a species of poetry which was then very much the order of the day, the comic heroical poem. Pope's Rape of the Lock had called forth many imitations. Zachariah cultivated this branch of poetry on German soil, and it pleased everyone, because the ordinary subject of it was some awkward fellow of whom the genii made game, while they favoured the better one. Although it is no wonder, yet it excites wonderment when, contemplating a literature, especially the German, one observes how a whole nation cannot get free from a subject which has been once given and happily treated in a certain form, but will have it repeated in every manner until at last the original itself is covered up and stifled by the heaps of imitations. The heroic poem of my friend was a voucher for this remark. At a great sledging party, an awkward man has assigned to him a lady who does not like him. Comically enough, there befalls him, one after another, every accident that can happen on such an occasion, until at last, as he is entreating for the sledge driver's right, a kiss, he falls from the back seat. For just then, as was natural, the fates tripped him up. The fair one seizes the reins and drives home alone, where a favoured friend receives her and triumphs over his presumptuous rival. As to the rest, it was very prettily contrived that the 4 different kinds of spirits should worry him in turn, till at the end the gnomes hoist him completely out of the saddle. The poem, written in Alexandrines and founded on a true story, highly delighted our little public, and we were convinced that it could well be compared with the Walpurgis Night of Löwen, or the Renommist of Zachariah. Footnote: this word, which signifies something like our bully, is specially used to designate a fighting student. Translator. While now our social pleasures required but an evening, and the preparations for them only a few hours, I had enough time to read, and, as I thought, to study. To please my father, I diligently repeated the smaller work of Hopp, and could stand an examination in it forwards and backwards, by which means I made myself complete master of the chief contents of the institutes. But a restless eagerness for knowledge urged me farther. I lighted upon the history of ancient literature, and from that fell into an encyclopedism, in which I hastily read Gessner's Isagoge and Morhoff's Polyhistor, and thus gained a general notion of how many strange things might have happened in learning and life. By this persevering and rapid industry, continued day and night, I became more confused than instructed, but I lost myself in a still greater labyrinth when I found Bayle in my father's library, and plunged deeply into this work. But a leading conviction, which was continually revived within me, was that of the importance of the ancient tongues, since from amidst this literary hurly-burly, thus much continually forced itself upon me, that in them were preserved all the models of oratory, and at the same time everything else of worth that the world has ever possessed. Hebrew, together with biblical studies, had retired into the background, and Greek likewise, since my acquaintance with it did not extend beyond the New Testament. I therefore the more zealously kept to Latin, the masterpieces in which lie nearer to us, and which, besides its splendid original productions, offers us the other wealth of all ages in translations, and the works of the greatest scholars. I consequently read much in this language with great ease, and was bold enough to believe I understood the authors, because I missed nothing of the literal sense. Indeed, I was very indignant when I heard that Grotius had insolently declared he did not read Terence as boys do. Happy narrow-mindedness of youth, nay, of men in general, that they can at every moment of their existence fancy themselves finished, and inquire after neither the true nor the false, after neither the high nor the deep, but merely after that which is suited to them. I had thus learned Latin, like German, French, and English, merely by practice, without rules and without comprehension. Whoever knows the then condition of scholastic instruction will not think it strange that I skipped grammar as well as rhetoric. All seemed to me to come together naturally. I retained the words, their forms and inflections, in my ear and mind, and used the language with ease in writing and in The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, Section 21. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, Section 21. Sixth Book, Part 3. Michaelmas, the time fixed for my going to the university, was approaching, and my mind was excited quite as much about my life as about my learning. I grew more and more clearly conscious of an aversion to my native city. By Gretchen's removal, the heart had been broken out of the boyish and youthful plant. It needed time to bud forth again from its sides, and surmount the first injury by a new growth. My ramblings through the streets had ceased. I now, like others, only went such ways as were necessary. I never went again into Gretchen's quarter of the city, not even into its vicinity; and as my old walls and towers became gradually disagreeable to me, so also was I displeased at the constitution of the city. All that had hitherto seemed so worthy of honor now appeared to me in distorted shapes. As grandson of the Schultheiss, I had not remained unacquainted with the secret defects of such a republic, the less so as children feel quite a peculiar surprise, and are excited to busy researches as soon as something which they have hitherto implicitly revered becomes in any degree suspicious to them. The fruitless indignation of upright men in opposition to those who are to be gained and even bribed by factions had become but too plain to me. I hated every injustice beyond measure, for children are all moral rigorists. My father, who was concerned in the affairs of the city only as a private citizen, expressed himself with very lively indignation about much that had failed. And did I not see him, after so many studies, endeavors, pains, travels, and so much varied cultivation, between his four walls, leading a solitary life, such as I could never desire for myself? All this, put together, lay as a horrible load on my mind, from which I could only free myself by trying to contrive a plan of life altogether different from that which had been marked out for me. In thought, I threw aside my legal studies, and devoted myself solely to the languages, to antiquities, to history, and to all that flows from them. Indeed, at all times, the poetic imitation of what I had perceived in myself, in others, and in nature, afforded me the greatest pleasure. I did it with ever-increasing facility, because it came by instinct, and no criticism had led me astray. And if I did not feel full confidence in my productions, I could certainly regard them as defective, but not such as to be utterly rejected. Although here and there they were censured, I still retained my silent conviction that I could not but gradually improve, and that sometime I might be honorably named along with Hagedorn, Gellert, and other such men. But such a distinction alone seemed to me too empty and inadequate. I wished to devote myself professionally and with zeal to those aforesaid fundamental studies, and whilst I meant to advance more rapidly in my own works by a more thorough insight into antiquity, to qualify myself for a university professorship, which seemed to me the most desirable thing for a young man who strove for culture and intended to contribute to that of others. With these intentions I always had my eye upon Göttingen. My whole confidence rested upon men like Heine, Michaelis, and so many others. My most ardent wish was to sit at their feet and attend to their instructions. But my father remained inflexible. Howsoever some family friends who were of my opinion tried to influence him, he persisted that I must go to Leipzig. I was now resolved, contrary to his views and wishes, to choose a line of studies and of life for myself, by way of self-defence. The obstinacy of my father, who, without knowing it, opposed himself to my plans, strengthened me in my impiety, so that I made no scruple to listen to him by the hour, while he described and repeated to me the course of study and of life which I should pursue at the universities and in the world. All hopes of Göttingen being cut off, I now turned my eyes towards Leipzig. There Ernesti appeared to me as a brilliant light. Morris, too, already awakened much confidence. I planned for myself in secret an opposition course, or rather I built a castle in the air on a tolerably solid foundation, and it seemed to me quite romantically honorable to mark out my own path of life, which appeared the less visionary as Griesbach had already made great progress in a similar way, and was commended for it by every one. The secret joy of a prisoner, when he has unbound the fetters and rapidly filed through the bars of his jail window, cannot be greater than was mine, as I saw day after day disappear, and October draw nigh. The inclement season and the bad roads, of which everybody had something to tell, did not frighten me. The thought of making good my footing in a strange place and in winter did not make me sad. Suffice it to say that I only saw my present situation was gloomy, and represented to myself the other unknown world as light and cheerful. Thus I formed my dreams, to which I gave myself up exclusively, and promised myself nothing but happiness and content in the distance. Closely as I kept these projects a secret from every one else, I could not hide them from my sister, who, after being very much alarmed about them at first, was finally consoled when I promised to send after her, so that she could enjoy with me the brilliant station I was to obtain, and share my comfort with me. Michaelmas, so longingly expected, came at last, when I set out with delight in company with the bookseller Fleischer and his wife, whose maiden name was Triller, and who was going to visit her father in Wittenberg. And I left behind me the worthy city in which I had been born and bred with indifference, as if I wished never to set foot in it again. Thus, at certain epochs, children part from parents, servants from masters, protégés from their patrons, and whether it succeed or not, such an attempt to stand on one's own feet, to make oneself independent, to live for oneself, is always in accordance with the will of nature. We had driven out through the Allerheiligen, All Saints' gate, and had soon left Hanau behind us, after which we reached scenes which aroused my attention by their novelty, if at this season of the year they offered little that was pleasing. A continual rain had completely spoiled the roads, which, generally speaking, were not then in such good order as we find them now, and our journey was thus neither pleasant nor happy. Yet I was indebted to this damp weather for the sight of a natural phenomenon which must be exceedingly rare, for I have seen nothing like it since, nor have I heard of its having been observed by others. It was this, namely, we were driving at night up a rising ground between Hanau and Gelhausen, and although it was dark, we preferred walking to exposing ourselves to the danger and difficulty of that part of the road. All at once in a ravine on the right-hand side of the way, I saw a sort of amphitheatre, wonderfully illuminated. In a funnel-shaped space there were innumerable little lights gleaming, ranged step-fashion over one another, and they shone so brilliantly that the eye was dazzled. But what still more confused the sight was that they did not keep still, but jumped about here and there, as well downwards from above as vice versa, and in every direction. The greater part of them, however, remained stationary and beamed on. It was only with the greatest reluctance that I suffered myself to be called away from this spectacle, which I could have wished to examine more closely. The postilion, when questioned, said that he knew nothing about such a phenomenon, but that there was in the neighborhood an old stone quarry, the excavation of which was filled with water. Now, whether this was a pandemonium of will-o'-the-wisps or a company of luminous creatures, I will not decide. The roads through Thuringia were yet worse, and unfortunately at nightfall our coach stuck fast in the vicinity of Auerstedt. We were far removed from all mankind, and did everything possible to work ourselves out. I failed not to exert myself zealously, and might thereby have overstrained the ligaments of my chest, but soon afterwards I felt a pain which went off and returned, and did not leave me entirely until after many years. Yet on that same night, as if it had been destined for alternate good and bad luck, I was forced, after an unexpectedly fortunate incident, to experience a teasing vexation. We met in Auerstedt a genteel married couple who had also just arrived, having been delayed by a similar accident. A pleasing, dignified man in his best years, with a very handsome wife. They politely persuaded us to sup in their company, and I felt very happy when the excellent lady addressed a friendly word to me. But when I was sent out to hasten the soup which had been ordered, not having been accustomed to the loss of rest and the fatigues of travelling, such an unconquerable drowsiness overtook me that I actually fell asleep while walking, returned into the room with my hat on my head, and without remarking that the others were saying grace, placed myself with quiet unconsciousness behind the chair, and never dreamed that by my conduct I had come to disturb their devotions in a very droll way. Madame Fleischer, who lacked neither spirit nor wit nor tongue, entreated the strangers, before they had seated themselves, not to be surprised at anything they might see here, for that their young fellow-traveller had in his nature much of the peculiarity of the Quakers, who believe that they cannot honor God and the king better than with covered heads. The handsome lady, who could not restrain her laughter, looked prettier than ever in consequence, and I would have given everything in the world not to have been the cause of a merriment which was so highly becoming to her countenance. I had, however, scarcely laid aside my hat, when these persons, in accordance with their polished manners, immediately dropped the joke, and with the best wine from their bottle case completely extinguished sleep, chagrin, and the memory of all past troubles. I arrived in Leipzig just at the time of the fair, from which I derived particular pleasure, for here I saw before me the continuation of a state of things belonging to my native city, familiar wares and traders, only in other places and in a different order. I rambled about the market and the booths with much interest, but my attention was particularly attracted by the inhabitants of the eastern countries in their strange dresses, the Poles and Russians, and above all the Greeks, for the sake of whose handsome forms and dignified costume I often went to the spot. But this animating bustle was soon over, and now the city itself appeared before me, with its handsome, high, and uniform houses. It made a very good impression upon me, and it cannot be denied that in general, but especially in the silent moments of Sundays and holidays, it has something imposing. And when in the moonlight the streets were half in shadow, half illuminated, they often invited me to nocturnal promenades. Illustration: Woman with birds. In the meantime, as compared with that to which I had hitherto been accustomed, this new state of affairs was by no means satisfactory. Leipzig calls up before the spectator no antique time. It is a new, recently elapsed epoch, testifying commercial activity, comfort, and wealth, which announces itself to us in these monuments. Yet quite to my taste were the houses, which to me seemed immense, and which, fronting two streets, and embracing a citizen world within their large courtyards, built round with lofty walls, are like large castles, nay, even half cities. In one of these strange places I quartered myself, namely in the Bombshell Tavern, Feuerkugel, between the old and the new Newmarket, Neumarkt. A couple of pleasant rooms looking out upon a courtyard, which, on account of the thoroughfare, was not without animation, were occupied by the bookseller Fleischer during the fair, and by me taken for the rest of the time at a moderate price. As a fellow lodger I found a theological student, who was deeply learned in his professional studies, a sound thinker, but poor, and suffering much from his eyes, which caused him great anxiety for the future. He had brought this affliction upon himself by his inordinate reading till the latest dusk of the evening, and even by moonlight, to save a little oil. Our old hostess showed herself benevolent to him, always friendly to me, and careful for us both. I now hastened with my letters of introduction to Hofrath Böhme, who, once a pupil of Mascow, and now his successor, was professor of history and public law. A little thick-set, lively man received me kindly enough, and introduced me to his wife. Both of them, as well as other persons whom I waited on, gave me the pleasantest hopes as to my future residence, but at first I let no one know of the design I entertained, although I could scarcely wait for the favorable moment when I should declare myself free from jurisprudence and devoted to the study of the classics. I cautiously waited till the Fleischers had returned, that my purpose might not be too prematurely betrayed to my family. But I then went without delay to Hofrath Böhme, to whom before all I thought I must confide the matter, and with much self-importance and boldness of speech disclosed my views to him. However, I found by no means a good reception of my proposition. As professor of history and public law, he had a declared hatred for everything that savored of the belles lettres. Unfortunately, he did not stand on the best footing with those who cultivated them, and Gellert in particular, in whom I had, awkwardly enough, expressed much confidence, he could not even endure. To send a faithful student to those men, therefore, while he deprived himself of one, and especially under such circumstances, seemed to him altogether out of the question. He therefore gave me a severe lecture on the spot, in which he protested that he could not permit such a step without the permission of my parents, even if he approved of it himself, which was not the case in this instance. He then passionately inveighed against philology and the study of languages, but still more against poetical exercises, which I had indeed allowed to peep out in the background. He finally concluded that if I wished to enter more closely into the study of the ancients, it could be done much better by way of jurisprudence. He brought to my recollection many elegant jurists, such as Eberhard, Otto, and Heineccius, promised me mountains of gold from Roman antiquities and the history of law, and showed me clear as the sun that I should here be taking no roundabout way, even if afterwards, on more mature deliberation, and with the consent of my parents, I should determine to follow out my own plan. He begged me in a friendly manner to think the matter over once more, and to open my mind to him soon, as it would be necessary to come to a determination at once on account of the impending commencement of the lectures. It was, however, very polite of him not to press me on the spot. His arguments and the weight with which he advanced them had already convinced my pliant youth, and I now first saw the difficulties and doubtfulness of a matter which I had privately pictured to myself as so feasible. Frau Hofrath-Boehmer invited me shortly afterwards. I found her alone. She was no longer young, and had very delicate health, was gentle and tender to an infinite degree, and formed a decided contrast to her husband, whose good nature was even blustering. She spoke of the conversation her husband had lately had with me, and once more placed the subject before me in all its bearings, in so cordial a manner, so affectionately and sensibly, that I could not help yielding. The few reservations on which I insisted were also agreed upon by the other side. Thereupon her husband regulated my hours, for I was to hear lectures on philosophy, the history of law, the institutes, and some other matters. I was content with this, but I carried my point so as to attend Gellert's History of Literature, with Stockhausen for a textbook, and his Practicum besides. The reverence and love with which Gellert was regarded by all young people was extraordinary. I had already called on him, and had been kindly received by him. Not of tall stature, elegant without being lean, soft and rather pensive eyes, a very fine forehead, a nose aquiline, but not too much so, a delicate mouth, a face of an agreeable oval, all made his presence pleasing and desirable. It cost some trouble to reach him. His two famuli appeared like priests who guard a sanctuary, the access to which is not permitted to everybody, nor at every time. And such a precaution was very necessary, for he would have sacrificed his whole time had he been willing to receive and satisfy all those who wished to become intimate with him. At first I attended my lectures assiduously and faithfully, but the philosophy would not enlighten me at all. In the logic, it seemed strange to me that I had so to tear asunder, isolate, and, as it were, destroy those operations of the mind which I had performed with the greatest ease from my youth upwards, and this in order to see into the right use of them. Of the thing itself, of the world and of God, I thought I knew about as much as the professor himself, and in more places than one the affair seemed to me to come into a tremendous strait. It all went on in tolerable order till towards Shrovetide, when, in the neighbourhood of Professor Winkler's house on the Thomas Place, the most delicious fritters came hot out of the pan just at the hour of lecture, and these delayed us so long that our notebooks became disordered, and the conclusion of them towards spring melted away together with the snow and was lost. The law lectures very soon fared not any better, for I already knew just as much as the professor thought good to communicate to us. My stubborn industry in writing down the lectures at first was paralyzed by degrees, for I found it excessively tedious to pen down once more that which, partly by question, partly by answer, I had repeated with my father often enough to retain it forever in my memory. The harm which is done when young people at school are advanced too far in many things was afterwards manifested still more when time and attention were diverted from exercises in the languages and a foundation in what are, properly speaking, preparatory studies, in order to be applied to what are called realities, which dissipate more than they cultivate if they are not methodically and thoroughly taught. I here mention, by the way, another evil by which students are much embarrassed. Professors, as well as other men in office, cannot all be of the same age; but when the younger ones teach, in fact, only that they may learn, and moreover, if they have talent, anticipate their age, they acquire their own cultivation altogether at the cost of their hearers, since these are not instructed in what they really need, but in that which the professor finds it necessary to elaborate for himself. Among the oldest professors, on the contrary, many are for a long time stationary. They deliver on the whole only fixed views, and in the details much that time has already condemned as useless and false. Between the two arises a sad conflict, in which young minds are dragged hither and thither, and which can scarcely be set right by the middle-aged professors, who, though possessed of sufficient learning and culture, always feel within themselves an active desire for knowledge and reflection. Now, as in this way I learned to know much more than I could digest, whereby a constantly increasing uncomfortableness was forced upon me, so also from life I experienced many disagreeable trifles, as indeed one must always pay one's footing when one changes one's place and comes into a new position. The first thing the ladies blamed me for was my dress, for I had come from home to the university rather oddly equipped. My father, who detested nothing so much as when something happened in vain, when any one did not know how to make use of his time, or found no opportunity for turning it to account, carried his economy of time and ability so far that nothing gave him greater pleasure than to kill two birds with one stone. Footnote literally, to strike two flies with one flapper. Translator. He had therefore never engaged a servant who could not be useful to the house in something else. Now, as he had always written everything with his own hand, and had latterly the convenience of dictating to the young inmate of the house, he found it most advantageous to have tailors for his domestics, who were obliged to make good use of their time, as they not only had to make their own liveries, but the clothes for my father and the children, besides doing all the mending. My father himself took pains to have the best materials and the best kinds of cloth, by getting fine wares of the foreign merchants at the fair, and laying them up in store. I still remember well that he always visited the Herr von Löwenlicht of Aix-la-Chapelle, and from my earliest youth made me acquainted with these and other eminent merchants. Care was also taken for the fitness of the stuff, and there was a plentiful stock of different kinds of cloth, serge and Götting stuff, besides the requisite lining; so that, as far as the materials were concerned, we might well venture to be seen. But the form spoiled almost everything. For if one of our home tailors was anything of a clever hand at sewing and making up a coat which had been cut out for him in masterly fashion, he was now obliged also to cut out the dress for himself, which did not always succeed to perfection. In addition to this, my father kept whatever belonged to his clothing in very good and neat order, and preserved more than used it for many years. Thus he had a predilection for certain old cuts and trimmings, by which our dress sometimes acquired a strange appearance. In this same way had the wardrobe which I took with me to the university been furnished. It was very complete and handsome, and there was even a laced suit among the rest. Already accustomed to this kind of attire, I thought myself sufficiently well dressed; but it was not long before my female friends, first by gentle raillery, then by sensible remonstrances, convinced me that I looked as if I had dropped down out of another world. Much as I felt vexed at this, I did not see at first how I was to mend matters. But when Herr von Masuren, the favorite poetical country squire, once entered the theatre in a similar costume, and was heartily laughed at, more by reason of his external than his internal absurdity, I took courage, and ventured at once to exchange my whole wardrobe for a new fashioned one, suited to the place, by which, however, it shrunk considerably. When this trial was surmounted, a new one was to come up, which proved to be far more unpleasant, because it concerned a matter which one does not so easily put off and exchange. I had been born and bred in the upper German dialect, and although my father always labored to preserve a certain purity of language, and from our youth upwards had made us children attentive to what may be really called the defects of that idiom, and so prepared us for a better manner of speaking, I retained nevertheless many deeper seated peculiarities which, because they pleased me by their naivety, I was fond of making conspicuous, and thus, every time I used them, incurred a severe reproof from my new fellow townsmen. The upper German, and perhaps chiefly he who lives by the Rhine and Main, for great rivers like the sea coast always have something animating about them, expresses himself much in similes and allusions, and makes use of proverbial sayings with a native common sense aptness. In both cases he is often blunt, but when one sees the drift of the expression, it is always appropriate. Only something, to be sure, may often slip in which proves offensive to a more delicate ear. Every province loves its own dialect, for it is, properly speaking, the element in which the soul draws its breath. But every one knows with what obstinacy the Mysian dialect has contrived to domineer over the rest, and even for a long time to exclude them. We have suffered for many years under this pedantic tyranny, and only by reiterated struggles have all the provinces again established themselves in their ancient rights. a lively young man had to endure from this continual tutoring may be easily inferred by any one who reflects that modes of thought, imagination, feeling, native character, must be sacrificed with the pronunciation which one at last consents to alter. And this intolerable demand was made by men and women of education, whose convictions I could not adopt, whose injustice I thought I felt, though I was unable to make it plain to myself. Allusions to the pithy biblical texts were to be forbidden me, as well as the use of the honest-hearted expressions from the Chronicles. I had to forget that I had read the Kaiser von Geiselsberg, and eschew the use of proverbs, which nevertheless, instead of much fiddle-faddle, just hit the nail upon the head. All this, which I had appropriated to myself with youthful ardour, I was now to do without. I felt paralyzed to the core, and scarcely knew any more how I had to express myself on the commonest things. I was, moreover, told that one should speak as one writes, and write as one speaks, while to me speaking and writing seemed once for all two different things, each of which might well maintain its own rights. And even in the Misnian dialect had I to hear many things which would have made no great figure on paper. Every one who perceives in this the influence which men and women of education, the learned, and other persons who take pleasure in refined society, so decidedly exercise over a young student, would be immediately convinced that we were in Leipzig, even if it had not been mentioned. Each one of the German universities has a particular character, for as no universal cultivation can pervade our fatherland, every place adheres to its own fashion, and carries out, even to the last, its own characteristic peculiarities. Exactly the same thing holds good of the universities. In Jena and Halle, roughness has been carried to the highest pitch. Bodily strength, skill in fighting, the wildest self-help, was there the order of the day, and such a state of affairs can only be maintained and propagated by the most universal riot. The relations of the students to the inhabitants of those cities, various as they might be, nevertheless agreed in this, that the wild stranger had no regard for the citizen, and looked upon himself as a peculiar being, privileged to all sorts of freedom and insolence. In Leipzig, on the contrary, a student could scarcely be anything else than polite, as soon as he wished to stand on any footing at all with the rich, well-bred, and punctilious inhabitants. All politeness, indeed, when it does not present itself as the flowering of a great and comprehensive mode of life, must appear restrained, stationary, and, from some points of view, perhaps absurd. And so those wild huntsmen from the Saale, footnote, the river on which Halle is built, translator, thought they had a great superiority over the tame shepherds of the Pleiße, footnote, the river near Leipzig, translator. Zacharias Renomist will always be a valuable document from which the manner of life and thought at that time rises visibly forth, as in general his poems must be welcome to every one who wishes to form for himself a conception of the then prevailing state of social life and manners, which was indeed feeble but amiable on account of its innocence and childlike simplicity. All manners which result from the given relations of a common existence are indestructible, and in my time many things still reminded us of Zachariah's epic poem. Only one of our fellow academicians thought himself rich and independent enough to snap his fingers at public opinion. He drank acquaintance with all the hackney coachmen, whom he allowed to sit inside the coach as if they were gentlemen, while he drove them on the box, thought it a great joke to upset them now and then, and contrived to satisfy them for their smashed vehicles as well as for their occasional bruises. But otherwise he did no harm to any one, seeming only to make a mock of the public en masse. Once, on a most beautiful promenade day, he and a comrade of his seized upon the donkeys of the miller in St. Thomas's Square. Well dressed, and in their shoes and stockings, they rode around the city with the greatest solemnity, stared at by all the promenaders, with whom the glacis was swarming. When some sensible persons remonstrated with him on the subject, he assured them, quite unembarrassed, that he only wanted to see how the Lord Christ might have looked in a like case. Yet he found no imitators and few companions. For the student of any wealth and standing had every reason to show himself attentive to the mercantile class, and to be the more solicitous about the proper external forms, as the colony (Footnote: Leipzig was so called because a large and influential portion of its citizens was sprung from a colony of Huguenots, who settled there after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes (American note) exhibited a model of French manners. The professors, opulent both from their private property and from their liberal salaries, were not dependent upon their scholars, and many subjects of the state, educated at the government schools or other gymnasia, and hoping for preferment, did not venture to throw off the traditional customs. The neighborhood of Dresden, the attention thence paid to us, and the true piety of the superintendent of the course of study, could not be without a moral, nay, a religious influence. At first this kind of life was not repugnant to me. My letters of introduction had given me the entree into good families, whose circle of relatives also received me well. But as I was soon forced to feel that the company had much to find fault with in me, and that after dressing myself in their fashion, I must now talk according to their tongue also, and as, moreover, I could plainly see that I was, on the other hand, but little benefited by the instruction and mental improvement I had promised myself from my academical residence, I began to be lazy, and to neglect the social duties of visiting and other attentions. And indeed I should have sooner withdrawn from all such connections, had not fear and esteem attached me firmly to Hotrat Böhme, and confidence and affection to his wife. The husband, unfortunately, had not the happy gift of dealing with young people, of winning their confidence, and of guiding them for the moment as occasion might require. When I visited him, I never got any good by it. His wife, on the contrary, showed a genuine interest in me. Her ill health kept her constantly at home. She often invited me to spend the evening with her, and knew how to direct and improve me in many little external particulars. For my manners were good, indeed, but I was not yet master of what is properly termed etiquette. Only one friend spent the evenings with her, but she was much more dictatorial and pedantic, for which reason she displeased me excessively, and out of spite to her I often resumed those unmannerly habits from which the other had already weaned me. Nevertheless, she always had patience enough for me, and taught me piquet, ombre, and similar games, the knowledge and practice of which is held indispensable in society. But it was in the matter of taste that Madame Böhme had the greatest influence upon me, in a negative way truly, yet one in which she agreed perfectly with the critics. The Gottsched waters, that is to say, the influence of Gottsched on German literature, of which more is said in the next book, Translator, had inundated the German world with a true deluge, which threatened to rise up even over the highest mountains. It takes a long time for such a flood to subside again, for the mire to dry away, and as in any epoch there are numberless aping poets, so the imitation of the flat and watery produced a chaos, of which now scarcely a notion remains. To find out that trash was hence the greatest sport, yea, the triumph of the critic of those days. Whoever had only a little common sense, was superficially acquainted with the ancients, and was somewhat more familiar with the moderns, thought himself provided with a standard scale, which he could apply everywhere. Madame Böhme was an educated woman, who opposed the trivial, weak, and commonplace. She was, besides, the wife of a man who lived on bad terms with poetry in general, and would not even allow that of which she, perhaps, might have somewhat approved. She listened, indeed, for some time with patience when I ventured to recite to her the verse or prose of famous poets who already stood in good repute, for then, as always, I knew by heart everything that chanced in any degree to please me. But her complaisance was not of long duration. The first whom she outrageously abused were the poets of the Weisse school, who were just then often quoted with great applause, and had delighted me very particularly. If I looked more closely into the matter, I could not say she was wrong. I had sometimes even ventured to recite to her, though anonymously, some of my own poems, but these fared no better than the rest of the set, and thus in a short time the beautiful variegated meadows at the foot of the German Parnassus, where I was fond of luxuriating, were mercilessly mowed down, and I was even compelled to toss about the drying hay myself, and to ridicule that as lifeless which a short time before had given me such lively joy. Without knowing it, Professor Morris came to strengthen her instructions. He was an uncommonly gentle and friendly man, with whom I became acquainted at the table of Hofrath Ludwig, and who received me very pleasantly when I begged the privilege of visiting him. Now, while making inquiries of him concerning antiquity, I did not conceal from him what delighted me among the moderns, when he spoke about such things with more calmness, but, what was still worse, with more profundity, than Madame Böhme. And he thus opened my eyes, at first to my greatest chagrin, but afterwards to my surprise, and at last to my edification. Besides this, there came the Jeremiads, with which Gellert, in his course, was wont to warn us against poetry. He wished only for prose essays, and always criticized these first. Verses he treated as a sorry addition, and what was the worst of all, even my prose found little favor in his eyes, for, after my old fashion, I used always to lay as the foundation a little romance, which I loved to work out in the epistolary form. The subjects were impassioned, the style went beyond ordinary prose, and the contents probably did not display any very deep knowledge of mankind in the author, and so I stood in very little favor with our professor, although he carefully looked over my labors as well as those of the others, corrected them with red ink, and here and there added a moral remark. Many leaves of this kind, which I kept for a long time with satisfaction, have unfortunately, in the course of years, at last disappeared from among my papers. If elderly persons wish to play the pedagogue properly, they should neither prohibit nor render disagreeable to a young man anything which gives him pleasure, or of whatever kind it may be, unless at the same time they have something else to put in its place, or can contrive a substitute. Everybody protested against my tastes and inclinations, and on the other hand, what they commended to me lay either so far from me that I could not perceive its excellencies, or stood so near me that I thought it not a whit better than what they inveighed against. I thus became thoroughly perplexed on the subject, and promised myself the best results from a lecture of Ernesti's on Cicero de Oratore. I learned something, indeed, from this lecture, but was not enlightened on the subject which particularly concerned me. What I demanded was a standard of opinion, and thought I perceived that nobody possessed it, for no one agreed with another, even when they brought forward examples. And where were we to get a settled judgment when they managed to reckon up against a man like Wieland so many faults in his amiable writings, which so completely captivated us younger folks? Amid this manifold distraction, this dismemberment of my existence and my studies, it happened that I took my dinners at Hofrath Ludwig's. He was a medical man, a botanist, and his company, with the exception of Morris, consisted of physicians just commencing or near the completion of their studies. Now, during these hours, I heard of no other conversation than about medicine or natural history, and my imagination was drawn over into quite a new field. I heard the names of Haller, Linnaeus, Buffon mentioned with great respect, and even if disputes often arose about mistakes into which it was said they had fallen, all agreed in the end to honor the acknowledged abundance of their merits. The subjects were entertaining and important, and enchained my attention. By degrees I became familiar with many names and a copious terminology, which I grasped more willingly, as I was afraid to write down a rhyme, however spontaneously it presented itself, or to read a poem, for I was fearful that it might please me at the time, and that perhaps immediately afterwards, like so much else, I should be forced to pronounce it bad. This uncertainty of taste and judgment disquieted me more and more every day, so that at last I fell into despair. I had brought with me those of my youthful labors which I thought the best, partly because I hoped to get some credit by them, partly that I might be able to test my progress with greater certainty. But I found myself in the miserable situation in which one is placed when a complete change of mind is required, a renunciation of all that one has hitherto loved and found good. However, after some time and many struggles, I conceived so great a contempt for my labors, begun and ended, that one day I burnt up poetry and prose, plans, sketches, and projects, all together on the kitchen hearth, and threw our good old landlady into no small fright and anxiety by the smoke which filled the whole house.
The Autobiography of Goethe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Truth and Fiction Relating to My Life by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford. Section 22, 7th Book, Part 1. About the condition of German literature of those times, so much has been written, and so exhaustively, that everyone who takes any interest in it can be completely informed. In regard to it, critics agree now pretty well, and what at present I intend to say piecemeal and disconnectedly concerning it, relates not so much to the way in which it was constituted in itself, as to its relation to me. I will therefore first speak of those things by which the public is particularly excited, of those two hereditary foes of all comfortable life, and of all cheerful, self-sufficient, living poetry. I mean satire and criticism. In quiet times everyone wants to live after his own fashion. The citizen will carry on his trade or his business, and enjoy the fruits of it afterwards. Thus will the author too willingly compose something, publish his labours, and, since he thinks he has done something good and useful, hope for praise, if not reward. In this tranquillity the citizen is disturbed by the satirist, the author by the critic, and peaceful society is thus put into a disagreeable agitation. The literary epoch in which I was born was developed out of the preceding one by opposition. Germany, so long inundated by foreigners, interpenetrated by other nations, directed to foreign languages in learned and diplomatic transactions, could not possibly cultivate her own. Together with so many new ideas, innumerable foreign words were obtruded necessarily and unnecessarily upon her, and, even for objects already known, people were induced to make use of foreign expressions and turns of speech. The German, having run wild for nearly 200 years in an unhappy tumultuary state, went to school with the French to learn manners, and with the Romans in order to express his thoughts with propriety. But this was to be done in the mother tongue, when the literal application of those idioms and their half-Germanization made both the social and business style ridiculous. Besides this, they adopted without moderation the similes of the southern languages, and employed them most extravagantly. In the same way they transferred the stately deportment of the prince-like citizens of Rome to the learned German small-town officers, and were at home nowhere, least of all with themselves. But, as in this epoch works of genius had already appeared, the German sense of freedom and joy also began to stir itself. This, accompanied by a genuine earnestness, insisted that men should write purely and naturally, without the intermixture of foreign words, and as common intelligible sense dictated. By these praiseworthy endeavours, however, the doors and gates were thrown open to an extended national insipidity. Nay, the dike was dug through by which the great deluge was shortly to rush in. Meanwhile a stiff pedantry long stood its ground in all the four faculties, until at last, much later, it fled for refuge from one of them to another. Men of parts, children of nature looking freely about them, had therefore two objects on which they could exercise themselves, against which they could labour, and, as the matter was of no great importance, give a vent to their petulance. These were, a language disfigured by foreign words, forms, and turns of speech on the one hand, and the worthlessness of such writings as had been careful to keep themselves free from those faults on the other, though it occurred to nobody that, while they were battling against one evil, the other was called on for assistance. Lisco, a daring young man, first ventured to attack by name a shallow, silly writer, whose awkward demeanour soon gave him an opportunity to proceed still more severely. He then went farther, and constantly aimed his scorn at particular persons and objects, whom he despised and sought to render despicable, nay, even persecuted them with passionate hatred. But his career was short, for he soon died and was gradually forgotten as a restless, irregular youth. The talent and character shown in what he did, although he had accomplished little, may have seemed valuable to his countrymen, for the Germans have always shown a peculiar pious kindliness to talents of good promise, when prematurely cut off. Suffice it to say that Lisco was very soon praised and recommended to us as an excellent satirist, who could have attained a rank even above the universally beloved Rabener. Here indeed we saw ourselves no better off than before, for we could discover nothing in his writings except that he had found the silly, which seemed to us quite a matter of course. Rabener, well educated, grown up under good scholastic instruction, of a cheerful and by no means passionate or malicious disposition, took up general satire. His censure of the so-called vices and follies springs from the clear views of a quiet common sense, and from a fixed moral conception of what the world ought to be. His denunciation of faults and failings is harmless and cheerful, and, in order to excuse even the slight boldness of his writings, it is supposed that the improving of fools by ridicule is no fruitless undertaking. Rabener's personal character will not easily appear again. As an able, punctual man of business, he does his duty, and thus gains the good opinion of his fellow townsmen and the confidence of his superiors, along with which he gives himself up to the enjoyment of a pleasant contempt for all that immediately surrounds him, pedantic literati, vain youngsters, every sort of narrowness and conceit. He banters rather than satirizes, and even his banter expresses no contempt. Just in the same way does he jest about his own condition, his misfortune, his life, and his death. There is little of the aesthetic in the manner in which this writer treats his subjects. In external forms he is indeed varied enough, but throughout he makes too much use of direct irony, namely in praising the blameworthy and blaming the praiseworthy, whereas this figure of speech should be used but extremely seldom. For in the long run it becomes annoying to clear-sighted men, perplexes the weak, while indeed it pleases the great middle class who, without any special expense of mind, can fancy themselves more knowing than others. But whatever he brings before us, and however he does it, alike bears witness to his rectitude, cheerfulness, and equanimity, so that we always feel prepossessed in his favour. The unbounded applause of his own times was a consequence of such moral excellencies. That people looked for originals to his general descriptions and found them was natural. That individuals complained of him followed from the above. His lengthy apologies that his satire is not personal proved the spite it provoked. Some of his letters crown him at once as a man and an author. The confidential epistle in which he describes the siege of Dresden, and how he loses his house, his effects, his writings, and his wigs, without having his equanimity in the least shaken, or his cheerfulness clouded, is highly valuable, although his contemporaries and fellow citizens could not forgive him his happy turn of mind. The letter where he speaks of the decay of his strength and of his approaching death is in the highest degree worthy of respect, and Rabener deserves to be honoured as a saint by all cheerful, intelligent men who cheerfully resign themselves to earthly events. I tear myself away from him reluctantly, yet I would make this remark. His satire refers throughout to the middle class. He lets us see here and there that he is also well acquainted with the higher ranks, but does not hold it advisable to come in contact with them. It may be said that he has had no successor, that no one has been found who could consider himself equal or even similar to him. Now for criticism, and first of all for the theoretic attempts. It is not going too far when we say that the ideal had, at that time, escaped out of the world into religion. It scarcely even made its appearance in moral philosophy. Of a highest principle of art no one had a notion. They put Gottsched's critical art of poetry into our hands. It was useful and instructive enough, for it gave us a historical information of all the kinds of poetry, as well as of rhythm and its different movements. The poetic genius was presupposed. But, besides that, the poet was to have acquirements and even learning. He should possess taste, and everything else of that kind. They directed us at last to Horace's Art of Poetry. We gazed at single golden maxims of this invaluable work, but did not know in the least what to do with it as a whole, or how we should use it. The Swiss stepped forth as Gottsched's antagonists. They must take it into their heads to do something different, to accomplish something better. Accordingly we heard that they were, in fact, superior, Reitinger's critical art of poetry was taken in hand. Here we reached a wider field, but, properly speaking, only a greater labyrinth, which was so much the more tiresome, as an able man, in whom we had confidence, was driving us about in it. Let a brief review justify these words. For poetry in itself they had been able to find no fundamental axiom. It was too spiritual and too volatile. Painting, an art which one could hold fast with one's eyes, and follow step by step with the external senses, seemed more favourable for such an end. The English and French had already theorized about plastic art, and, by a comparison drawn from this, it was thought that poetry might be grounded. The former presented images to the eye, the latter to the imagination. Poetical images, therefore, were the first thing which was taken into consideration. People began with comparisons, descriptions followed, and only that was expressed which had always been apparent to the external senses. Images, then. But where should these images be got except from nature? The painter professedly imitated nature. Why not the poet also? But nature, as she lies before us, cannot be imitated. She contains so much that is insignificant and worthless, that one must make a selection. But what determines the choice? One must select that which is important. But what is important? To answer this question the Swiss may have taken a long time to consider, for they came to a notion, which is indeed singular, but clever, and even comical, inasmuch as they say, the new is always the most important. And after they have considered this for a while, they discover that the marvellous is always newer than everything else. They had now pretty well collected their poetical requisitions, but they had still to consider that the marvellous might also be empty, and without relation to man. But this relation, demanded as necessary, must be a moral one, from which the improvement of mankind should manifestly follow, and thus a poem had reached its utmost aim when, with everything else accomplished, it was useful besides. They now wished to test the different kinds of poetry according to all these requisites. Those which imitated nature, besides being marvellous, and at the same time of a moral aim and use, were to rank as the first and highest. And, after much deliberation, this great preeminence was at last ascribed, with the highest degree of conviction, to Aesop's fables. Strange as such a deduction may now appear, it had the most decided influence on the best minds. That Gellert and subsequently Lichtwer devoted themselves to this department, that even Lessing attempted to labour in it, that so many others turned their talents towards it, speaks for the confidence which this species of poetry had gained. Theory and practice always act upon each other. One can see from their works what is the men's opinion, and from their opinions predict what they will do. Yet we must not dismiss our Swiss theory without doing it justice. Bodmer, with all the pains he took, remained theoretically and practically a child all his life. Reitinger was an able, learned, sagacious man, whom, when he looked rightly about him, the essentials of a poem did not all escape. Nay, it can be shown that he may have dimly felt the deficiencies of his system. Remarkable, for instance, is his query whether a certain descriptive poem by Koenig on the review camp of Augustus II is properly a poem, and the answer to it displays good sense. But it may serve for his complete justification that he, starting from a false point, on a circle almost run out already, still struck upon the main principle, and at the end of his book finds himself compelled to recommend as additions, so to speak, the representation of manners, character, passions, in short, the whole inner man, to which, indeed, poetry preeminently belongs. It may well be imagined into what perplexity young minds felt themselves thrown by such dislocated maxims, half-understood laws and shivered-up dogmas. We adhered to examples, and there, too, were no better off. Foreigners as well as the ancients stood too far from us, and from the best native poets always peeped out a decided individuality, to the good points of which we could not lay claim, and into the faults of which we could not but be afraid of falling. For him who felt anything productive in himself, it was a desperate condition. When one considers closely what was wanting in the German poetry, it was a material, and that, too, a national one. There was never a lack of talent. Here we make mention only of Goethe, who may be called a poet in the full sense of the word, a decided talent endowed with sensuousness, imagination, memory, the gifts of conception and representation, productive in the highest degree, ready at rhythm, ingenious, witty, and of varied information besides. He possessed, in short, all the requisites for creating, by means of poetry, a second life within life, even within common real life. We admire the great facility with which, in his occasional poems, he elevates all circumstances by the feelings, and embellishes them with suitable sentiments, images, and historical and fabulous traditions. Their roughness and wildness belong to his time, his mode of life, and especially to his character, or, if one would have it so, his want of fixed character. He did not know how to curb himself, and so his life, like his poetry, melted away from him. By his vacillating conduct, Goethe had trifled away the good fortune of being appointed at the court of Augustus II, where, in addition to every other species of ostentation, they were also looking about for a court poet, who could give elevation and grace to their festivities, and immortalize a transitory pomp. Von Koenig was more mannerly and more fortunate. He filled this post with dignity and applause. In all sovereign states the material for poetry comes downwards from above, and the review camp at Mühlberg, das Lustlager bei Mühlberg, was perhaps the first worthy object, provincial if not national, which presented itself to a poet. Two kings saluting one another in the presence of a great host, their whole courts and military state around them, well-appointed troops, a mock fight, fetes of all kinds. This is business enough for the outward sense, and overflowing material for delineating and descriptive poetry. This subject had indeed the internal defect that it was only pomp and show, from which no real action could result. None except the very first distinguished themselves, and, even if they had done so, the poet could not render any one conspicuous, lest he should offend the others. He had to consult the court and state calendar, and the delineation of the persons therefore went off pretty dryly. Nay, even his contemporaries very strongly reproached him with having described the horses better than the men. But should not this redound to his credit, that he showed his art just where an object for it presented itself? The main difficulty, too, seems soon to have manifested itself to him, since the poem never advanced beyond the first canto. Amidst such studies and reflections, an unexpected event surprised me, and frustrated my laudable design of becoming acquainted with our new literature from the beginning. My countryman, John George Schlosser, after spending his academical years with industry and exertion, had repaired to Frankfurt on the Main, in the customary profession of an advocate. But his mind, aspiring and seeking after the universal, could not reconcile itself to this situation for many reasons. He accepted, without hesitation, an office as private secretary to the Duke Ludwig of Württemberg, who resided in Treptow, for the prince was named among those great men who, in a noble and independent manner, purposed to enlighten themselves, their families, and the world, and to unite for higher aims. It was this Prince Ludwig who, to ask advice about the education of his children, had written to Rousseau, whose well-known answer began with the suspicious-looking phrase, "Si j'avais le malheur d'être né prince." Not only in the affairs of the prince, but also in the education of his children, Schlosser was now willingly to assist in word and deed, if not to superintend them. This noble young man, who harboured the best intentions, and strove to attain a perfect purity of morals, would have easily kept men from him by a certain dry austerity, if his fine and rare literary cultivation, his knowledge of languages, and his facility at expressing himself by writing, both in verse and prose, had not attracted everyone, and made living with him more agreeable. It had been announced to me that he would pass through Leipzig, and I expected him with longing. He came and put up at a little inn or wine-house that stood in the Brühl, and the host of which was named Schönkopf. This man had a Frankfurt woman for his wife, and although he entertained few persons during the rest of the year, and could lodge no guests in his little house, yet at fair time he was visited by many Frankfurters, who used to eat, and, in case of need, even take quarters there also. Thither I hastened to find Schlosser when he had sent to inform me of his arrival. I scarcely remembered having seen him before, and found a young, well-formed man with a round, compressed face, without the features losing their sharpness on that account. The form of his rounded forehead, between black eyebrows and locks, indicated earnestness, sternness, and perhaps obstinacy. He was, in a certain measure, the opposite of myself, and this very thing doubtless laid the foundation of our lasting friendship. I had the greatest respect for his talents, the more so as I very well saw that, in the certainty with which he acted and produced, he was completely my superior. The respect and the confidence which I showed him confirmed his affection, and increased the indulgence he was compelled to have for my lively, impetuous, and ever-excitable disposition, in such contrast with his own. He studied the English writers diligently. Pope, if not his model, was his aim, and in opposition to that author's Essay on Man, he had written a poem in like form and measure, which was to give the Christian religion the triumph over the deism of the other work. From the great store of papers which he carried with him, he showed me poetical and prose compositions in all languages, which, as they challenged me to imitation, once more gave me infinite disquietude. Yet I contrived to get over it immediately by activity. I wrote German, French, English, and Italian poems, addressed to him, the subject matter of which I took from our conversations, which were always important and instructive. Schlosser did not wish to leave Leipzig without having seen face to face the men who had a name. I willingly took him to those I knew. With those whom I had not yet visited, I in this way became honourably acquainted, since he was received with distinction as a well-informed man of education, of already established character, and well knew how to pay for the outlay of conversation. I cannot pass over our visit we paid to Gottsched, as it exemplifies the character and manners of that man. He lived very respectably in the first story of the Golden Bear, where the elder Breitkopf, on account of the great advantage which Gottsched's writings, translations, and other aids had brought to the trade, had promised him a lodging for life. We were announced. The servant led us into a large chamber, saying his master would come immediately. Now, whether we misunderstood a gesture which he made, I cannot say. It is enough we thought he directed us into an adjoining room. We entered to witness a singular scene, for, on the instant, Gottsched, that tall, broad, gigantic man, came in at the opposite door in a morning gown of green damask, lined with red taffeta, but his monstrous head was bald and uncovered. This, however, was to be immediately provided for. The servant rushed in at a side door, with a great full-bottomed wig in his hand, the curls came down to the elbows, and handed the head ornament to his master with gestures of terror. Gottsched, without manifesting the least vexation, raised the wig from the servant's arm with his left hand, and, while he very dexterously swung it up on his head, gave the poor fellow such a box on the ear with his right paw that the latter, as often happens in a comedy, went spinning out at the door. Whereupon the respectable old grandfather invited us quite gravely to be seated, and kept up a pretty long discourse with good grace. As long as Schlosser remained in Leipzig, I dined daily with him, and became acquainted with a very pleasant set of boarders, some Livonians, and the son of Hermann, chief court preacher in Dresden, afterwards burgomaster in Leipzig, and their tutor, Hofrath Pfeil, author of The Count von P., a continuation of Gellert's Swedish Countess, Zacharia, a brother of the poet, and Krabel, editor of geographical and genealogical manuals. All these were polite, cheerful, and friendly men. Zacharia was the most quiet. Pfeil, an elegant man, who had something almost diplomatic about him, yet without affectation, and with great good humour. Krabel, a genuine Falstaff, tall, corpulent, fair, with prominent, merry eyes, as bright as the sky, always happy and in good spirits. These persons all treated me in the most handsome manner, partly on Schlosser's account, partly too on account of my own frank good humour and obliging disposition, and it needed no great persuasion to make me partake of their table in future. In fact, I remained with them after Schlosser's departure, deserted Ludwig's table, and found myself so much the better off in this society, which was limited to a certain number, as I was very well pleased with the daughter of the family, a very neat, pretty girl, and had opportunities to exchange friendly glances with her, a comfort which I had neither sought nor found by accident since the mischance with Gretchen. I spent the dinner hours with my friends cheerfully and profitably. Crabel, indeed, loved me, and continued to tease me and stimulate me in moderation. File, on the contrary, showed his earnest.
The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, section 23. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, section 23. Seventh Book, Part 2. During this intercourse I perceived, through conversation, through examples, and through my own reflections, that the first step in delivering ourselves from the wishy-washy, long-winded, empty epoch could be taken only by definiteness, precision, and brevity. In the style which had hitherto prevailed, one could not distinguish the commonplace from what was better, since all were brought down to a level with each other. Authors had already tried to escape from this widespread disease with more or less success. Haller and Ramler were inclined to compression by nature. Lessing and Wieland were led to it by reflection. The former became by degrees quite epigrammatical in his poems, terse in Minna, laconic in Emilia Galotti. It was not till afterwards that he returned to that serene naivete which becomes him so well in Nathan. Wieland, who had been occasionally prolix in Agathon, Don Silvio, and the comic tales, becomes condensed and precise to a wonderful degree, as well as exceedingly graceful, in Musarion and Idris. Klopstock, in the first cantos of the Messiah, is not without diffuseness. In his odes and other minor poems he appears compressed, as also in his tragedies. By his emulation of the ancients, especially Tacitus, he sees himself constantly forced into narrower limits, by which he at last becomes obscure and unpalatable. Gerstenberg, a fine but eccentric talent, also distinguishes himself. His merit is appreciated, but on the whole he gives little pleasure. Gleim, diffuse and easy by nature, is scarcely once concise in his war songs. Ramler is properly more a critic than a poet. He begins to collect what the Germans have accomplished in lyric poetry. He now finds that scarcely one poem fully satisfies him. He must leave out, arrange, and alter, that the things may have some shape or other. By this means he makes himself almost as many enemies as there are poets and amateurs, since everyone, properly speaking, recognizes himself only in his defects, and the public interests itself sooner for a faulty individuality than for that which is produced or amended according to a universal law of taste. Rhythm lay yet in the cradle, and no one knew of a method to shorten its childhood. Poetical prose came into the ascendant. Gessner and Klopstock excited many imitators, Others again still demanded an intelligible metre, and translated this prose into rhythm. But even these gave nobody satisfaction, for they were obliged to omit and add, and the prose original always passed for the better of the two. But the more with all this conciseness is aimed at, the more does a judgment become possible, since that which is important, being more closely compressed, allows a certain comparison at last. It happened also at the same time that many kinds of truly poetical forms arose, for as they tried to represent only what was necessary in the objects they wished to imitate, they were forced to do justice to every one of these, and in this manner, though no one did it consciously, the modes of representation multiplied themselves, among which indeed were some which were really caricatures, while many an attempt proved unsuccessful. Without question, Wieland possessed the finest natural gifts of all. He had early cultivated himself thoroughly in those ideal regions where youth so readily lingers. But when, by what is called experience, by the events of the world and women, these were rendered distasteful to him, he threw himself on the side of the actual, and pleased himself and others with the contest of the two worlds, where, in light skirmishing between jest and earnest, his talent displayed itself most beautifully. How many of his brilliant productions fall into the time of my academic years! Musarion had the most effect upon me, and I can yet remember the place and the very spot where I got sight of the first proof sheet which Oeser gave me. Here it was that I believed I saw antiquity again living and fresh. Everything that is plastic in Wieland's genius here showed itself in its highest perfection, and when that Fannius Timon, condemned to an unhappy insipidity, finally reconciles himself to his mistress and to the world, one can well with him live through the misanthropical epoch. For the rest, we readily conceded to these works a cheerful aversion from those exalted sentiments which, by reason of their easy misapplication to life, are often open to the suspicion of dreaminess. We pardoned the author for prosecuting with ridicule what we held as true and reverend, the more readily as he thereby gave us to understand that it caused him continual trouble. How miserably criticism then received such labours may be seen from the first volumes of the Universal German Library. Of the comic tales there is honourable mention, but there is no trace of any insight into the character of the kind of poetry. The reviewer, like everyone at that time, had formed his taste by examples. He never takes it into consideration that, in a judgment of such parodistical works, one must first of all have before one's eyes the original, noble, beautiful object, in order to see whether the parodist has really gotten from it a weak and comical side, whether he has borrowed anything from it, or, under the appearance of such an imitation, has perhaps given us an excellent invention of his own. Of all this there is not a notion, but the poems are praised and blamed by passages. The reviewer, as he himself confesses, has marked so much that pleased him that he cannot quote it all in print. When they even meet the highly meritorious translation of Shakespeare with the exclamation, "By rights, a man like Shakespeare should not have been translated at all," it will be understood without further remark how infinitely the universal German library was behindhand in matters of taste, and that young people, animated by true feeling, had to look about them for other guiding stars. The material which in this manner more or less determined the form, the Germans sought everywhere. They had handled few national subjects, or none at all. Schlegel's Hermann only showed the way. The idyllic tendency extended itself without end. The want of distinctive character with Gessner, with all his great gracefulness and childlike heartiness, made everyone think that he could do something of the same kind. Just in the same manner, out of the more generally human, some snatched those poems which should have portrayed a foreign nationality, as, for instance, the Jewish pastoral poems, those on the patriarchs altogether, and whatever else related to the Old Testament. Bodmer's Noachide was a perfect symbol of the watery deluge that swelled high around the German Parnassus, and which abated but slowly. The leading strings of Anacreon likewise allowed innumerable mediocre geniuses to reel about at large. The precision of Horace compelled the Germans, though but slowly, to conform to him. Comic heroic poems, mostly after the model of Pope's Rape of the Lock, did not serve to bring in a better time. I must here mention a delusion which operated as seriously as it must be ridiculous when one examines it more closely. The Germans had now sufficient historical knowledge of all the kinds of poetry in which the different nations had distinguished themselves. This pigeonhole work, which, properly speaking, totally destroys the inner conception of poetry, had been already pretty completely hammered together by Gottsched in his Critical Art of Poetry, and it had been shown at the same time that German poets too had already known how to fill up all the rubrics with excellent works. And thus it ever went on. Each year the collection was more considerable, but every year one work pushed another out of the place in which it had hitherto shone. We now possessed, if not Homer's, yet Virgil's and Milton's, if not a Pindar, yet a Horace. Of Theocritus's there was no lack, and thus they weighed themselves by comparisons from without, whilst the mass of poetical works always increased, so that at last there could be a comparison from within. Now, though matters of taste stood on a very uncertain footing, there could be no dispute but that within the Protestant part of Germany and of Switzerland, what is generally called common sense began to stir briskly at that epoch. The scholastic philosophy, which always has the merit of propounding according to received axioms, in a favourite order and under fixed rubrics, everything about which man can at all inquire, had, by the frequent darkness and apparent uselessness of its subject matter, by its unseasonable application of a method in itself respectable, and by its too great extension over so many subjects, made itself foreign to the mass, unpalatable, and at last superfluous. Many a one became convinced that nature had endowed him with as great a portion of good and straightforward sense as perchance he required to form such a clear notion of objects that he could manage them and turn them to his own profit and that of others, without laboriously troubling himself about the most universal problems, and inquiring how the most remote things, which do not particularly affect us, may hang together, men made the trial, opened their eyes, looked straight before them, observant, industrious, active, and believed that when one judges and acts correctly in one's own circle, one may well presume to speak of other things also, which lie at a greater distance. In accordance with such a notion, everyone was now entitled not only to philosophize, but also by degrees to consider himself a philosopher. Philosophy, therefore, was more or less sound and practised common sense, which ventured to enter upon the universal and to decide upon inner and outer experiences. A clear-sighted acuteness and an especial moderation, while the middle path and fairness to all opinions was held to be right, procured respect and confidence for writings and oral statements of the sort, and thus at last philosophers were found in all the faculties, nay, in all classes and trades. In this way the theologians could not help inclining to what is called natural religion, and when the discussion was how far the light of nature may suffice to advance us in the knowledge of God and the improving and ennobling of ourselves, they commonly ventured to decide in its favour without much scruple. According to the same principle of moderation, they then granted equal rights to all positive religions, by which they all became alike indifferent and uncertain. For the rest, they let everything stand. And since the Bible is so full of matter that, more than any other book, it offers material for reflection and opportunity for meditation on human affairs, it could still, as before, be always laid as the foundation of all sermons and other religious treatises. But over this work, as well as over the whole body of profane writers, was impending a singular fate, which in the lapse of time was not to be averted. Hitherto it had been received as a matter of implicit faith that this book of books was composed in one spirit, that it was even inspired and, as it were, dictated by the divine Spirit. Yet for a long time already the discrepancies of the different parts of it had been now cavilled at, now apologized for, by believers and unbelievers. English, French, and Germans had attacked the Bible with more or less violence, acuteness, audacity, and wantonness, and just as often had it been taken under the protection of earnest, sound-thinking men of each nation. As for myself, I loved and valued it, for almost to it alone did I owe my moral culture, and the events, the doctrines, the symbols, the similes, had all impressed themselves deeply upon me, and had influenced me in one way or another. These unjust, scoffing, and perverting attacks therefore disgusted me. But people had already gone so far as very willingly to admit, partly as a main ground for the defence of many passages, that God had accommodated himself to the modes of thought and power of comprehension in men, that even those moved by the Spirit had not on that account been able to renounce their character, their individuality, and that Amos, a cowherd, did not use the language of Isaiah, who was said to have been a prince. Out of such views and convictions, especially with a constantly increasing knowledge of languages, was very naturally developed that kind of study by which it was attempted to examine more accurately the Oriental localities, nationalities, natural products, and phenomena, and in this manner to make present to oneself that ancient time. Michaelis employed the whole strength of his talents and his knowledge on this side. Descriptions of travels became a powerful help in explaining the Holy Scriptures, and later travellers, furnished with numerous questions, were made, by the answers to them, to bear witness for the prophets and apostles. But whilst they were on all sides busied to bring the Holy Scriptures to a natural intuition, and to render peculiar modes of thought and representation in them more universally comprehensible, that by this historico-critical aspect many an objection might be removed, many offensive things effaced, and many a shallow scoffing be made ineffective, there appeared in some men just the opposite disposition, since these chose the darkest, most mysterious writings as the subject of their meditations, and wished, if not to elucidate them, yet to confirm them through internal evidence by means of conjectures, calculations, and other ingenious and strange combinations, and, so far as they contained prophecies, to prove them by the results, and thus to justify a faith in what was next to be expected. The Venerable Bengal had procured a decided reception for his labours on the revelation of St. John, from the fact that he was known as an intelligent, upright, God-fearing, blameless man. Deep minds are compelled to live in the past as well as in the future. The ordinary movements of the world can be of no importance to them if they do not, in the course of ages up to the present, revere prophecies which have been revealed, and in the immediate as well as in the most remote futurity, predictions still veiled. Hence arises a connection that is wanting in history, which seems to give us only an accidental wavering backwards and forwards in a necessary limited circle. Dr. Crusius was one of those whom the prophetic part of Scripture suited more than any other, since it brings into action the two most opposite qualities of human nature, the affections and the acuteness of the intellect. Many young men had devoted themselves to this doctrine, and already formed a respectable body, which attracted the more attention, as Ernesti, with his friends, threatened not to illuminate, but completely to disperse the obscurity in which these delighted. Hence arose controversies, hatred, persecution, and much that was unpleasant. I attached myself to the lucid party, and sought to appropriate to myself their principles and advantages, although I ventured to forebode that by this extremely praiseworthy, intelligent method of interpretation, the poetic contents of the writings must at last be lost, along with the prophetical. But those who devoted themselves to German literature and the belles lettres were more nearly concerned with the efforts of such men who, as Jerusalem, Zollikofer, and Spalding, tried, by means of a good and pure style in their sermons and treatises, to gain, even among persons of a certain degree of sense and taste, applause and attachment for religion, and for the moral philosophy which is so closely related to it. A pleasing manner of writing began to be necessary everywhere. And since such a manner must above all be comprehensible, so did writers arise on many sides who undertook to write about their studies and their professions, clearly, perspicuously, and impressively, and as well for the adepts as for the multitude. After the example of Tissot, a foreigner, the physicians also now began to labour zealously for the general cultivation. Haller, Unzer, Zimmermann had a very great influence, and whatever may be said against them in detail, especially the last, they produced a very great effect in their time. And mention should be made of this in history, but particularly in biography. For a man remains of consequence not so far as he leaves something behind him, but so far as he acts and enjoys, and rouses others to action and enjoyment. The jurists, accustomed from their youth upward to an abstruse style, which in all legal papers, from the petty court of the immediate knight up to the imperial diet at Ratisbon, was still maintained in all its quaintness, could not easily elevate themselves to a certain freedom, the less so as the subjects of which they had to treat were most intimately connected with the external form, and consequently also with the style. But the younger Von Moser had already shown himself an independent and original writer, and Putter, by the clearness of his delivery, had also brought clearness into his subject and the style in which he was to treat it. All that proceeded from his school was distinguished by this, and even the philosophers, in order to be popular, now found themselves compelled to write clearly and intelligibly. Mendelssohn and Garve appeared and excited universal interest and admiration. With the cultivation of the German language and style in every department, the capacity for forming a judgment also increased, and we admire the reviews then published of works upon religious and moral as well as medical subjects, while, on the contrary, we remark that the judgments of poems and of whatever else may relate to the belles lettres will be found, if not pitiful, at least very feeble. This holds good of the literary epistles, Literaturbriefen, and of the Universal German Library, as well as of the Library of the Belles Lettres, notable instances of which could easily be produced. No matter in how motley a manner, all this might be confused still, for every one who contemplated producing anything from himself, who would not merely take the words and phrases out of the mouths of his predecessors, there was nothing further left but, early and late, to look about him for some subject matter which he might determine to use. Here, too, we were much led astray. People were constantly repeating a saying of Kleist, which we had to hear often enough. He had sportively, ingeniously, and truly replied to those who took him to task on account of his frequent lonely walks, that he was not idle at such times, he was going to the image hunt. This simile was very suitable for a nobleman and soldier, who by it placed himself in contrast with the men of his rank, who did not neglect going out with their guns on their shoulders, hare hunting and partridge shooting as often as an opportunity presented itself. Hence we find in Kleist's poems many such individual images, happily seized, though not always happily elaborated, which in a kindly manner remind us of nature. But now they also recommended us quite seriously to go out on the image hunt, which did not at last leave us wholly without fruit, although Appel's garden, the kitchen gardens, the Rosenthal, Gollis, Raschwitz, and Connewitz would be the oddest ground to beat up poetical game in. And yet I was often induced by that motive to contrive that my walk should be solitary, and because many objects, neither beautiful nor sublime, met the eye of the beholder, and in the truly splendid Rosenthal, the gnats in the best season of the year allowed no tender thoughts to arise, so did I, by unwearied persevering endeavour, become extremely attentive to the small life of nature. I would use this word after the analogy of still life. And since the pretty events which one perceives within this circle represent but little in themselves, so I accustomed myself to see in them a significance which inclined now towards the symbolical, now towards the allegorical side, accordingly as intuition, feeling, or reflection had the preponderance. I will relate one incident in place of many. I was, after the fashion of humanity, in love with my name, and, as young uneducated people commonly do, wrote it down everywhere. Once I had carved it very handsomely and accurately on the smooth bark of a linden tree of moderate age. The following autumn, when my affection for Annette was in its fullest bloom, I took the trouble to cut hers above it. Towards the end of the winter, in the meantime, like a capricious lover, I had wantonly sought many opportunities to tease her and cause her vexation. In the spring I chanced to visit the spot, and the sap, which was rising strongly in the trees, had welled out through the incisions which formed her name, and which were not yet crusted over, and moistened with innocent vegetable tears the already hardened traces of my own. Thus to see her here weeping over me, who had so often called up her tears by my ill conduct, filled me with confusion. At the remembrance of my injustice and of her love, even the tears came into my eyes. I hastened to implore pardon of her doubly and trebly, and I turned this incident into an idyll, footnote, Die Laune des Verliebten, translated as The Lover's Caprice, see page 241, which I never could read to myself without affection, or to others without emotion. While I now, like a shepherd on the Pleiße, was absorbed childishly enough in such tender subjects, and always chose only such as I could easily recall into my bosom, provision from a greater and more important side had long been made for German poets. The first true and really vital material of the higher order came into German poetry through Frederick the Great and the deeds of the 7 Years' War. All national poetry must be shallow, or become shallow, which does not rest on that which is most universally human, upon the events of nations and their shepherds, when both stand for one man. Kings are to be represented in war and danger, where by that very means they appear as the first, because they determine and share the fate of the very least, and thus become much more interesting than the gods themselves, who, when they have once determined the fates, withdraw from all participation in them. In this view of the subject, every nation, if it will be worth anything at all, must possess an epopee, to which the precise form of the epic poem is not necessary. The war songs, started by Gleim, maintain so high a rank among German poems, because they arose with and in the achievements which are their subject, and because, moreover, their felicitous form, just as if a fellow combatant had produced them in the loftiest moments, makes us feel the most complete effectiveness. Ramler sings the deeds of his king in a different and most noble manner. All his poems are full of matter, and occupy us with great heart-elevating objects, and thus already maintain an indestructible value. For the internal matter of the subject treated is the beginning and end of art. It will not indeed be denied that genius, that thoroughly cultivated artistical talent, can make everything out of everything by its method of treatment, and can subdue the most refractory material, but when closely examined the result is rather a trick of art than a work of art, which should rest upon a worthy object, that the treatment of it by skill, pains, and industry may present to us the dignity of the subject matter, only the more happily and splendidly. The Prussians, and with them Protestant Germany, acquired thus for their literature a treasure which the opposite party lacked, and the want of which they have been able to supply by no subsequent endeavours. Upon the great idea which the Prussian writers might well entertain of their king, they first established themselves, and the more zealously as he in whose name they did it all wished once for all to know nothing about them. Already before this, through the French colony, afterwards through the king's predilection for the literature of that nation and for their financial institutions, had a mass of French civilization come into Prussia, which was highly advantageous to the Germans, since by it they were challenged to contradiction and resistance. Thus the very aversion of Frederick from German was a fortunate thing for the formation of its literary character. They did everything to attract the king's attention, not indeed to be honoured, but only noticed by him. Yet they did it in the German fashion, from an internal conviction. They did what they held to be right, and desired and wished that the king should recognize and prize this German uprightness. That did not and could not happen. For how can it be required of a king who wishes to live and enjoy himself intellectually, that he shall lose his years in order to see what he thinks barbarous developed and rendered palatable too late? In matters of trade and manufacture he might indeed force upon himself, but especially upon his people, very moderate substitutes instead of excellent foreign wares. But here everything comes to perfection more rapidly, and it needs not a man's lifetime to bring such things to maturity. But I must here first of all make honourable mention of one work, the most genuine production of the 7 Years' War, and of perfect North German nationality. It is the first theatrical production caught from the important events of life, one of specific temporary value, and one which therefore produced an incalculable effect. Minna von Barnhelm. Lessing, who, in opposition to Klopstock and Gleim, was fond of casting off his personal dignity, because he was confident that he could at any moment grasp and take it up again, delighted in a dissipated life in taverns and the world, as he always needed a strong counterpoise to his powerfully labouring interior. And for this reason also he had joined the suite of General Tauentzien. One easily discovers how the above-mentioned piece was generated betwixt war and peace, hatred and affection. It was this production which happily opened the view into a higher, more significant world from the literary and citizen world in which poetic art had hitherto moved. The intense hatred in which the Prussians and Saxons stood towards each other during this war could not be removed by its termination. The Saxon now first felt with true bitterness the wounds which the upstart Prussian had inflicted upon him. Political peace could not immediately re-establish a peace between their dispositions, but this was to be brought about symbolically by the above-mentioned drama. The grace and amiability of the Saxon ladies conquer the worth, the dignity, the stubbornness of the Prussians, and in the principal as well as in the subordinate characters a happy union of bizarre and contradictory elements is artistically represented. If I have put my reader in some perplexity by these cursory and desultory remarks on German literature, I have succeeded in giving them a conception of that chaotic condition in which my poor brain found itself when, in the conflict of two epochs so important for the literary fatherland, so much that was new crowded in upon me before I could come to terms with the old, so much that was old yet made me feel its right over me, when I believed I had already cause to venture on renouncing it altogether. I will at present try to impart, as well as possible, the way I entered on to extricate myself from this difficulty, if only step by step. The period of prolixity into which my youth had fallen, I had laboured through with genuine industry, in company with so many worthy men. The numerous quarto volumes of manuscript which I left behind with my father might serve for sufficient witnesses of this. And what a mass of essays, rough drafts, and half-executed designs had, more from despondency than conviction, gone up in smoke! Now, through conversation, through instruction in general, through so many conflicting opinions, but especially through my fellow boarder, Hofrath Pfeil, I learned to value more and more the importance of the subject matter and the conciseness of the treatment, without, however, being able to make it clear to myself where the former was to be sought, or how the latter was to be attained. For what with the great narrowness of my situation, what with the indifference of my companions, the reserve of the professors, the exclusiveness of the educated inhabitants, and what with the perfect insignificance of the natural objects, I was compelled to seek for everything within myself. Whenever I desired a true basis in feeling or reflection for my poems, I was forced to grasp into my own bosom. Whenever I required for my poetic representation an immediate intuition of an object or an event, I could not step outside the circle which was fitted to teach me and inspire me with an interest. In this view I wrote at first certain little poems in the form of songs, or in a freer measure. They are founded on reflection, treat of the past, and for the most part take an epigrammatic turn. And thus began that tendency from which I could not deviate my whole life through, namely, the tendency to turn into an image, into a poem, everything that delighted or troubled me, or otherwise occupied me, and to come to some certain understanding with myself upon it, that I might both rectify my conceptions of external things and set my mind at rest about them. The faculty of doing this was necessary to no one more than to me, for my natural disposition whirled me constantly from one extreme to the other. All, therefore, that has been confessed by me consists of fragments of a great confession, and this little book is an attempt which I have ventured on to render it complete. My early affection for Gretchen I had now transferred to one Annette Aennchen, of whom I can say nothing more than that she was young, handsome, sprightly, loving, and so agreeable that she well deserved to be set up for a time in the shrine of the heart as a little saint, that she might receive all that reverence which it often causes more pleasure to bestow than to receive. I saw her daily without hindrance. She helped to prepare the meals I enjoyed. She brought in the evening, at least, the wine I drank. And indeed our select club of noonday boarders was a warranty that the little house, which was visited by few guests except during the fair, well merited its good reputation. Opportunity and inclination were found for various kinds of amusement, but as she neither could nor dared go much out of the house, the pastime was somewhat limited. We sang the songs of Zachariah, played the Duke Michael of Kruger, in which a knotted handkerchief had to take the place of the nightingale, and so for a while it went on quite tolerably. But since such connections, the more innocent they are, afford the less variety in the long run, I was seized with that wicked distemper which seduces us to derive amusement from the torment of a beloved one, and to domineer over a girl's devotedness with a wanton and tyrannical caprice. My ill humour at the failure of my poetical attempts, at the apparent impossibility of coming to a clear understanding about them, and at everything else that might pinch me here and there, I thought I might vent on her, because she truly loved me with all her heart, and did whatever she could to please me. By unfounded and absurd fits of jealousy, I destroyed our most delightful days, both for myself and her. She endured it for a time with incredible patience, which I was cruel enough to try to the uttermost. But to my shame and despair, I was at last forced to remark that her heart was alienated from me, and that I might now have good ground for the madness in which I had indulged without necessity and without cause. There were also terrible scenes between us in which I gained nothing, and I then first felt that I had truly loved her, and could not bear to lose her. My passion grew and assumed all the forms of which it is capable under such circumstances. Nay, at last I even took up the rôle which the girl had hitherto played. I sought everything possible in order to be agreeable to her, even to procure her pleasure by means of others, for I could not renounce the hope of winning her again. But it was too late. I had lost her really, and the frenzy with which I revenged my fault upon myself by assaulting in various frantic ways my physical nature, in order to inflict some hurt on my moral nature, contributed very much to the bodily maladies under which I lost some of the best years of my life. Indeed, I should perchance have been completely ruined by this loss, had not my poetic talent here shown itself particularly helpful with its healing power. Already, at many intervals before, I had clearly enough perceived my ill conduct. I really pitied the poor child when I saw her so thoroughly wounded by me without necessity. I pictured to myself so often and so circumstantially her condition and my own, and, as a contrast, the contented state of another couple in our company, that at last I could not forbear treating this situation dramatically, as a painful and instructive penance. Hence arose the oldest of my extant dramatic labours, the little piece entitled Die Laune des Verliebten, the lover's caprice, in the simple nature of which one may at the same time perceive the impetus of a boiling passion. But before this, a deep, significant, impulsive world had already interested me. Through my adventures with Gretchen and its consequences, I had early looked into the strange labyrinths by which civil society is undermined. Religion, morals, law, rank, connections, custom, all rule only the surface of city existence. The streets, bordered by splendid houses, are kept neat, and everyone behaves himself there properly enough. But indoors it often seems only so much the more disordered, and a smooth exterior, like a thin coat of mortar, plasters over many a rotten wall that tumbles together overnight, and produces an effect the more frightful as it comes into the midst of a condition of repose. A great many families, far and near, I had seen already, either overwhelmed in ruin or kept miserably hanging on the brink of it by means of bankruptcies, divorces, seduced daughters, murders, house robberies, poisonings. And young as I was, I had often in such cases lent a hand for help and preservation. For as my frankness awakened confidence, as my secrecy was proved, as my activity feared no sacrifice and loved best to exert itself in the most dangerous affairs, I had often enough found opportunity to mediate, to hush up, to divert the lightning flash, with every other assistance of the kind, in the course of which, as well in my own person as through others, I could not fail to come to the knowledge of many afflicting and humiliating facts. To relieve myself, I designed several plays and wrote the arguments. * Exposition, in a dramatic sense, properly means a statement of the events which take place before the action of the play commences. Translator. Of most of them. But since the intrigues were always obliged to be painful, and almost all these pieces threatened a tragical conclusion, I let them drop one after another. The Mitschuldigen, the accomplices, is the only one that was finished, the cheerful and burlesque tone of which, upon the gloomy family ground, appears as if accompanied by something causing anxiety, so that on the whole it is painful in representation, although it pleases in detached passages. The illegal deeds, harshly expressed, wound the aesthetic and moral feeling, and the piece could therefore find no favour on the German stage, although the imitations of it, which steered clear of those rocks, were received with applause. Both the above-mentioned pieces were, however, written from a more elevated point of view, without my having been aware of it. They direct us to a considerate forbearance in casting moral imputations, and, in somewhat harsh and coarse touches, sportively express that most Christian maxim, "Let him who is without sin among you cast the first stone." Through this earnestness, which cast a gloom over my first pieces, I committed the mistake of neglecting very favourable materials, which lay quite decidedly in my natural disposition. In the midst of these serious, and for a young man fearful experiences, was developed in me a reckless humour, which feels itself superior to the moment, and not only fears no danger, but rather wantonly courts it. The reason of this lay in the exuberance of spirits in which the vigorous time of life so much delights, and which, if it manifests itself in a frolicsome way, causes much pleasure, both at the moment and in remembrance. These things are so usual that in the vocabulary of our young university friends they are called sweets, and on account of the close similarity of signification, to play sweets means just the same as to play pranks. The real meaning of the passage is that the idiom Possenreissen is used also with the university word sweet, so that one can say Sweetenreissen, translator. Such humorous acts of daring, brought on the theatre with wit and sense, are of the greatest effect. They are distinguished from intrigue, inasmuch as they are momentary, and that their aim, whenever they are to have one, must not be remote. Beaumarchais has seized their full value, and the effects of his Figaro spring preeminently from this. Whereas such good-humoured, roguish, and half-knavish pranks are practised with personal risk for noble ends, the situations which arise from them are aesthetically and morally considered of the greatest value for the theatre, as, for instance, the opera of the Water Carrier treats perhaps the happiest subject which we have ever yet seen upon the stage. To enliven the extreme tedium of daily life, I played off numberless tricks of the sort, partly without any aim at all, partly in the service of my friends, whom I liked to please. For myself, I could not say that I had once acted in this designedly, nor that I ever happened to consider a feat of the kind as a subject for art. Had I, however, seized upon and elaborated such materials, which were so close at hand, my earliest labours would have been more cheerful and available. Some incidents of this kind occur indeed later, but isolated and without design. For since the heart always lies nearer to us than the head, and gives us trouble, whereas the latter knows how to set matters to rights, the affairs of the heart had always appeared to me as the most important. I was never weary of reflecting upon the transient nature of attachments, the mutability of human character, moral sensuality, and all the heights and depths, the combination of which in our nature may be considered as the riddle of human life. Here, too, I sought to get rid of that which troubled me in a song, an epigram, in some kind of rhyme, which, since they referred to the most private feelings and the most peculiar circumstances, could scarcely interest any one but myself. In the meantime, my external position had very much changed after the lapse of a short time. Madame Boehmer, after a long and melancholy illness, had at last died. She had latterly ceased to admit me to her presence. Her husband could not be very much satisfied with me. I seemed to him not sufficiently industrious and too frivolous. He especially took it very ill of me when it was told him that at the lectures on German public law, instead of taking proper notes, I had been drawing on the margin of my notebook the personages presented to our notice in them, such as the President of the Chamber, the moderators and assessors, in strange wigs, and by this drollery had disturbed my attentive neighbours and set them laughing. After the loss of his wife, he lived still more retired than before, and at last I shunned him in order to avoid his reproaches. But it was peculiarly unfortunate that Gellert would not use the power which he might have exercised over us. Indeed, he had not time to play the father confessor, and to inquire after the character and faults of everybody. He therefore took the matter very much in the lump, and thought to curb us by means of the church forms. For this reason he commonly, when he admitted us to his presence, used to lower his little head, and in his weeping, winning voice, to ask us whether we went regularly to church, who was our confessor, and whether we took the Holy Communion. If we came off badly at this examination, we were dismissed with lamentations. We were more vexed than edified, yet could not help loving the man.
The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford. Section 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford. Section 24. On this occasion I cannot forbear recalling somewhat of my earlier youth, in order to make it obvious that the great affairs of the ecclesiastical religion must be carried on with order and coherence, if they are to prove as fruitful as is expected. The Protestant service has too little fullness and consistency to be able to hold the congregation together. Hence it easily happens that members secede from it, and either form little congregations of their own, or without ecclesiastical connection, quietly carry on their citizen life side by side. Thus, for a considerable time complaints were made that church-goers were diminishing from year to year, and just in the same ratio the persons who partook of the Lord's Supper. With respect to both, but especially the latter, the cause lies close at hand, but who dares to speak it out? We will make the attempt. In moral and religious, as well as in physical and civil matters, man does not like to do anything on the spur of the moment. He needs a sequence from which results habit, but he is to love and to perform. What he is to love and to perform, he cannot represent to himself as single or isolated. And if he is to repeat anything willingly, it must not have become strange to him. If the Protestant worship lacks fullness in general, so let it be investigated in detail, and it will be found that the Protestant has too few sacraments. Nay, indeed, he has only one in which he is himself an actor, the Lord's Supper. For baptism he sees only when it is performed on others, and is not greatly edified by it. The sacraments are the higher part of religion, the symbols to our senses of the extraordinary divine favor and grace. In the Lord's Supper, earthly lips are to receive a divine being embodied, and partake of a heavenly under the form of an earthly nourishment. This import is the same in all kinds of Christian churches. Whether the sacrament is taken with more or less submission to the mystery, with more or less accommodation as to that which is intelligible, it always remains a great holy thing, which in reality takes the place of the possible or the impossible, the place of that which man can neither attain nor do without. But such a sacrament should not stand alone. No Christian can partake of it with the true joy for which it is given, if the symbolical or sacramental sense is not fostered within him. He must be accustomed to regard the inner religion of the heart and that of the external churches as perfectly one, as the great universal sacrament, which again divides itself into so many others, and communicates to these parts its holiness, indestructibleness, and eternity. Here a youthful pair join hands, not for a passing salutation or for the dance. The priest pronounces his blessing upon them, and the bond is indissoluble. It is not long before this wedding pair bring a likeness to the threshold of the altar. It is purified with holy water, and so incorporated into the church that it cannot forfeit this benefit but through the most monstrous apostasy. The child in the course of life goes on progressing in earthly things of its own accord. In heavenly things he must be instructed. Does it prove on examination that this has been fully done? He is now received into the bosom of the Church as an actual citizen, as a true and voluntary professor, not without outward tokens of the weightiness of his act. Now only he is decidedly a Christian. Now for the first time he knows his advantages and also his duties. But in the meantime, a great deal that is strange has happened to him as a man. Through instruction and affliction he has come to know how critical appears the state of his inner self, and there will constantly be a question of doctrines and of transgressions, but punishment shall no longer take place. For here in the infinite confusion in which he must entangle himself, amid the conflict of natural and religious claims, an admirable expedient is given him in confiding his deeds and misdeeds, his infirmities and doubts, to a worthy man appointed expressly for that purpose, who knows how to calm, to warn, to strengthen him, to chasten him likewise by symbolical punishments, and at last by a complete washing away of his guilt, to render him happy and to give him back, pure and cleansed, the tablet of his manhood. Thus prepared and purely set at rest by several sacramental acts, which on closer examination branch forth again into minuter sacramental traits, he kneels down to receive the host. And that the mystery of this high act may be still enhanced, he sees the chalice only in the distance. It is no common eating and drinking that satisfies, it is a heavenly feast which makes him thirst after heavenly drink. Let not the youth believe that this is all he has to do. Let not even the man believe it. In earthly relations we are at last accustomed to depend on ourselves, and even there knowledge, understanding, and character will not always suffice. In heavenly things, on the contrary, we will never finish learning. The higher feeling within us, which often finds itself not even truly at home, is besides oppressed by so much from without, that our own power hardly administers all that is necessary for counsel, consolation, and help. But to this end that remedy is instituted for our whole life, and an intelligent, pious man is continually waiting to show the right way to the wanderers, and to relieve the distressed. And what has been so well tried through the whole life is now to show forth all its healing power with tenfold activity at the gate of death, with a capital D. According to a trustful custom, inculcated from youth upwards, the dying man receives with fervor those symbolical, significant assurances, and there, where every earthly warranty fails, he is assured by a heavenly one of a blessed existence for all eternity. He feels perfectly convinced that neither a hostile element nor a malignant spirit can hinder him from clothing himself with a glorified body, so that in immediate relations with the Godhead, with a capital G, he may partake of the boundless happiness which flows forth from him. Then, in conclusion, that the whole may be made holy, the feet also are anointed and blessed. They are to feel, even in the event of possible recovery, a repugnance to touching this earthly, hard, impenetrable soil. A wonderful elasticity is to be imparted to them, by which they spurn from under them the clod of earth, which hitherto attracted them. And so, through a brilliant cycle of equally holy acts, the beauty of which we have only briefly hinted at, the cradle and the grave, however far asunder they may chance to be, are joined in one continuous circle. But all these spiritual wonders spring not, like other fruits, from the natural soil, where they can neither be sown nor planted nor cherished. We must supplicate for them from another region, a thing which cannot be done by all persons nor at all times. Here we meet the highest of these symbols derived from pious tradition. We are told that one man may be more favored, blessed, and sanctified from above than another, but that this may not appear as a natural gift. This great boon, bounded up with a heavy duty, must be communicated to others by one authorized person to another, and the greatest good that a man can attain without his having to obtain it by his own wrestling or grasping must be preserved and perpetuated on earth by spiritual inheritance. In the very ordination of the priest is comprehended all that is necessary for the effectual solemnizing of those holy acts by which the multitude receive grace, without any other activity being needful on their part than that of faith and implicit confidence. And thus the priest joins the line of his predecessors and successors in the circle of those anointed with him, representing the highest source of blessings, so much the more gloriously as it is not he, the priest, whom we reverence, but his office. It is not his nod to which we bow the knee, but the blessing which he imparts, and which seems the more holy, and to come the more immediately from heaven, because earthly instrument cannot at all weaken or invalidate it by its own sinful, nay, wicked nature. How is this truly spiritual connection shattered to pieces in Protestantism by part of the above-mentioned symbols being declared apocryphal and only a few canonical? And how by their indifference to one of these will they prepare us for the high dignity of the others? In my time I had been confided to the religious instruction of a good old infirm clergyman, who had been confessor of the family for many years. The Catechism, a paraphrase of it, and the scheme of salvation I had at my fingers' ends. I lacked not one of the strongly proving biblical texts, but from all this I reaped no fruit. For, as they assured me that the honest old man arranged his chief examination according to an old set form, I lost all pleasure and inclination for the business, spent the last week in all sorts of diversions, laid in my hat the loose leaves borrowed from an older friend who had gotten them from the clergyman, and unfeelingly and senselessly read aloud all that I should have known how to utter with feeling and conviction. But I found my good intention and my aspirations in this important matter still more paralyzed by a dry, spiritless routine, when I was now to approach the confessional. I was indeed conscious of having many failings, but no great faults, and that very consciousness diminished them, since it directed me to the moral strength which lay within me, and which, with resolution and perseverance, was at last to become master over the old Adam. We were taught that we were much better than the Catholics for the very reason that we were not obliged to confess anything in particular in the confessional, nay, that this would not be at all proper, even if we wished to do it. I did not like this at all, for I had the strangest religious doubts, which I would readily have had cleared up on such an occasion. Now, as this was not to be done, I composed a confession for myself, which, while it well expressed my state of mind, was to confess to an intelligent man in general terms that which I was forbidden to tell him in detail. But when I entered the old choir of the Barefoot Friars, when I approached the strange latticed closets in which the revered gentlemen used to be found for that purpose, when the sexton opened the door for me, when I now saw myself shut up in the narrow place face to face with my spiritual grandsire, and he bade me welcome with his weak nasal voice, all the light of my mind and heart was extinguished at once. The well-conned confessional speech would not cross my lips. In my embarrassment I opened the book I had in my hand, and read from it the first short form I saw. which was so general that anybody might have spoken it with quite a safe conscience. I received absolution, and withdrew neither warm nor cold, went the next day with my parents to the table of the Lord, and for a few days behaved myself as was becoming after so holy an act. In the sequel, however, there came over me that evil, which from the fact of our religion being complicated by various dogmas, and founded on texts of Scripture which admit of several interpretations, attacks scrupulous men in such a manner that it brings on a hypochondriacal condition, and raises this to its highest point to fixed ideas. I have known several men who, though their manner of thinking and living was perfectly rational, could not free themselves from thinking about the sin against the Holy Spirit, and from the fear that they had committed it. A similar trouble threatened me on the subject of the communion, for the text that one who unworthily partakes of the sacrament eateth and drinketh damnation to himself had very early already made a monstrous impression upon me. Every fearful thing that I had read in the histories of the Middle Ages, of the judgments of God, of those most strange ordeals by red-hot iron, flaming fire, swelling water, and even what the Bible tells us of the drought, which agrees well with the innocent, but puffs up and bursts the guilty, all this pictured itself to my imagination, and formed itself into the most frightful combinations, since false vows, hypocrisy, perjury, blasphemy, all seemed to weigh down the unworthy person at this most holy act, which was so much the more horrible, as no one could dare to pronounce himself worthy, and the forgiveness of sins, by which everything was to be at last done away, was found limited by so many conditions that one could not with certainty dare appropriate it to one's self. This gloomy scruple troubled me to such a degree, and the expedient which they would represent to me as sufficient seemed so bald and feeble, that it gave the bugbear only a more fearful aspect, and as soon as I had reached Leipzig, I tried to free myself altogether from my connection with the Church. How oppressive then must have been to me the exhortations of Gellert, whom, considering the generally laconic style with which he was obliged to repel our obtrusiveness, I was unwilling to trouble with such singular questions, and the less, so as in my more cheerful hours I weigh myself ashamed of them, and at last left completely behind me this strange anguish of conscience, together with church and altar. Gellert, in accordance with his pious feelings, had composed for himself a course of ethics, which from time to time he publicly read, and thus in an honorable manner acquitted himself of his duty to the public. Gellert's writings had already, for a long time, been the foundation of German moral culture, and everyone anxiously wished to see that work printed. But as this was not to be done until after the good man's death, people thought themselves very fortunate to hear him deliver it himself in his lifetime. The philosophical auditorium, (the lecture room), the word is also used in university language to denote a professor's audience, was at such times crowded, and the beautiful soul, the pure will, in the interest of the noble man in our welfare, his exhortations, warnings, and entreaties, uttered in a somewhat hollow and sorrowful tone, made indeed an impression for the moment, but this did not last long, the less so as there were many scoffers who contrived to make us suspicious of his tender, and as they thought, enervating manner. I remember a Frenchman travelling through the town, who asked what were the maxims and opinions of the man who attracted such an immense concourse. When we had given him the necessary information, he shook his head, and said, smiling, "Laissez le faire, il nous forme des dupes." And thus also did good society, which cannot easily endure anything worthy near it, know how to spoil on occasion the moral influence which Gellert might have had upon us. Now it was taken ill of him that he instructed the deans of distinction and wealth, who were particularly recommended to him, better than the other students, and had a marked solicitude for them. Now he was charged with selfishness and nepotism for causing a table d'hôte to be established for these young men at his brother's house. His brother, a tall, good-looking, blunt, unceremonious, and somewhat coarse man, had, it was said, been a fencing master, and notwithstanding the too great lenity of his brother, the noble boarders were often treated harshly and roughly. Hence the people thought they must again take the part of these young folks, and pulled about the good reputation of the excellent Gellert to such a degree, that in order not to be mistaken about him, we became indifferent towards him, and visited him no more. Yet we always saluted him in our best manner when he came riding along on his tame grey horse. This horse the Elector had sent him, to oblige him to take an exercise so necessary for his health, a distinction for which he was not easily to be forgiven. And thus, by degrees, the epoch approached when all authority was to vanish from before me, and I was to become suspicious, nay, to despair even, of the greatest and best individuals whom I had known or imagined. Frederick II still stood at the head of all the distinguished men of the century in my thoughts, and it must therefore have appeared very surprising to me that I could praise him as little before the inhabitants of Leipzig as formerly in my grandfather's house. They had felt the hand of war heavily, it is true, and therefore they were not to blame for not thinking the best of him who had begun and continued it. They therefore were willing to let him pass as a distinguished, but by no means as a great man. There was no art, they said, in performing something with great means, and if one spares neither lands, nor money, nor blood, one may well accomplish one's purpose at last. Frederick had shown himself great in none of his plans, and in nothing that he had, properly speaking, undertaken. So long as it depended on him, he had only gone on making blunders, and what was extraordinary in him had only come to light when he was compelled to make these blunders good again. It was purely from this that he had obtained his great reputation, since every man wishes for himself the same talent for making good, in a clever way, the blunders which he frequently commits. If one goes through the 7 Years' War step by step, it will be found that the king quite uselessly sacrificed his fine army, and that it was his own fault that this ruinous feud had been protracted to so great a length. A truly great man and general would have got the better of his enemies much sooner. That was the end of a quotation. In support of these opinions they could cite infinite details, which I did not know how to deny, and I felt the unbounded reverence which I had devoted to this remarkable prince from my youth upwards gradually cooling away. As the inhabitants of Leipzig had now destroyed for me the pleasant feeling of revering a great man, so did a new friend, whom I gained at the time, very much diminish the respect which I entertained for my present fellow citizens. This friend was one of the strangest fellows in the world. He was named Behrisch, and was tutor to the young Count Lindenau. Even his exterior was singular enough. Lean and well built, far advanced in his 30s, a very large nose, and altogether marked features. He wore from morning till night a scratch, which might well have been called a peruke. He dressed himself very neatly, and never went out but with his sword by his side, and his hat under his arm. He was one of those men who have quite a peculiar gift of killing time, or, rather, who know how to make something out of nothing in order to pass time away. Everything he did had to be done with slowness and with a certain deportment which might have been called affected if Behrisch had not even by nature had something affected in his manner. He resembled an old Frenchman and also spoke and wrote French very well and easily. His greatest delight was to busy himself seriously about drolleries, and to follow up without end any silly notion. Thus he was constantly dressed in grey, and as the different parts of his attire were of different material and also of different shades, he could reflect for whole days as to how he could procure 1 grey more for his body, and was happy when he had succeeded in this, and could put to shame us who had doubted it, or had pronounced it impossible. He then gave us long, severe lectures about our lack of inventive power, and our want of faith in his talents. For the rest, he had studied well, was particularly versed in the modern languages and their literature, and wrote an excellent hand. He was very well disposed towards me, and I, having been always accustomed and inclined to the society of older persons, soon attached myself to him. My intercourse served him, too, for a special amusement, since he took pleasure in taming my restlessness and impatience, with which, on the other hand, I gave him enough to do. In the art of poetry he had what is called taste, a certain general opinion about the good and the bad, the mediocre and tolerable, but his judgment was rather censorious, and he destroyed even the little faith in contemporary writers which I cherished within me, by unfeeling remarks, which he knew how to advance with wit and humour about the writings and poems of this man and that. He received my productions with indulgence, and let me have my own way, but only on the condition that I should have nothing printed. He promised me, on the other hand, that he himself would copy those pieces which he thought good, and would present me with them in a handsome volume. This undertaking now afforded an opportunity for the greatest possible waste of time, for before he could find the right paper, before he could make up his mind as to the size, before he had settled the breadth of the margin and the form of handwriting, before the crow quills were provided and cut into pens, and Indian ink was rubbed, whole weeks passed without the least bit having been done. With just as much ado he always set about his writing, and really by degrees put together a most charming manuscript. The title of the poems was in German text, the verses themselves in a perpendicular Saxon hand, and at the end of every poem was an analogous vignette, which he had either selected somewhat or other, or had invented himself, and in which he contrived to imitate very neatly the hatching of the woodcuts and tail-pieces which are used for such purposes. To show me these things as he went on, to celebrate beforehand in a comico-pathetical manner my good fortune in seeing myself immortalized in such exquisite handwriting, and that in a style which no printing press could attain, gave another occasion for passing the most agreeable hours. In the meantime his intercourse was always secretly instructive, by reason of his liberal acquirements, and as he knew how to subdue my restless, impetuous disposition, was also quite wholesome for me in a moral sense. He had, too, quite a peculiar abhorrence of roughness, and his jests were always quaint without ever falling into the coarse or the trivial. He indulged himself in a distorted aversion from his countrymen, and described with ludicrous touches even what they were able to undertake. He was particularly inexhaustible in a comical representation of individual persons, as he found something to find fault with in the exterior of every one. Thus, when we lay together at the window, he could occupy himself for hours criticizing the passers-by, and when he had censured them long enough, in showing exactly and circumstantially how they ought to have dressed themselves, ought to have walked, and ought to have behaved, to look like ordinary people. Such attempts, for the most part, ended in something improper and absurd, so that we might not so much laugh at how the man looked, but at how, perchance, he might have looked had he been mad enough to caricature himself. In all such matters, Behrisch went quite unmercifully to work, without being in the slightest degree malicious. On the other hand, we knew how to tease him on our side by assuring him that, to judge from his exterior, he must be taken, if not for a French dancing master, at least for the academical teacher of the language. This reproval was usually the signal for dissertations an hour long, in which he used to set forth the difference, wide as the heavens, which there was between him and an old Frenchman. At the same time he commonly imputed to us all sorts of awkward attempts that we might possibly have made for the alteration and modification of his wardrobe. My poetical compositions, which I only carried on the more zealously as the transcript went on becoming more beautiful and more careful, now inclined altogether to the natural and the true, and if the subjects could not always be important, I nevertheless always endeavored to express them clearly and pointedly, the more so as my friend often gave me to understand what a great thing it was to write down a verse on Dutch paper, with the crow quill and the Indian ink, what time, talent, and exertion it required, which ought not to be squandered on anything empty and superfluous. He would at the same time open a finished parcel, and circumstantially to explain what ought not to stand in this or that place, or congratulate us that it actually did not stand there. He then spoke with great contempt of the art of printing, mimicked the compositor, ridiculed his gestures, and his hurried picking out of letters here and there, and derived from this maneuver all the calamities of literature. On the other hand, he extolled the grace and noble posture of a writer, and immediately sat down himself to exhibit it to us, while he rated us at the same time for not demeaning ourselves at the writing table precisely after his example and motto. He now reverted to the contrast with the compositor, turned the begun letter upside down, and showed how unseemly it would be to write anything from the bottom to the top, or from the right to the left, with other things of like kind with which whole volumes might have been filled. With such harmless fooleries we squandered our precious time, while it could have occurred to none of us that anything would chance to proceed out of our circle, which would awaken a general sensation and bring us into not the best repute. Gellert may have taken little pleasure in his practicum, and if perhaps he took pleasure in giving some directions as to prose and poetical style, he did it most privately only to a few, among whom we could not number ourselves. Professor Clodius thought to fill the gap which thus arose in the public instruction. He had gained some renown in literature, criticism, and poetry, and as a young, lively, obliging man, found many friends both in the university and in the city. Gellert himself referred us to the lectures now commenced by him, and as far as the practical matter was concerned, we remarked little difference. He, too, only criticized details, corrected likewise with red ink, and one found oneself in company with mere blunders, without a prospect as to where the right was to be sought. I had brought to him some of my little labors, which he did not treat harshly, but just at this time they wrote to me from home that I must without fail furnish a poem for my uncle's wedding. I felt far removed from that light and frivolous period in which a similar thing would have given me pleasure, and since I could get nothing out of the actual circumstance itself, I determined to trick out my work in the best manner with extraneous ornament. I therefore convened all Olympus to consult about the marriage of a Frankfort lawyer, and seriously enough, to be sure, as well became the festival of such an honorable man. Venus and Themis had quarrelled for his sake, but a roguish prank, which Amor played the latter, gained the suit for the former, and the gods decided in favor of the marriage. My work by no means displeased me. I received from home a handsome letter in its praise, took the trouble to have another fair copy, and hoped to extort some applause from my professor also. But here I missed my aim. He took the matter severely, and as he did not notice the tone of parody which nevertheless lay in the notion, he declared the great expenditure of divine means for such an insignificant human end in the highest degree reprehensible, inveighed against the use and abuse of such mythological figures as a false habit originating in pedantic times, found the expression now too high, now too low, and in divers particulars had indeed not spared the red ink, though he asserted that he had yet done too little. Such pieces were read aloud and criticized anonymously, it is true, but we used to watch each other, and it remained no secret that this unfortunate assembly of the gods was my work. Yet since his critique, when I took his point of view, seemed to be perfectly just, and those divinities more nearly inspected were in fact only hollow shadow forms, I cursed all Olympus, flung the whole mythic pantheon away, and from that time Amor and Luna have been the only divinities which at all appear in my little poems. Among the persons whom Behrisch had chosen as the butt of his wit, Clodius stood just at the head, nor was it hard to find a comical side in him. Being of small stature, rather stout and thick-set, he was violent in his motions, somewhat impetuous in his utterances, and restless in his demeanor. In all this he differed from his fellow citizens, who nevertheless willingly put up with him on account of his good qualities and the fine promise which he gave. He was usually commissioned with the poems which had become necessary on festive occasions. In the so-called ode he followed the manner employed by Ramler, whom, however, it alone suited. But Clodius, as an imitator, had especially marked the foreign words by means of which the poems of Ramler come forth with a majestic pomp, which, because it is conformable to the greatness of his subject and the rest of his poetic treatment, produces a very good effect on the ear, feelings, and imagination. In Clodius, on the contrary, these expressions had a heterogeneous air, since his poetry was in other respects not calculated to elevate the mind in any manner. Now we had often been obliged to see such poems printed and highly lauded in our presence, and we found it highly offensive that he who had sequestered the heathen gods from us now wished to hammer together another ladder to Parnassus out of Greek and Roman word-rungs. These oft-recurring expressions stamped themselves firmly on our memory, and in a merry hour, when we were eating some most excellent cakes in the kitchen gardens (Kohlgarten), it all at once struck me to put together these words of might and power in a poem on the cake-baker Handel. No sooner thought than done, and let it stand here too, as it was written on the wall of the house with a lead pencil. Handel, dessen Ruhmwohn Süd zum Norden reicht, Vernim den Ton der zu deinem Ohren steigt. du wachst, was Gorlin und Briten im Sieg suchen mit schöpfischen Genie, originale Kuchen. Das Kaffees Ocean, der sich vor der ergießt, ist süßer als der Saft, der von Haemitus fließt. Dein Haus ein Monument, wie wir den Kunsten lohnen, umhängen mit Tropfen, ersaut den Nationen. Auch ohne Diadem fand Händel hier sein Glück und raubte dem Kothurn gar manch 8-Groschen-Stück. Glinst deine Urn dereinst in majestätischen Pompe, dann weint der Patriot an deinem Katakombe. Doch lebt dein Taurus von Idler brüt ein Nest, steh hoch wie der Olymp, wie der Parnassus fest. Kein Phalanx, Griechenland, mit römischen Ballisten vermög Germanien und Händel zu verwüsten. Dein Wohl ist unser Stolz, dein Leiden unser Schmerz, und Händels Tempel ist der Musensohin Herz. Footnote. The humor of the above consists not in the thoughts, but in the particular words employed. These have no remarkable effect in English, as to us the words of Latin origin are often as familiar as those which have Teutonic roots, and these form the chief peculiarity of the style. We have therefore given the poem in the original language with the peculiar words, as indicated by Goethe in italics, and subjoin a literal translation. It will be observed that we have said that the peculiarity consists chiefly, not solely, in the use of the foreign words, for there are 2 or 3 instances of unquestionably German words which are italicized on account of their high-sounding pomp. Quote, O Handel, whose fame extends from south to north, hear the paean which ascends to thine ears. Thou bakest that which Gauls and Britons industriously seek. Thou bakest with creative genius original cakes. The ocean of coffee which pours itself out before thee is sweeter than the juice which flows from Haemitus. Thy house a monument, how we reward the arts, hung around with trophies, tells the nations. Even without a diadem, Handel formed his fortune here, and robbed the Cothurnus of many an 8-Groschen piece. When thy urn shines hereafter in majestic pomp, then will the patriot weep at thy catacomb. But live, let thy bed, Taurus, be the nest of a noble brood, stand high as Olympus, and firm as Parnassus. May no phalanx of Greek with Roman ballisto be able to destroy Germania and Handel. Thy weal is our pride, thy woe our pain, and Handel's temple is the heart of the sons of the Muses. End of translation. This poem had its place for a long time among many others which disfigured the walls of that room without being noticed, and we, who had sufficiently amused ourselves with it, forgot it altogether amongst other things. A long time afterwards, Clodius came out with his Medon, whose wisdom, magnanimity, and virtue we found infinitely ridiculous, much as his first representation of the piece was applauded. That evening, when we met together in the wine-house, I made a prologue in doggerel verse, in which Harlequin steps out with two great sacks, places them on each side of the proscenium, and after various preliminary jokes, tells the spectators in confidence that in the two sacks moral ascetic dust is to be found, which the actors will very frequently throw into their eyes. One, to wit, was filled with good deeds that cost nothing, and the other with splendidly expressed opinions that had no meaning behind them. He reluctantly withdrew, and sometimes came back, earnestly exhorted the spectators to attend to his warning and shut their eyes, reminded them that he had always been their friend, and meant well with them, with many more things of the kind. This prologue was acted in the room on the spot by friend Horn, but the jest remained quite among ourselves. Not even a copy had been taken, and the paper was soon lost. However, Horn, who had performed the Harlequin, very prettily took it into his head to enlarge my poem to Handel by several verses, and then to make it refer to Medon. He read it to us, but we could not take any pleasure in it, for we did not find the additions even ingenious, while the first poem, being written for quite a different purpose, seemed to us disfigured. Our friend, displeased with our indifference, or rather censure, may have shown it to others, who found it new and amusing. Copies were now made of it, to which the reputation of Clodius's Medon gave at once a rapid publicity. Universal disapproval was the consequence, and the originators (it was soon found out that the poem had proceeded from our clique) were severely censured, for nothing of the sort had been seen since Cronach's and Rost's attacks upon Gottsched. We had besides already secluded ourselves, and now found ourselves quite in the case of the owl with respect to the other birds. In Dresden, too, they did not like the affair, and it had for us serious, if not unpleasant, consequences. For some time already, Count Lindenau had not been quite satisfied with his son's tutor, for although the young man was by no means neglected, and Behrisch kept himself either in the chamber of the young court, or at least close to it, when the instructors gave their daily lessons, regularly frequented the lectures with him, never went out in the daytime without him, and accompanied him in all his walks. Yet the rest of us were always to be found in Appel's house, and joined them whenever they went on a pleasure ramble. This already excited some attention. Behrisch, too, accustomed himself to our society, and at last, towards 9 o'clock in the evenings, generally transferred his pupil into the hands of the valet de chambre, and went in quest of us to the wine-house, whither, however, he never used to come but in shoes and stockings, with his sword by his side, and commonly his hat under his arm. The jokes and fooleries which he generally started went on ad infinitum. Thus, for instance, one of our friends had a habit of going away precisely at 10, because he had a connection with a pretty girl, with whom he could converse only at that hour. We did not like to lose him, and one evening, when we sat very happily together, Behrisch secretly determined that he would not let him off this time. At the stroke of 10, the other arose and took leave. Behrisch called after him, and begged him to wait a moment, as he was just going with him. He now began, in the most amusing manner, first to look after his sword, which stood just before his eyes, and in buckling it on behaved awkwardly, so that he could never accomplish it. He did this, too, so naturally that no one took offence at it. But when, to vary the theme, he at last went farther, so that the sword came now on the right side, now between his legs, and universal laughter arose, in which the man in a hurry, who was likewise a merry fellow, chimed in, and let Behrisch have his own way till the happy hour was past. when for the first time there followed general pleasure and agreeable conversation till deep into the night. Unfortunately, Behrisch, and we through him, had a certain other propensity for some girls who were better than their reputation, by which our own reputation could not be improved. We had often been seen in their garden, and we directed our walks thither, even when the young count was with us. All this may have been treasured up and at last communicated to his father. Enough! He sought in a gentlemanly manner to get rid of the tutor, to whom the event proved fortunate. His good exterior, his knowledge and talents, his integrity, which no one could call in question, had won him the affection and esteem of distinguished persons, on whose recommendation he was appointed tutor to the hereditary Prince of Dessau, and at the court of a prince, excellent in every respect, found a solid happiness. The loss of a friend like Behrisch was of the greatest consequence to me. He had spoiled while he cultivated me, and his presence was necessary, if the pains he had thought good to spend upon me were in any degree to bring forth fruit for society. He knew how to engage me in all kinds of pretty and agreeable things, in whatever was just appropriate, and to bring out my social talents. But as I had gained no self-dependence in such things, so when I was alone again I immediately relapsed into my confused and crabbed disposition, which always increased the more discontented I was with those around me, since I fancied that they were not contented with me. With the most arbitrary caprice I took offence at what I might have considered an advantage, thus alienated many with whom I had hitherto been on a tolerable footing, and on account of the many disagreeable consequences which I had drawn on myself and others, whether by doing or leaving undone, by doing too much or too little, was obliged to hear the remark from my well-wishers that I lacked experience. The same thing was told me by every person of sound sense who saw my productions, especially when these referred to the external world. I observed this as well as I could, but found in it little that was edifying, and was still forced to add enough of my own to make it only tolerable. I had often pressed my friend Behrisch, too, that he would make plain to me what was meant by experience. But because he was full of nonsense, he put me off with fair words from one day to another, and at last, after great preparations, disclosed to me that true experience was properly when one experiences how an experienced man must experience in experiencing his experience. Now, when we scolded him outrageously, and called him to account for this, he assured us that a great mystery lay hidden behind these words, which we could not comprehend until we had experienced, and so on, without end. For it cost him nothing to talk on in that way by the quarter of an hour, since the experience would always become more experienced, and at last come to true experience. When we were about to despair at such fooleries, he protested that he had learned this way of making himself intelligible and impressive from the latest and greatest authors, who had made us observe how one can rest a restful rest, and how silence, in being silent, can constantly become more silent. By chance an officer who came among us on furlough was praised in good company as a remarkable, sound-minded, and experienced man, who had fought through the 7 Years' War, and had gained universal confidence. It was not difficult for me to approach him, and we often went walking with each other. The idea of experience had almost become fixed in my brain, and the craving to make it clear to me passionate. Being of a frank disposition, I disclosed to him the uneasiness in which I found myself. He smiled and was kind enough to tell me, as an answer to my question, something of his own life, and generally of the world immediately about us, from which, indeed, little better was to be gathered than that experience convinces us that our best thoughts, wishes, and designs are unattainable, and that he who fosters such vagaries and advances them with eagerness is especially held to be an inexperienced man. Yet, as he was a gallant, good fellow, he assured me that he had himself not quite given up these vagaries, and felt himself tolerably well off with the little faith, love, and hope which remained. He then felt obliged to tell me a great deal about war, about the sort of life in the field, about skirmishes and battles, especially so far as he had taken part in them. When these vast events, by being considered in relation to a single individual, gained a very marvellous aspect, I then led him on to an open narration of the state situation of the court, which seemed to me quite like a tale. I heard of the bodily strength of Augustus II, of his many children and his vast expenses, then of his successor's love of art and of making collections, of Count Bruhl and his boundless love of magnificence, which in detail appeared almost absurd, of his numerous banquets and gorgeous amusements, which were cut off by Frederick's invasion of Saxony. The royal castles now lay in ruins. Bruhl's splendors were annihilated, and of the whole, a glorious land much injured alone remained. When he saw me astonished at that mad enjoyment of fortune, and then grieved by the calamity that followed, and informed me that one expects from an experienced man exactly this, that he shall be astonished at neither the one nor the other, nor take too lively an interest in them, I felt a great desire still to remain a while in the same experience as hitherto, in which desire he strengthened me, and very urgently entreated me, for the present at least, always to cling to agreeable experiences, and to try to avoid those that were disagreeable as much as possible, if they should intrude themselves upon me. But once, when the discussion was again about experience in general, and I related to him those ludicrous phrases of my friend Behrisch, he shook his head, smiling, and said, quote, "There one sees how it is with words which are only once uttered. These sound so comical, nay, so silly, that it would seem almost impossible to put a rational meaning into them, and yet perhaps the attempt might be made." End quote. And when I pressed him, he replied in his intelligent, cheerful manner, quote, "If you will allow me, while commenting on and completing your friend's observations, to go on after his fashion, I shall. I think he meant to say that experience is nothing else than that one experiences what one does not wish to experience, which is what it amounts to for the most part, at least in this world." The Autobiography of Goethe, Volume 1, by Johann von Goethe. Translated by John Oxenford. Section 25. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe, Volume 1, by Johann von Goethe. translated by John Oxenford. Section 25. Another man, although infinitely different from Behrisch in every respect, might yet be compared with him in a certain sense. I mean Oeser, who was also one of those men who dream away their lives in a comfortable state of being busy. His friends themselves secretly acknowledged that with very fine natural powers he had not spent his younger years in sufficient activity, for which reason he never went so far as to practice his art with perfect technicality. Yet a certain diligence appeared to be reserved for his old age, and during the many years which I knew him he never lacked invention or laboriousness. From the very first moment he had attracted me very much. Even his residence, strange and portentous, was highly charming to me. In the old Castle Pleissenburg, at the right-hand corner, one ascended a repaired, cheerful, winding staircase. The saloons of the Academy of Design, of which he was director, were found to the left, and were light and roomy, but he himself could only be reached through a narrow, dark passage, at the end of which one first sought the entrance into his apartments, having just passed between the whole suite of them and an extensive granary. The first apartment was adorned with pictures from the later Italian school, by masters whose grace he used highly to commend. As I, with some noblemen, had taken private lessons of him, we were permitted to draw here, and we often penetrated into his adjoining private cabinet, which contained at the same time his few books, collections of art and natural curiosities, and whatever else might have most interested him. Everything was arranged with taste, simply, and in such a manner that the little space held a great deal. The furniture, presses, and portfolios were elegant, without affectation or superfluity. Thus also the first thing which he recommended to us, and to which he always recurred, was simplicity in everything that art and manual labor united are called upon to produce. Being a sworn foe to the scroll and shell style, and of the whole taste for quaintness, he showed us in copper plates and drawings old patterns of the sort contrasted with better decorations and simpler forms of furniture, as well as with other appurtenances of a room, and because everything about him corresponded with these maxims, his words and instructions made a good and lasting impression on us. Besides this, he had an opportunity to let us see his opinions in practice, since he stood in good consideration both with private and with official persons, and was asked for advice when there were new buildings and alterations. He seemed in general to be more fond of preparing things on occasion for a certain end and use, than of undertaking and completing such as exist for themselves, and require a greater perfection. He was therefore always ready and at hand when the publishers needed larger and smaller copper plates for any work. Thus the vignettes to Winckelmann's first writings were etched by him, but he often made only sketchy drawings to which Geiser knew very well how to adapt himself. His figures had throughout something general, not to say ideal. His women were pleasing and agreeable. His children, naive enough, only he could not succeed with the men, who in his spirited but always cloudy, and at the same time foreshortening manner, had for the most part the look of Lazzaroni. Since he designed his composition less with regard to form than to light, shade, and masses, the general effect was good, as indeed the same that he did and produced was attended by a peculiar grace, as he at the same time neither could nor would control a deep-rooted propensity to the significant and the allegorical, to that which excites a secondary thought, So his works always furnished something to reflect upon, and were complete through a conception, even where they could not be so from art and execution. Thus bias, which is always dangerous, frequently led him to the very bounds of good taste, if not beyond them. He often sought to attain his views by the oddest notions, and by whimsical jests. Nay, his best works always have a touch of humor. If the public were not always satisfied with such things, he revenged himself by a new and even stranger drollery. Thus he afterwards exhibited in the ante-room of the great concert hall an ideal female figure in his own style, who was raising a pair of snuffers to a taper, and he was exceedingly delighted when he was able to cause a dispute on the question whether this singular muse meant to snuff the light or to extinguish it, when he roguishly allowed all sorts of bantering by thoughts to peep forth. But the building of the new theatre, in time, made the greatest noise, in which his curtain, when it was still quite new, had certainly an uncommonly charming effect. Oeser had taken the muses out of the clouds, upon which they usually hover on such occasions, and set them upon the earth. The statues of Sophocles and Aristophanes, around whom all the modern dramatic writers were assembled, adorned a vestibule to the temple of fame. Here, too, the goddesses of the arts were likewise present, and all was dignified and beautiful. But now comes the oddity. Through the open centre was seen the portal of the distant temple, and a man in a light jerkin was passing between the two above-mentioned groups, and, without troubling himself about them, directly up to the temple. He was seen from behind, and was not particularly distinguished. Now this man was to represent Shakespeare, who, without predecessors or followers, without concerning himself about models, went to meet immortality in his own way. This work was executed on the great floor over the new theatre. "We often assembled round him there, and in that place I read aloud to him the proof-sheets of Mazurian." As to myself, I by no means advanced in the practice of the art. His instructions worked upon our minds and our taste, but his own drawings was too undefined to guide me, who had only glimmered along by the objects of art and of nature, to a severe and decided practice. Of the faces and bodies he gave us rather the aspect in the forms, rather the postures than the proportions. He gave us the conception of the figures, and desired that we should impress them vividly upon our minds. That might have been beautifully and properly done, if he had not had mere beginners before him. If on this account a preeminent talent for instruction may be well denied him, it must, on the other hand, be acknowledged that he was very discreet and politic, and that a happy adroitness of mind qualified him very peculiarly for a teacher in a higher sense. The deficiencies under which each one labored he clearly saw, but he disdained to reprove them directly, and rather hinted his praise and censure indirectly and very laconically. One was now compelled to think over the matter, and soon came to a far deeper insight. Tim's, for instance, I had very carefully executed after a pattern, a nosegay on blue paper, with white and black crayon, and partly with the stump, partly by hatching it up, had tried to give effect to the little picture. After I had been long laboring in this way, he once came behind me and said, "More paper," upon which he immediately withdrew. My neighbor and I puzzled our heads as to what this could mean, for my bouquet on a large half-sheet had plenty of space around it. After we had reflected a long time, we thought at last that we had hit his meaning when he remarked that by working together the black and the white I had quite covered up the blue background, had destroyed the middle tint, and in fact, with great industry, had produced a disagreeable drawing. As to the rest, he did not fail to instruct us in perspective and light and shade, sufficiently indeed, but always so that we had to exert and torment ourselves to find the applications of the principles communicated. Probably his view with regard to us who do not intend to become artists was only to form the judgment of taste, and to make us acquainted with the requisites of a work of art, without precisely requiring that we should produce one, since, moreover, patient industry was not my talent, for nothing gave me pleasure except what came to me at once. So by degrees I was discouraged, if not lazy, and as knowledge is more comfortable than doing, I was quite content to follow wherever he chose, after his own fashion, to lead us. At this time, the Lives of the Painters, by d'Argenville, was translated into German. I obtained it quite fresh, and studied it assiduously enough. This seemed to please Oeser, and he procured us an opportunity of seeing many a portfolio out of the great Leipzig collections, and thus introduced us to the history of the art. But even these exercises produced in me an effect different from that which he probably had in mind. The manifold subjects which I saw treated by artists awakened the poetic talent in me, and as one easily makes an engraving for a poem, so did I now make poems to the engravings and drawings, by contriving to present to myself the personages introduced in them, in their previous and subsequent condition, and sometimes to compose a little song which might have suited them, and thus accustomed myself to consider the arts in connection with each other. Even the mistakes which I made, so that my poems were often descriptive, were useful to me in the sequel, when I came to more reflection, by making me attentive to the differences between the arts. Of such little things many were in the collection which Behrisch had arranged, and there is nothing left of them now. The atmosphere of art and taste in which Oeser lived, and into which one was drawn, provided one visited him frequently, was the more and more worthy and delightful, because he was fond of remembering departed or absent persons with whom he had been, or still continued to be, on good terms. For if he had once given any one his esteem, he remained unalterable in his conduct towards him, and always showed himself equally friendly. After we had heard Caylus preeminently extolled among the French, he made us also acquainted with Germans of activity in this department. Thus we learned that Professor Christ, as an amateur, a collector, a connoisseur, a fellow laborer, had done good service for art, and had applied his learning to its true improvement. Heinecken, on the contrary, could not be honorably mentioned, because he devoted himself too assiduously to the ever childish beginnings of German art, which Oeser little valued, partly because he had once treated Winckelmann shabbily, which could never be forgiven him. Our attention, however, was strongly drawn to the labors of Lippert, since our instructor knew how to set forth his merit sufficiently. For, he said, although single statues and larger groups of sculpture remain the foundation and the summit of all knowledge of art, yet either as originals or as casts, they are seldom to be seen. On the contrary, by Lippert, a little world of gems is made known, in which the more comprehensive merit of the ancients, their happy invention, judicious composition, tasteful treatment, are made more striking and intelligible, while from the great number of them comparison is much more possible. End of that quotation. While now we were busying ourselves with these as much as was allowed, Winckelmann's lofty life of art in Italy was pointed out, and we took his writings in hand with devotion, for Oeser had a passionate reverence for him, which he was able easily to instill into us. The problematic part of these little treatises, which are, besides, confused even from their irony and from their referring to opinions and events altogether peculiar, we were indeed unable to decipher, but as Oeser had great influence over us, and incessantly gave them out to us as the gospel of the beautiful, and still more of the tasteful and the pleasing, we found out the general sense, and fancied that with such interpretations we should go on the more securely, as we regarded it no small happiness to draw from the same fountain from which Winckelmann had allayed his earliest thirst. No greater good fortune can befall a city than when several educated men, like-minded in what is good and right, live together in it. Leipzig had this advantage, and enjoyed it the more peacefully, as so many differences of judgment had not yet manifested themselves. Huber, a print collector and well-experienced connoisseur, had furthermore the gratefully acknowledged merit of having determined to make the worth of German literature known to the French. Kirchhoff, an amateur with a practised eye, who, as the first of the whole Society of Art, might regard all collections as his own. Winkler, who much loved to share with others the intelligent delight he cherished for his treasures, many more who were added to the list. All lived and labored with one feeling, and, often as I was permitted to be present when they examined works of art, I do not remember that a dispute ever arose. The school from which the artist had proceeded, the time in which he lived, the peculiar talent which nature had bestowed on him, and the degree of excellence to which he had brought it in his performances, were always fairly considered. There was no predilection for spiritual or temporal subjects, for landscapes or for city views, for animate or inanimate. The question was always about the accordance with art. Now, although from their situation, mode of thought, abilities, and opportunities, these amateurs and collectors inclined more to the Dutch school, yet, while the eye was practised on the endless merits of the northwestern artist, a look of reverential longing was always turned towards the southeast. And so the university, where I neglected the ends of both my family and myself, was to ground me in that in which I afterwards found the greatest satisfaction of my life. The impression of these localities, too, in which I received such important increments, has always remained to me most dear and precious. The old Pleissenburg, the rooms of the Academy, but above all the abode of Oeser, and no less the collections of Winkler and Richter, I have always vividly present before me. But a young man, who, while older persons are conversing with each other on subjects already familiar to them, is instructed only incidentally, and for whom the most difficult part of the business, that of rightly arranging all, yet remains, must find himself in a very painful situation. I, therefore, as well as others, looked about with longing for some new light, which was indeed to come to us from a man to whom we owed so much already. The mind can be highly delighted in two ways, by perception and conception. But the former demands a worthy object, which is not always at hand, and the proportionate culture, which one does not immediately attain. Conception, on the other hand, requires only susceptibility. It brings its subject matter with it, and is itself the instrument of culture. Hence that beam of light was most welcome to us, which that most excellent thinker brought down to us through dark clouds. One must be a young man to render present to oneself the effect which Lessing's Laocoon produced upon us, by transporting us out of the region of scanty perceptions into the open fields of thought. The ut pictura poesis, so long misunderstood, was at once laid aside. The difference between plastic and speaking art was made clear. The summits of the two now appeared sundered, however near their bases might border on each other. The plastic artist was to keep himself within the bounds of the beautiful, if the artist of language, who cannot dispense with the significant of any kind, is permitted to ramble abroad beyond them. Footnote: Bildende und redende Kunst. The expression, "speaking art," is used to produce a corresponding antithesis, though belles lettres would be the ordinary rendering. End of note. The former labors for the outer self, which is satisfied only by the beautiful; the latter for the imagination, which may even reconcile itself to the ugly. All the consequences of this splendid thought were illumined to us as by a lightning flash. All the criticisms which had hitherto guided and judged was thrown away like a worn-out coat. We considered ourselves freed from all evil, and fancied we might venture to look down with some compassion upon the otherwise so splendid 16th century, when in German sculptures and poems they knew how to represent life only under the form of a fool hung with bells, death under the misformed shape of a rattling skeleton, and the necessary and accidental evils of the world under the image of the caricatured devil. What enchanted us most was the beauty of that thought, that the ancestors had recognized death as the brother of sleep, and had represented them similar, even to confusion, as becomes menachmi. Here we could first do high honor to the triumph of the beautiful, and banish the ugly of every kind into the lower sphere of the ridiculous within the realm of art, since it could not be utterly driven out of the world. The splendor of such leading and fundamental conceptions appeared only to the mind upon which they exercise their infinite activity, appears only to the age in which, after being longed for, they come forth at the right moment. Then do those at whose disposal such nourishment is placed fondly occupy whole periods of their lives with it, and rejoice in a superabundant growth; while men are not wanting, meanwhile, who resist such an effect on the spot, nor others who afterwards haggle and cavil at its high meaning. But, as conception and perception mutually require each other, I could not long work up these new thoughts without an infinite desire arising within me to see important works of art, once and away in a great number. I therefore determined to visit Dresden without delay. I was not in want of the necessary cash, but there were other difficulties to overcome, which I needlessly increased still further through my whimsical disposition. For I kept my purpose a secret from every one, because I wished to contemplate the treasures of art there quite after my own way, and, as I thought, to allow no one to perplex me. Besides this, so simple a matter became more complicated by still another eccentricity. We have weaknesses, both by birth and by education, and it may be questioned which of the two gives us the most trouble. Willingly as I made myself familiar with all sorts of conditions, and many as had been my inducement to do so, an excessive aversion from all inns had nevertheless been instilled into me by my father. This feeling had taken firm root in him on his travels through Italy, France, and Germany. Although he seldom spoke in images and only called them to his aid when he was very cheerful, yet he used often to repeat that he always fancied he saw a great cobweb spun across the gate of an inn, so ingeniously that the insects could indeed fly in, but that even the privileged wasps could not fly out again unplucked. It seemed to him something horrible that one should be obliged to pay immoderately for renouncing one's habits and all that was dear to one in life, and living after the manner of publicans and waiters. He praised the hospitality of the olden time, and reluctantly as he otherwise endured even anything unusual in the house, he yet practiced hospitality, especially towards artists and virtuosi. Thus gossip Seekatz always had his quarters with us, and Abel, the last musician who handled the viol de gamba with success and applause, was well received and entertained. With such youthful impressions, which nothing had as yet rubbed off, how could I have resolved to set foot in an inn in a strange city? Nothing would have been easier than to find quarters with good friends. Hofrath Krebel, Assessor Hermann, and others had often spoken to me about it already, and even to these my trip was to remain a secret, and I hit upon a most singular notion. My next-door neighbor, the industrious theologian, whose eyes unfortunately constantly grew weaker and weaker, had a relation in Dresden, a shoemaker, with whom from time to time he corresponded. For a long while already this man had been highly remarkable to me on account of his expressions, and the arrival of one of his letters was always celebrated by us as a holiday. The mode in which he replied to the complaints of his cousin, who feared blindness, was quite peculiar, for he did not trouble himself about grounds of consolation, which are always hard to find, but the cheerful way in which he looked upon his own narrow, poor, toilsome life, the merriment which he drew, even from evils and inconveniences, the indestructible conviction that life is in itself and on its own account a blessing, communicated itself to him who read the letter, and, for the moment at least, transposed him into a like mood. Enthusiastic as I was, I had often sent my compliments to this man, extolling his happy natural gift, and expressed the wish to become acquainted with him. All this being premised, nothing seemed to me more natural than to seek him out, to converse with him, nay, to lodge with him, and to learn to know him intimately. My good candidate, after some opposition, gave me a letter, written with difficulty to carry with me, and full of longing. I went to Dresden in the yellow coach, with my matriculation in my pocket. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford. Section 26. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe, Volume 1, by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford. Section 26. I went in search of my shoemaker, and soon found him in the suburb Vorstadt. He received me in a friendly manner, sitting upon my stool, and said, smiling, after he had read the letter, "I see from this, young sir, that you are a whimsical Christian." "How so, master?" I replied. "No offence meant by whimsical," he continued. "One calls every one so who is not consistent with himself, and I call you a whimsical Christian because you acknowledge yourself a follower of our Lord in one thing, but not in another." On my requesting him to enlighten me, he said further, "It seems that your view is to announce glad tidings to the poor and lowly. That is good, and this imitation of the Lord is praiseworthy. But you should reflect, besides, that he rather sat down to table with prosperous rich folks, where there was good fare, and that he himself did not despise the sweet scent of the ointment, for which you will find the opposite in my house. This pleasant beginning put me at once in good humor, and we rallied each other for some time. His wife stood doubting how she should board and lodge such a guest. On this point, too, he had notions which referred not only to the Bible, but also to Gottfried's Chronicle, and when we were agreed that I was to stay, I gave my purse, such as it was, into the charge of my hostess, and requested her to furnish herself from it if anything should be necessary. When he would have declined it, and somewhat waggishly gave me to understand that he was not so burned out as he might appear, I disarmed him by saying, even if it were only to change water into wine, such a well-tried domestic resource would not be out of place, since there are no more miracles nowadays. The hostess seemed to find my conduct less and less strange. We had soon accommodated ourselves to each other, and spent a very merry evening. He remained always the same, because all flowed from one source. His peculiarity was an apt common sense, which rested upon a cheerful disposition, and took delight in uniform habitual activity. That he should labor incessantly was his first and most necessary care. That he regarded everything else as secondary, this kept up his comfortable state of mind. And I must reckon him before many others in the class of those who are called practical, unconscious philosophers. Footnote: Praktische Philosophen bewusstlos Weltwissen. It is impossible to give two substantives, as in the original, since this is effected by using first the word of Greek, then the word of German origin, whereas we have but one. Translator. End of footnote. The hour when the gallery was to be opened appeared after having been expected with impatience. I entered into this sanctuary, and my astonishment surpassed every contemplation which I had formed. This room returned into itself, in which splendor and neatness reigned together with the deepest stillness. The dazzling frames, all nearer to the time in which they had been gilded, the floor polished with beeswax, the spaces more trodden by spectators than used by copyists, imparted a feeling of solemnity, unique of its kind, which so much more resembled the sensation with which one treads a church, as the adornments of so many a temple, the objects of so much adoration, seemed here again set up only for the sacred purpose of art. I readily put up with the cursory description of my guide, only I requested that I might be allowed to remain in the outer gallery. Here, to my comfort, I felt really at home. I had already seen the works of several artists, others I knew from engravings, others by name. I did not conceal this, and I thus inspired my conductor with some confidence. Nay, the rapture which I expressed at pieces where the pencil had gained the victory over nature delighted him, for such were the things which principally attracted me, and where the comparison with known nature must necessarily enhance the value of art. When I again entered my shoemaker's house for dinner, I scarcely believed my eyes, for I fancied I saw before me a picture by Ostade, so perfect that all it needed was to be hung up in the gallery. The position of the objects, the light, the shadow, the brownish tint of the whole, the magical harmony, everything that one admires in those pictures, I here saw in reality. It was the first time that I perceived, in so high a degree, the faculty which I afterwards exercised with more consciousness, namely that of seeing nature with the eyes of this or that artist, to whose works I had devoted a particular attention. This faculty has afforded me much enjoyment, but has also increased the desire zealously to abandon myself from time to time to the exercise of a talent which nature seemed to have denied me. I visited the gallery at all permitted hours, and continued to express too loudly the ecstasy with which I beheld many precious works. I thus frustrated my laudable purpose of remaining unknown and unnoticed. And whereas only one of the unclerk keepers had hitherto had intercourse with me, the gallery inspector, Councillor Riedel, now also took notice of me, and called my attention to many things which seemed chiefly to lie within my sphere. I found this excellent man just as active and obliging then, as when I afterwards saw him during many years, and as he shows himself to this day. His image has, for me, interwoven itself so closely with those treasures of art, that I can never regard the two apart. The resemblance of him has even accompanied me to Italy, where in many large and rich collections his presence would have been very desirable. Since even with strangers and unknown persons one cannot gaze on such works silently and without mutual sympathy, nay, since the first sight of them is rather adapted, in the highest degree, to open hearts toward each other, I got there into conversation with a young man who seemed to be residing at Dresden, and to belong to some embassy. He invited me to come in the evening to an inn where a lively company met, and where, by each one's paying a moderate reckoning, one could pass some very pleasant hours. I repaired thither, but did not find the company, and the waiter somewhat surprised me when he delivered the compliments of the gentleman who made the appointment with me, by which the letter sent an excuse for coming somewhat later, with the addition that I must not take offence at anything that might occur, also that I should have nothing to pay beyond my own store. I knew not what to make of these words. My father's cobwebs came into my head, and I composed myself to await whatever might befall. The company assembled. My acquaintance introduced me, and I could not be attentive long without discovering that they were aiming at the mystification of a young man who showed himself a novice by an obstreperous, assuming deportment. I therefore kept very much on my guard, so that they might not find delight in selecting me as his fellow. At table this intention became more apparent to everybody except to himself. They drank more and more deeply, and when a vivat in honor of sweethearts was started, every one solemnly swore that there should never be another out of those glasses. They flung them behind them, and this was a signal for far greater follies. At last I withdrew very quietly, and the waiter, while demanding quite a moderate amount, requested me to come again, as they did not go on so wildly every evening. I was far from my lodging, and it was near midnight when I reached them. I found the doors unlocked, everybody was in bed, and one lamp illuminated the narrow domestic household, where my eye, more and more practised, immediately perceived the finest picture by Schalken, from which I should not tear myself away, so that it banished me from all sleep. The few days of my residence in Dresden were slowly devoted to the picture gallery. The antiquities still stood in the pavilion of the great garden, but I declined seeing them, as well as all the other precious things which Dresden contained, being but too full of the conviction that even in and about the collection of paintings much must yet remain hidden from me. Thus I took the excellence of the Italian masters more on trust and in faith than by pretending to any insight into them. What I could not look upon as nature, but in the place of nature, and compare with a known object, was without effect upon me. It is the material impression which makes the beginning even to every more elevated taste. With my shoemaker I lived on very good terms. He was witty and varied enough, and we often outvied each other in merry conceits. Nevertheless, a man who thinks himself happy, and desires others to do the same, makes us discontented. Indeed, the repetition of such sentiments produces weariness. I found myself well occupied, entertained, excited, but by no means happy, and the shoes from his last would not fit me. We parted, however, as the best friends, and even my hostess on my departure was not satisfied with me. Shortly before my departure, something else very pleasant was to happen, by the mediation of that young man who wished to somewhat regain his credit with me. I was introduced to the director von Hagedorn, who with great kindness showed me his collection, and was highly delighted with the enthusiasm of the young lover of art. He himself, as becomes a connoisseur, was quite peculiarly in love with the pictures which he possessed, and therefore seldom found in others an interest such as he wished. It gave him particular satisfaction that I was so excessively pleased with the picture of Schwanefeld, and that I was not tired of praising and extolling it in every single part. For landscapes, which again reminded me of the beautiful clear sky under which I had grown up, of the vegetable luxuriance of those spots, and of whatever other favors a warmer climate offers to man, were just the things that most affected me by the imitation, while they awakened in me a longing resemblance. These delightful experiences, preparing both mind and sense for true art, were nevertheless interrupted and damped by one of the most melancholy sights, by the destroyed and desolate condition of so many of the streets of Dresden through which I took my way. The Mohrenstrasse in ruins, the church Kreuzkirche of the Cross, with its shattered tower, impressed themselves deeply upon me, and still stand like a gloomy spot in my imagination. From the cupola of the Lady Church, Frauenkirche, I saw these pitiable ruins scattered about amid the beautiful order of the city. Here the clerk commended to me the art of the architect, who had already fitted up church and cupola for so desirable an event, and had built them bomb-proof. The good sacristan then pointed out to me the ruins on all sides, and said doubtfully and laconically, "The enemy hath done this." At last, though very loth, I returned to Leipzig, and found my friends, who were not used to such digressions in me, in great astonishment, busied with all sorts of conjectures as to what might be the import of my mysterious journey. When, upon this, I told them my story quite in order, they declared it was only a made-up tale, and sagaciously tried to get at the bottom of the riddle, which I had been waggish enough to conceal under my shoemaker lodgings. But could they have looked into my heart, they would have discovered no waggery there, for the truth of an old proverb, "He that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow," had struck me with all its force, and the more I struggled to arrange and appropriate to myself what I had seen, the less I succeeded. I had at last to content myself with the silent after-operation. Ordinarily life carried me away again, and I at last felt myself quite comfortable when a friendly intercourse, improvement in branches of knowledge which were suitable to me, and a certain practice of the hand engaged me in a manner less important, but more in accordance with my strength. Very pleasant and wholesome for me was the connection I formed with the Breitkopf family, Bernhard Christoph Breitkopf, the proper founder of the family, who had come to Leipzig as a poor journeyman printer, was yet living and occupied the Golden Bear, a respectable house in the new Newmarket, with Gottsched as an inmate. The son, Johann Gottlob Emanuel, had already been long married, and was the father of many children. They thought they could not spend a part of their considerable wealth better than in putting up, opposite the first house, a large new one, the Silver Bear, which they built higher and more expensive than the original house itself. Just at the time of the building I became acquainted with the family. The eldest son, who might have been some years older than I, was a well-formed young man, devoted to music and practised to play skilfully on both the piano and the violin. The second, a true good soul, likewise musical, enlivened the concerts which were often got up no less than his elder brother. They were both kindly disposed towards me, as well as their parents and sisters. I lent them a helping hand during the building up and the finishing, the furnishing and the moving in, and thus formed a conception of much that belongs to such an affair. I also had an opportunity of seeing Oeser's instructions put in practice. In the new house, which I had thus seen erected, I was often a visitor. We had many pursuits in common, and the eldest son set some of my songs to music, which, when printed, bore his name, but not mine, and have been little known. I have selected the best and inserted them among my other little poems. The father had invented or perfected musical type. He granted me the use of a fine library, which related principally to the origin and progress of printing, and thus I gained some knowledge in that department. I found there, moreover, good copper plates, which exhibited antiquity, and advanced on this side also my studies, which were still further promoted by the circumstances that a considerable collection of casts had fallen into disorder in moving. I set them right again as well as I could, and in doing so was compelled to search Lippert and other authorities. A physician, Dr. Reichel, likewise an inmate of the house, I consulted from time to time when I felt, if not sick, yet unwell, and thus we led together a quiet, pleasant life. I was now to enter into another sort of connection in this house, for the copperplate engraver, Stock, had moved into the attic. He was a native of Nuremberg, a very industrious man, and in his labors precise and methodical. He also, like Geiser, engraved, after Oeser's designs, larger and smaller plates, which came more and more into vogue for novels and poems. He etched very neatly, so that his work came out of the aquafortis almost finished, and but little touching up remained to be done with the graver, which he handled very well. He made an exact calculation how long the plate would occupy him, and nothing could call him off from his work if he had not completed the daily task he had set himself. Thus he sat working by a broad table, by the great gable, a window, in a very neat and orderly chamber, where his wife and 2 daughters afforded him a domestic society. Of these last, one is happily married, and the other is an excellent artist. They have continued my friends all my life long. I now divided my time between the upper and lower stories, and attached myself much to the man, who, together with his persevering industry, possessed an excellent humor and a good nature itself. The technical neatness from this branch of art charmed me, and I associated myself with him to execute something of the kind. My predilection was again directed towards landscape, which, while it amused me in my solitary walks, seemed in itself more attainable and more comprehensible for works of art than the human figure, which discouraged me. Under his direction, therefore, I etched, after Thales and others, various landscapes, which, although executed by an unpractised hand, produced some effect, and were well received. The grounding (varnishing) of the plates, and putting into the lights, the etching, at last the biting with aquafortis, gave me variety of occupation, and soon got so far that I could assist my master in many things. I did not lack the attention necessary for the biting, and I seldom failed in anything, but I had not care enough in guarding against the deleterious vapors which are generated on such occasions, and these may have contributed to the maladies which afterwards troubled me for so long. Amid such labors, lest anything could be left untried, I often made woodcuts also. I prepared various little printing blocks after French patterns, and many of them were found fit for use. Let me here make mention of some other men who resided in Leipzig, or tarried there for a short time. Weiss, the custom-house collector of the district, in his best years cheerful, friendly, and obliging, was loved and esteemed by us. We could not, indeed, allow his theatrical pieces to be models throughout, but we suffered ourselves to be carried away by them, and his operas, set to music by Hiller in an easy style, gave us much pleasure. Schiebler, of Hamburg, pursued the same track, and his Lussard and Dariolette was likewise favored by us. Eichenberg, a handsome young man, but little older than we were, distinguished himself advantageously among the students. Zachariah was pleased to spend some weeks with us, and being introduced by his brother, dined every day with us at the same table. We rightly deemed it an honor to gratify our guest in turn, by a few extra dishes, a richer dessert, and choicer wine, for as a tall, well-formed, comfortable man, he did not conceal his love of good eating. Lessing came at a time when we had I know not what in our heads. It was our good pleasure to go nowhere on his account, nay, even to avoid the places to which he came, probably because we thought ourselves too good to stand at a distance, and could make no pretension to obtain a closer intimacy with him. This momentary absurdity, which however is nothing rare in presuming and freakish youth, proved indeed its own punishment in the sequel, for I have never set eyes on that eminent man, who was most highly esteemed by me. Notwithstanding all our efforts relative to art and antiquity, we each of us always had Winckelmann before our eyes, whose ability was acknowledged in his country with enthusiasm. We read his writings diligently, and tried to make ourselves acquainted with the circumstances under which he had written the first of them. We found in them many views which seemed to have originated with Oeser, even jests and whims after his fashion, and we did not rest until we had formed some general conception of the occasion on which these remarkable and sometimes so enigmatical writings had arisen, though we were not very accurate, for youth likes better to be excited than instructed, and it was not the last time that I was to be indebted to Sibylline leaves for an important The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford. Section 27. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe, Volume 1, by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, Section 27. It was then a fine period in literature, when eminent men were yet treated with respect, although the disputes of Klotz and Lessing's controversies already indicated that this epoch would soon close. Winckelmann enjoyed an universal unassailed reverence, and it is known how sensitive he was with regard to anything public, which did not seem commensurate with his deeply felt dignity. All the periodical publications joined in his praise. The better class of tourists came back from him instructed and enraptured, and the new views which he gave extended themselves over science and life. The Prince of Dessau had raised himself up to a similar degree of respect. Young and well and nobly minded, he had on his travels and at other times shown himself truly desirable. Winckelmann was in the highest degree delighted with him, and whenever he mentioned him, loaded him with the handsomest epithets. The laying out of a park, then unique, the taste for architecture, which von Ermensdorf supported by his activity, everything spoke in favor of a prince who, while in his shining example for the rest, gave promise of a golden age for his servants and subjects. We young people now learned with rejoicings that Winckelmann would return back from Italy, visit his princely friend, call on Oeser by the way, and so come within our sphere of vision. We made no pretensions to speaking with him, but we hoped to see him, and as that time of life one willingly changes every occasion into a party of pleasure, we had already agreed upon a journey to Dessau, where in a beautiful spot made glorious by art, in a land well governed, and at the same time externally adorned, we thought to lie in wait, now here, now there, in order to see with our own eyes these men, so highly exalted above us, walking about. Oeser himself was quite elated if he only thought of it, and the news of Winckelmann's death fell down into the midst of us, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. I still remember the place where I first heard it. It was in the court of Pleissenburg, not far from the little gate through which one used to go up to Oeser's residence. One of my fellow pupils met me and told me that Oeser was not to be seen, with the reason why. This monstrous event Winckelmann was assassinated, produced a monstrous effect. There was an universal mourning and lamentation, and Winckelmann's untimely death sharpened the attention paid to the value of his life. Perhaps indeed the effect of his activity, if he had continued it to a more advanced age, would probably not have been so great as it now necessarily became, when, like many other extraordinary men, he was distinguished by fate through a strange and calamitous end. Now, while I was infinitely lamenting the death of Winckelmann, I did not think that I should soon find myself in the case of being apprehensive about my own life, since during all these events my bodily condition had not taken the most favorable turn. I had already brought with me from home a certain touch of hypochondria, which in this new sedentary and lounging life was rather increased than diminished. The pain in my chest, which I had felt from time to time ever since the accident at Oststadt, and which after a fall from horseback had precipitously increased, made me dejected. By my unfortunate diet I destroyed my powers of digestion. The heavy Merseburg beer clouded my brain. Coffee, which gave me a particularly melancholy tone, especially when taken with milk after dinner, paralyzed my bowels, and seemed completely to suspend their functions, so that I experienced great uneasiness on this account, yet without being able to embrace a resolution of a more rational mode of life. My natural disposition, supported by the sufficient strength of youth, fluctuated between the extremes of unrestrained gaiety and melancholy discomfort. Moreover, the epoch of cold water bathing, which was unconditionally recommended, had begun. One was to sleep on a hard bed, only slightly covered, by which all the usual perspiration was suppressed. These and other follies, in consequence of some misunderstood suggestions of Rousseau, would, it was promised, bring us near to nature, and deliver us from the corruption of morals. Now all the above, without discrimination applied with injudicious alternation, were felt by many most injuriously, and I irritated my happy organization to such a degree that the particular systems contained within it necessarily broke out at last into a complacency and revolution, in order to save the whole. One night I awoke with a violent hemorrhage, and had just strength and presence of mind enough to waken my next-door neighbor. Dr. Reichel was called in, who assisted me in the most friendly manner, and thus for many days I wavered betwixt life and death, and even the joy of a subsequent improvement was embittered by the circumstance that, during that eruption, a tumor had formed on the left side of the neck, which after the danger was past, now they first found time to notice. Recovery is, however, always pleasing and delightful, even though it takes place slowly and painfully, and, since nature had helped herself with me, I appeared now to have become another man, for I had gained a greater cheerfulness of mind than I had known for a long time, and I was rejoiced to feel my inner self at liberty, although externally a wearisome affliction threatened me. But what particularly set me up at this time was to see how many eminent men had unreservedly given me their affection. Undeservedly, I say, for there was not one among them to whom I had not been troublesome through contradictory humors, not one whom I had not more than once wounded by morbid absurdity, nay, whom I had not stubbornly avoided for a long time, from a feeling of my own injustice. All this was forgotten. They treated me in the most affectionate manner, and sought partly in my chamber, partly as soon as I could leave, to amuse and divert me. They drove out with me, entertained me at their country houses, and I seemed soon to recover. Among these friends I name first of all Dr. Hermann, then senator, afterwards burgomaster at Leipzig. He was among those boarders with whom I had become acquainted through Schlosser, and one with whom an always equitable and enduring connection was maintained. One might well reckon him the most industrious of his academic fellow-citizens. He attended his lectures with the greatest regularity, and his private industry remained always the same. Step by step, without the slightest deviation, I saw him attain his doctor's degree, and then raise himself to the assessorship without anything of all this appearing arduous to him, or his having in the least hurried or been too late with anything. The gentleness of his character attracted me. His instructive conversation held me fast. Indeed, I really believe that I took delight in his methodical industry, especially for this reason, because I thought, by acknowledgments and high esteem, to appropriate to myself at least a part of a merit of which I could by no means boast. He was just as regular in the exercise of his talents and the enjoyment of his pleasures as in his business. He played the harpsichord with great skill, drew from nature with great feeling, and stimulated me to do the same, when in his manner, on grey paper with black and white chalk, I used to copy many a willow plot on the place, and many a lovely nook of those still waters, and at the same time longingly to indulge in my fantasies. I knew how to meet my sometimes comical disposition with merry jests, and I remember many pleasant hours which we spent together when he invited me with mocking solemnity to a tete-a-tete supper, where with some dignity, by the light of waxen candles, we ate what they call a council hare, which had run into his kitchen as a perquisite of his place, and with many jokes in the manner of Behrisch were pleased to season the meat and heighten the spirit of the wine. that this excellent man, who is still constantly laboring in his respectable office, rendered me the most faithful assistance during a disease of which there was indeed a foreboding, but which had not been foreseen in its full extent, that he bestowed every leisure hour upon me, and, by remembrances of former happy times, contrived to brighten the gloomy moment, I still acknowledge with the sincerest thanks, and rejoice that after so long a time I can give them publicly. Besides this worthy friend, Groening of Bremen particularly interested himself in me. I had made his acquaintance only a short time before, and first discovered his good feelings toward me during my misfortune. I felt the value of this favor the more warmly, as no one is apt to seek a closer connection with invalids. He spared nothing to give me pleasure, to draw me away from musing on my situation, to hold up to my view and promise me recovery and a wholesome activity in the nearest future. How often had I been delighted in the progress of life to hear how this excellent man has in the weightiest affairs shown himself useful, and indeed a blessing to his native city. Here, too, it was that friend Horn uninterruptedly brought into action his love and attention. The whole Breitkopf household, the Stock family, and many others treated me like a near relative, and thus, through the goodwill of so many friendly persons, the feeling of my situation was soothed in the tenderest manner. I must here, however, make particular mention of a man with whom I first became acquainted at this time, and whose instructive conversation so far blinded me to the miserable state in which I was, that I actually forgot it. This was Langer, afterwards librarian at Wolfenbüttel. Eminently learned and instructed, he was delighted at my voracious hunger after knowledge, which, with the irritability of sickness, now broke out into a perfect fever. He tried to calm me by perspicuous summaries, and I have been very much indebted to his acquaintance, short as it was, since he understood how to guide me in various ways, and made me attentive whither I had to direct myself at the present moment. I felt all the more obliged to this important man, as my intercourse exposed him to some danger, for when, after Behrisch, he got the situation of tutor to the young Count Lindenau, the father made it an express condition with the new mentor that he should have no intercourse with me. Curious to become acquainted with such a dangerous subject, he frequently found means of meeting me indirectly. I soon gained his affection, and he, more prudent than Behrisch, called for me by night. We went walking together, conversed on interesting things, and at last I accompanied him to the very door of his mistress, for even this extremely serene, earnest, scientific man had not kept free from the toils of a very amiable lady. German literature, and with it my own poetical undertakings, had already for some time become strange to me, and, as is usually the result in such an autodidactic circular course, I turned back towards the beloved ancients who still constantly, like distant blue mountains, distinct in their outlines and masses, but indiscernible in their parts and internal relations, bounded the horizon of my intellectual wishes. I made an exchange with Langer, in which I at last played the part of Glaucus and Diomedes. I gave up to him whole baskets of German poets and critics, and received in return a number of Greek authors, the reading of whom was to give me recreation, even during the most tedious convalescence. The confidence which new friends repose in each other usually develops itself by degrees. Common occupation and tastes are the first things in which a mutual harmony shows itself. Then the mutual communication generally extends over past and present passions, especially over love affairs. But it is a lower depth which opens itself, if the connection is to be perfected. The religious sentiments, The affairs of the heart which relate to the imperishable are the things which both establish the foundation and adorn the summit of a friendship. The Christian religion was fluctuating between its own historically positive base and a pure deism, which, grounded on morality, was in its turn to lay the foundation of ethics. The diversity of characters and modes of thought here showed itself in infinite gradations, especially when a leading difference was brought into play by the question arising as to how great a share reason and how great a share the feelings could and should have in such convictions. The most lively and ingenious men showed themselves in this instance like butterflies, who, quite regardless of their caterpillar state, throw away the chrysalis veil in which they have grown up to their organic perfection. Others, more honestly and modestly minded, might be compared to the flowers, which, after they unfold themselves to the most beautiful bloom, yet do not tear themselves from the root, from the mother stalk, nay, rather through this family connection first bring the desired fruit to maturity. Of this latter case was Langer, for although a learned man and eminently versed in books, he would yet give the Bible a peculiar preeminence over the other writings which have come down to us, and regard it as a document from which alone he could prove our moral and spiritual pedigree. He belonged to those who cannot conceive an immediate connection with the great God of the universe, with a capital G. A mediation, therefore, was necessary for him, an analogy to which he thought he could find everywhere in earthly and heavenly things. His discourse, which was pleasing and consistent, easily found a hearing with a young man, who, separated from worldly things by an annoying illness, found it highly desirable to turn the activity of his mind towards the heavenly. Grounded as I was in the Bible, all that was wanted was merely the faith to explain as divine that which I had hitherto esteemed in human fashion, a belief the easier for me, since I had made my first acquaintance with that book as a divine one. To a sufferer, to one who felt himself delicate, nay, weak, the gospel was therefore welcome, and even though Langer, with all his faith, was at the very time a very sensible man, and firmly maintained that one should not let the feelings prevail, should not let oneself be led astray into mysticism, I could not have managed to occupy myself with the New Testament without feeling and enthusiasm. In such conversations we spent much time, and he grew so fond of me as an honest and well-prepared proselyte, that he did not scruple to sacrifice to me many of the hours destined for his fair one, and even to run the risk of being betrayed and looked upon unfavorably by his patron, like Behrisch. I returned his affection in the most grateful manner, and if what he did for me would have been of value at any time, I could not but regard it in my present condition as worthy of the highest honor. But as when the concert of our souls is most spiritually attuned, the rude, shrieking tones of the world usually break in most violently and boisterously, and the contrast which has gone on exercising a secret control affects so much the more sensibly when it comes forward all at once. Thus was I not to be dismissed from the peripatetic school of my Langer, which, having first witnessed an event strange at least for Leipzig, namely a tumult which the students excited, and that on the following pretence. Some young people had quarrelled with the city soldiers, and the affair had not gone off without violence. Many of the students combined to revenge the injuries inflicted. The soldiers resisted stubbornly, and the advantage was not on the side of the very discontented academic citizens. It was now said that respectable persons had commended and rewarded the conquerors for their valiant resistance, and by this The youthful feeling of honor and revenge was mightily excited. It was publicly said that on the next evening windows would be broken in, and some friends who brought me word that this was actually taking place were obliged to carry me there, for youth and the multitude are always attracted by danger and tumult. There really began a strange spectacle. The otherwise open street was lined on one side with men who, quite quiet, without noise or movement, were waiting to see what would happen. About a dozen young fellows were walking singly up and down the empty sidewalk, with the greatest apparent composure. But as soon as they came opposite the marked house, they threw stones at the windows as they passed by, and this repeatedly, as they returned backwards and forwards, as long as the panes would rattle. Just as quietly as this was done, all at last dispersed, and the affair had no further consequences. With such a ringing echo of university exploits, I left Leipzig in the September of 1768, in a comfortable hired coach, and in the company of some respectable persons of my acquaintance. In the neighborhood of Auerstadt, I thought of that previous accident, but I could not forebode that which many years afterwards would threaten me from thence with still greater danger, just as little as in Gotha, where we had the castle shown to us, I could think in the great hall adorned with stucco figures, that so much favor and affection would befall me on that very spot. The nearer I approached my native city, the more I recalled to myself doubtingly the circumstances, prospects, and hopes with which I had left home, and it was with a very disheartening feeling that I now returned, as it were, like one shipwrecked. Yet, since I had not very much with which to reproach myself, I contrived to compose myself tolerably well. However, the welcome was not without emotion. The great vivacity of my nature, excited and heightened by sickness, caused an impassioned scene. I might have looked worse than I myself knew, since for a long time I had not consulted a looking-glass, and who does not become used to himself? Suffice it to say, they silently resolved to communicate many things to me only by degrees, and before all things
The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, Section 28. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, Section 28. Eighth Book, Part 4. My sister immediately associated herself with me, and as previously from her letters, so could I now more in detail and accurately understand the circumstances and situation of the family. My father had, after my departure, applied all his didactic taste to my sister, and in a house completely shut up, rendered secure by peace, and even cleared of lodgers, he had cut off from her almost every means of looking about and finding some recreation abroad. She had by turns to pursue and work at French, Italian, and English, besides which he compelled her to practice a great part of the day on the harpsichord. Nor was her writing to be neglected, and I had already remarked that he had directed her correspondence with me, and had let his doctrines come to me through her pen. My sister was, and still continued to be, an undefinable being, the most singular mixture of strength and weakness, of stubbornness and pliability, which qualities operated now united, now isolated by will and inclination. Thus she had, in a manner which seemed to me fearful, turned the hardness of her character against her father, whom she did not forgive for having in these 3 years hindered or embittered to her so many innocent joys. And of his good and excellent qualities she would not acknowledge even one. She did all he commanded and arranged, but in the most unamiable manner in the world. She did it in the established routine, but nothing more and nothing less. Not from love or a desire to please did she accommodate herself to anything, so that this was one of the first things about which my mother complained to me in private. But since love was as essential to my sister as to any human being, she turned her affection wholly on me. Her care in nursing and entertaining me absorbed all her time. Her female companions, who were swayed by her without her intending it, had likewise to contrive all sorts of things to be pleasing and consolatory to me. She was inventive in cheering me up, and even developed some germs of comical humour, which I had never known in her, and which became her very well. There soon arose between us a coterie language, by which we could converse before all people without their understanding us, and she often used this gibberish with great pertness in the presence of our parents. My father was personally tolerably comfortable. He was in good health, spent a great part of the day in the instruction of my sister, went on with the description of his travels, and was longer in tuning his lute than in playing on it. He concealed at the same time, as well as he could, his vexation at finding, instead of a vigorous, active son, who ought now to take his degree and run through the prescribed course of life, an invalid who seemed to suffer still more in soul than in body. He did not conceal his wish that they should be expeditious with my cure, but one was forced to be specially on one's guard in his presence against hypochondriacal expressions, because he could then become passionate and bitter. My mother, by nature very lively and cheerful, spent under these circumstances very tedious days. Her little housekeeping was soon provided for. The good woman's mind, inwardly never unoccupied, wished to find an interest in something, and that which was nearest at hand was religion, which she embraced the more fondly as her most eminent female friends were cultivated and hearty worshippers of God. At the head of these stood Fräulein von Plettenberg. She is the same person from whose conversations and letters arose the Confessions of a Beautiful Soul, which are found inserted in Wilhelm Meister. She was slenderly formed, of the middle size. A hearty, natural demeanour had been made still more pleasing by the manners of the world and the court. Her very neat attire reminded of the dress of the Herrnhut women. Her serenity and peace of mind never left her. She looked upon her sickness as a necessary element of her transient earthly existence. She suffered with the greatest patience, and in painless intervals was lively and talkative. Her favourite, nay, indeed, perhaps her only conversation, was on the moral experiences which a man who observes himself can form in himself, to which was added the religious views which, in a very graceful manner, nay, with genius, came under her consideration as natural and supernatural. It scarcely needs more to recall back to the friends of such representations that complete delineation composed from the very depths of her soul. Owing to the very peculiar course she had taken from her youth upwards, the distinguished rank in which she had been born and educated, the liveliness and originality of her mind, she did not agree very well with the other ladies who had set out upon the same road to salvation. Frau Griesbach, the chief of them, seemed too severe, too dry, too learned. She knew, thought, comprehended more than the others who contented themselves with the development of their feelings, and she was therefore burdensome to them, because every one neither could nor would carry with her so great an apparatus on the road to bliss. But for this reason most of them were indeed somewhat monotonous, since they confined themselves to a certain terminology, which might well have been compared to that of the later sentimentalists. Fräulein von Klettenberg guided her way between both extremes, and seemed, with some self-complacency, to see her own reflections in the image of Count Sindendorf, whose opinions and actions bore witness to a higher birth and more distinguished rank. Now she found in me what she needed, a lively young creature striving after an unknown happiness, who, although he could not think himself an extraordinary sinner, yet found himself in no comfortable condition, and was perfectly healthy neither in body nor soul. She was delighted with what nature had given me, as well as with much that I had gained for myself, and if she conceded to me many advantages, this was by no means humiliating to her, for in the first place she never thought of emulating one of the male sex, and secondly she believed that in regard to religious culture she was very much in advance of me. My disquiet, my impatience, my striving, my seeking, investigating, musing, and wavering, she interpreted in her own way, and did not conceal from me her conviction, but assured me in plain terms, that all this proceeded from my having no reconciled God. Now I had believed from my youth upwards that I stood on very good terms with my God. Nay, I even fancied to myself, according to various experiences, that he might even be in arrears to me, and I was daring enough to think that I had something to forgive him. This presumption was grounded on my infinite goodwill, to which, as it seemed to me, he should have given better assistance. It may be imagined how often I got into disputes on this subject with my friend, which, however, always terminated in the friendliest way, and often, like my conversations with the old rector, with the remark that I was a foolish fellow, for whom many allowances must be made. I was much troubled with the tumour in my neck, as the physician and surgeon wished first to disperse this excrescence, afterwards, as they said, to draw it to a head, and at last thought it best to open it. So for a long time I had to suffer more from inconvenience than pain, although towards the end of the cure the continual touching with lunar caustic and other corrosive substances could not but give me very disagreeable prospects for every fresh day. The physician and surgeon both belonged to the pious separatists, although both were of highly different natural characters. The surgeon, a slender, well-built man of easy and skilful hand, was unfortunately somewhat hectic, but endured his condition with truly Christian patience, and did not suffer his disease to perplex him in his profession. The physician was an inexplicable, sly-looking, fair-spoken, and, besides, an abstruse man, who had quite won the confidence of the pious circle. Being active and attentive, he was consoling to the sick, but more than by all this, he extended his practice by the gift of showing in the background some mysterious medicines prepared by himself, of which no one could speak, since with us the physicians were strictly prohibited from making up their own prescriptions. With certain powders, which may have been some kind of digestive, he was not so reserved, but that powerful salt, which could only be applied in the greatest danger, was only mentioned among believers, although no one had yet seen it or traced its effects. To excite and strengthen our faith in the possibility of such an universal remedy, the physician, wherever he found any susceptibility, had recommended certain chemico-alchemical books to his patients, and given them to understand that by one's own study of them one could well attain this treasure for oneself, which was the more necessary as the mode of its preparation, both for physical and especially for moral reasons, could not be well communicated, nay, that in order to comprehend, produce, and use this great work, one must know the secrets of nature in connection, since it was not a particular but an universal remedy, and could indeed be produced under different forms and shapes. My friend had listened to these enticing words. The health of the body was too nearly allied to the health of the soul, and could a greater benefit, a greater mercy be shown towards others, than by appropriating to oneself a remedy by which so many sufferings could be assuaged, so many a danger averted? She had already secretly studied Welling's Opus Mago Cabalisticum, for which, however, as the author himself immediately darkens and removes the light he imparts, she was looking about for a friend who, in this alternation of glare and gloom, might bear her company. It needed small incitement to inoculate me also with this disease. I procured the work, which, like all writings of this kind, could trace its pedigree in a direct line up to the Neoplatonic school. My chief labour in this book was most accurately to notice the obscure hints by which the author refers from one passage to another, and thus promises to reveal what he conceals, and to mark down on the margin the number of the page where such passages as should explain each other were to be found. But even thus the book still remained dark and unintelligible enough, except that one at last studied oneself into a certain terminology, and by using it according to one's own fancy, believed that one was at any rate saying, if not understanding, something. The work mentioned before makes very honourable mention of its predecessors, and we were incited to investigate those original sources themselves. We turn to the works of Theophrastus, Paracelsus, and Basilius Valentinus, as well as to those of Helmont, Starkey, and others, whose doctrines and directions, resting more or less on nature and imagination, we endeavoured to see into and follow out. I was particularly pleased with the Aurea Catena Homeri, in which nature, though perhaps in fantastical fashion, is represented in a beautiful combination, and thus sometimes by ourselves, sometimes together, we employed much time on these singularities, and spent the evenings of a long winter, during which I was compelled to keep my chamber, very agreeably, since we three, my mother being included, were more delighted with these secrets than we would have been at their elucidation. In the meantime, a very severe trial was preparing for me, for a disturbed, and one might even say for certain moments destroyed, digestion excited such symptoms that in great tribulation I thought I should lose my life, and none of the remedies applied would produce any further effect. In this last extremity my distressed mother constrained the embarrassed physician with the greatest vehemence to come out with his universal medicine. After a long refusal, he hastened home at the dead of night, and returned with a little glass of crystallized dry salt, which was dissolved in water and swallowed by the patient. It had a decidedly alkaline taste. The salt was scarcely taken than my situation appeared relieved, and from that moment the disease took a turn which by degrees led to my recovery. I need not say how much this strengthened and heightened our faith in our physician, and our industry to share in such a treasure. My friend, who, without parents or brothers and sisters, lived in a large, well-situated house, had already before this begun to purchase herself a little air furnace, alembics, and retorts of a moderate size, and in accordance with the hints of Belling and the significant signs of our physician and master, operated principally on iron, in which the most healing powers were said to be concealed, if one only knew how to open it. And as the volatile salt which must be produced made a great figure in all the writings with which we were acquainted, so for these operations alkalis also were required, which, while they flowed away into the air, were to unite with these superterrestrial things, and at last produce per se a mysterious and excellent neutral salt. No sooner was I in some measure restored, and, favoured by the change in the season, once more able to occupy my old gable chamber, than I also began to provide myself with a little apparatus. A small air furnace with a sand bath was prepared, and I very soon learned to change the glass alembics, with a piece of burning matchcord, into vessels in which the different mixtures were to be evaporated. Now were the strange ingredients of the macrocosm and microcosm handled in an odd, mysterious manner, and before all I attempted to produce neutral salts in an unheard-of way. But what for a long time kept me busy most was the so-called liquor silicum, flint juice, which is made by melting down pure quartz flint with a proper proportion of alkali, whence results a transparent glass which melts away on exposure to the air, and exhibits a beautiful clear fluidity. Whoever has once prepared this himself, and seen it with his own eyes, will not blame those who believe in a maiden earth, and in the possibility of producing further effects upon it by means of it. I had become quite skilful in preparing this liquor silicum. The fine white flints which are found in the mine furnished a perfect material for it, and I was not wanting in the other requisites, nor in diligence. But I wearied at last, because I could not but remark that the flinty substance was by no means so closely combined with the salt as I had philosophically imagined, for it very easily separated itself again, and this most beautiful mineral fluidity, which to my greatest astonishment had sometimes appeared in the form of an animal jelly, always deposited a powder which I was forced to pronounce the finest flint dust, but which gave not the least sign of anything productive in its nature, from which one could have hoped to see this maiden earth pass into the maternal state. Strange and unconnected as these operations were, I yet learned many things from them. I paid strict attention to all the crystallizations that might occur, and became acquainted with the external forms of many natural things. And inasmuch as I well knew that in modern times chemical subjects were treated more methodically, I wished to get a general conception of them, although, as a half adept, I had very little respect for the apothecaries and all those who operated with common fire. However, the chemical compendium of Boerhaave attracted me powerfully, and led me on to read several of his writings, in which, since moreover my tedious illness had inclined me towards medical subjects, I found an inducement to study also the aphorisms of this excellent man, which I was glad to stamp upon my mind and in my memory. Another employment, somewhat more human, and by far more useful for my cultivation at the moment, was reading through the letters which I had written home from Leipzig. Nothing reveals more with respect to ourselves than when we again see before us that which has proceeded from us years before, so that we can now consider ourselves as an object of contemplation. But of course I was as yet too young, and the epoch which was represented by those papers was still too near. As in our younger years we do not in general easily cast off a certain self-complacent conceit, this especially shows itself in despising what we have been but a little time before. For while indeed we perceive, as we advance from step to step, that those things which we regard as good and excellent in ourselves and others do not stand their ground, we think we can best extricate ourselves from this dilemma by ourselves throwing away what we cannot preserve. So it was with me also, for as in Leipzig I had gradually learned to set little value on my childish labors, so now my academical course seemed to me likewise of small account, and I did not understand that for this very reason it must be of great value to me, as it elevated me to a higher degree of observation and insight. My father had carefully collected and sewed together the letters I had written to him, as well as those to my sister. Nay, he had even corrected them with attention, and improved the mistakes both in writing and in grammar. What first struck me in these letters was their exterior. I was shocked at an incredible carelessness in the handwriting, which extended from October 1765 to the middle of the following January. But in the middle of March there appeared all at once a quite compressed, orderly hand, such as I used formerly to employ in writing for a prize. My astonishment resolved itself into gratitude towards good Gellert, who, as I now well remembered, whenever we handed in our essays to him, represented to us in his hearty tone of voice that it was our sacred duty to practice our hand as much, nay more than, our style. He repeated this as often as he caught sight of any scrawled, careless writing, on which occasion he often said that he would much like to make a good hand of his pupils, the principal end in his instructions, the more so as he had often remarked that a good hand led the way to a good style. I could further notice that the French and English passages in my letters, though not free from blunders, were nevertheless written with facility and freedom. These languages I had likewise continued to practice in my correspondence with George Schlosser, who was still at Treptow, and I had remained in constant communication with him, by which I was instructed in many secular affairs, for things did not always turn out with him quite as he had hoped, and acquired an ever-increasing confidence in his earnest, noble way of thinking. Another consideration which could not escape me in going over these letters was that my good father, with the best intentions, had done me a special mischief, and had led me into that odd way of life into which I had fallen at last. He had repeatedly warned me against card playing, but Frau Hofrath Böhme, as long as she lived, contrived to persuade me after her own fashion, by declaring that my father's warnings were only against the abuse. Now, as I likewise saw the advantages of it in society, I readily submitted to being led by her. I had indeed the sense of play, but not the spirit of play. I learned all the games easily and rapidly, but I could never keep up the proper attention for a whole evening. Therefore, however good a beginning I would make, I invariably failed at the end, and made myself and others lose, through which I went off always out of humour, either to the supper table or out of the company. Scarcely had Madame Böhme died, who, moreover, had no longer kept me in practice during her tedious illness, when my father's doctrine gained force. I at first begged to be excused from joining the card tables, and as they now did not know what else to do with me, I became even more of a burden to myself than to others, and declined the invitations, which then became more rare, and at last ceased altogether. Play, which is much to be recommended to young people, especially to those who incline to be practical and wish to look about in the world for themselves, could never indeed become a passion with me, for I never got any farther, no matter how long I might have been playing. Had any one given me a general view of the subject, and made me observe how here certain signs, and more or less of chance, form a kind of material at which judgment and activity can exercise themselves, had any one made me see several games at once, I might sooner have become reconciled. With all this, at the time of which I am now speaking, I had, from the above considerations, come to the conviction that one should not avoid social games, but should rather strive after a certain skill in them. Time is infinitely long, and each day is a vessel into which a great deal may be poured, if one would actually fill it up. Thus variously I was occupied in my solitude, the more so as the departed spirits of the different tastes to which I had from time to time devoted myself had an opportunity to reappear. I then again took up drawing, and as I had always wished to labour directly from nature, or rather from reality, I made a picture of my chamber, with its furniture and the persons who were in it. And when this no more amused me, I represented all sorts of town tales which were told at the time, and in which interest was taken, All this was not without character and a certain taste, but unfortunately the figures lacked proportion and the proper vigour, besides which the execution was extremely misty. My father, who continued to take pleasure in these things, wished to have them more distinct, wanting everything to be finished and properly completed. He therefore had them mounted and surrounded with ruled lines. Nay, the painter Morgenstern, his domestic artist, the same who afterwards made himself known, and indeed famous, by his church views, had to insert the perspective lines of the rooms and chambers, which then indeed stood in pretty harsh contrast with those cloudy-looking figures. In this manner he thought he would make me gain greater accuracy, and to please him I drew various objects of still life, in which, since the originals stood as patterns before me, I could work with more distinctness and precision. At last I took it into my head to etch once more. I had composed a tolerably interesting landscape, and felt myself very happy when I could look out for the old receipts given me by Stock, and could at my work call to mind those pleasant times. I soon bit the plate and had a proof taken. Unluckily, the composition was without light and shade, and I now tormented myself to bring in both. But as it was not quite clear to me what was really the essential point, I could not finish. Up to this time I had been quite well, after my own fashion, but now a disease attacked me which had never troubled me before. My throat, namely, had become completely sore, and particularly what is called the uvula very much inflamed. I could only swallow with great pain, and the physicians did not know what to make of it. They tormented me with gargles and hair pencils, but could not free me from my misery. At last it struck me that I had not been careful enough in the biting of my plates, and that by often and passionately repeating it, I had contracted this disease, and always revived and increased it. To the physicians this cause was plausible, and very soon certain, on my leaving my etching and biting, and that so much the more readily as the attempt had by no means turned out well, and I had more reason to conceal than to exhibit my labours, for which I consoled myself the more easily, as I very soon saw myself free from the troublesome disease. Upon this I could not refrain from the reflection that my similar occupations at Leipzig might have greatly contributed to those diseases from which I had suffered so much. It is indeed a tedious and withal a melancholy business to take too much care of ourselves, and of what injures and benefits us. But there is no question but that, with the wonderful idiosyncrasy of human nature on the one side, and the infinite variety in the mode of life and pleasure on the other, it is a wonder that the human race has not worn itself out long ago. Human nature seems to possess a peculiar kind of toughness and many-sidedness, since it subdues everything which approaches it, or which it takes into itself, and if it cannot assimilate, at least makes it indifferent. In case of any great excess, indeed, it must yield to the elements in spite of all resistance, as the many endemic diseases and the effects of brandy convince us. Could we, without being morbidly anxious, keep watch over ourselves as to what operates favourably or unfavourably upon us in our complicated civil and social life, and would we leave off what is actually pleasant to us as an enjoyment for the sake of the evil consequences, we should thus know how to remove with ease many an inconvenience which, with a constitution otherwise sound, often troubles us more than even a disease. Unfortunately, it is in dietetics as in morals. We cannot see into a fault until we have got rid of it, by which nothing is gained, for the next fault is not like the preceding one, and therefore cannot be recognized under the same form. While I was reading over the letters which had been written to my sister from Leipzig, this remark, among others, could not escape me: that from the very beginning of my academical course I had esteemed myself very clever and wise, since, as soon as I had learned anything, I put myself in the place of the professor, and so became didactic on the spot. I was amused to see how I had immediately applied to my sister whatever Gellert had imparted or advised in his lectures, without seeing that both in life and in books a thing may be proper for a young man without being suitable for a young lady, and we both together made merry over these mimicries. The poems also which I had composed in Leipzig were already too poor for me, and they seemed to me cold, dry, and in respect of all that was meant to express the state of a human heart or mind, too superficial. This induced me, now that I was to leave my father's house once more and go to a second university, again to decree a great high Autobiography against my labours. Several commenced plays, some of which had reached the third or the fourth act, while others had only the plot fully made out, together with many other poems, letters, and papers, were given over to the fire, and scarcely anything was spared except the manuscript by Behrisch, Die Laune des Verliebten, and Die Mitschuldigen, which latter play I constantly went on improving with peculiar affection, and as the piece was already complete, I again worked over the plot to make it more bustling and intelligible. Lessing, in the first two acts of his Minna, had set up an unattainable model of the way in which a drama should be developed, and nothing was to me of greater importance than to thoroughly enter into his meaning and views. The recital of whatever moved, excited, and occupied me at this time is already circumstantial enough, but I must nevertheless recur to that interest with which supersensuous things had inspired me, of which I once for all, so far as might be possible, undertook to form some notion. I experienced a great influence from an important work that fell into my hands. It was Arnold's History of the Church and of Heretics. This man is not merely a reflective historian, but at the same time pious and feeling. His sentiments chimed in very well with mine, and what particularly delighted me in his work was that I received a more favourable notion of many heretics, who had been hitherto represented to me as mad or impious. The spirit of contradiction and the love of paradoxes are inherent in us all. I diligently studied the different opinions, and as I had often enough heard it said that every man has his own religion at last, so nothing seemed more natural to me than that I should form mine too, and this I did with much satisfaction. The Neoplatonism lay at the foundation. The Hermetical, the Mystical, the Kabbalistic also contributed their share, and thus I built for myself a world that looked strange enough. I could well represent to myself a Godhead which has gone on producing itself from all eternity, but as production cannot be conceived without multiplicity, so it must of necessity have immediately appeared to itself as a second, which we recognize under the name of the Son. Now these two must continue the act of producing, and again appear to themselves in a third, which was just as substantial, living, and eternal as the whole. With these, however, the circle of the Godhead was complete, and it would not have been possible for them to produce another perfectly equal to them. But since the work of production always proceeded, they created a fourth, which already fostered in himself a contradiction, inasmuch as it was, like them, unlimited, and yet at the same time was to be contained in them and bounded by them. Now this was Lucifer, to whom the whole power of creation was committed from this time, and from whom all other beings were to proceed. He immediately displayed his infinite activity by creating the whole body of angels, all again after his own likeness, unlimited, but contained in him and bounded by him. Surrounded by such a glory, he forgot his higher origin, and believed that he could find himself in himself. And from this first ingratitude sprang all that does not seem to us in accordance with the will and purposes of the Godhead. Now, the more he concentrated himself within himself, the more painful must it have become to him, as well as to all the spirits whose sweet uprising to their origin he had embittered. And so that happened which is intimated to us under the form of the fall of the angels. One part of them concentrated itself with Lucifer, the other turned itself again to its origin. From this concentration of the whole creation, for it had proceeded out of Lucifer and was forced to follow him, sprang all that we perceive under the form of matter, which we figure to ourselves as heavy, solid, and dark, but which, since it is descended, if not even immediately, yet by filiation, from the divine being, is just as unlimited, powerful, and eternal as its sire and grandsire. Now the whole mischief, if we may call it so, having arisen merely through the one-sided direction of Lucifer, the better half was indeed wanting to this creation, for it possessed all that is gained by concentration, while it lacked all that can be effected by expansion alone. And so the entire creation might have been destroyed by everlasting concentration, become annihilated with its father Lucifer, and have lost all its claims to an equal eternity with the Godhead. This condition the Elohim contemplated for a time, and they had their choice: to wait for those eons in which the field would again have become clear, and space would be left them for a new creation, or, if they would, to seize upon that which existed already and supply the want according to their own eternity. Now they chose the latter, and by their mere will supplied in an instant the whole want which the consequence of Lucifer's undertaking drew after it. They gave to the eternal being the faculty of expansion, of moving towards them. The peculiar pulse of life was again restored, and Lucifer himself could not avoid its effects. This is the epoch when that appeared which we know as light, and when that began which we are accustomed to designate by the word creation. However much this multiplied itself by progressive degrees through the continually working vital power of the Elohim, still a being was wanting who might be able to restore the original connection with the Godhead, and thus man was produced, who in all things was to be similar, yea, equal to the Godhead, but thereby, in effect, found himself once more in the situation of Lucifer, that of being at once unlimited and limited. And since this contradiction was to manifest itself in him through all the categories of existence, and perfect consciousness as well as a decided will was to accompany his various conditions, it was to be foreseen that he must be at the same time the most perfect and the most imperfect, the most happy and the most unhappy creature. It was not long before he too completely acted the part of Lucifer. True ingratitude is a separation from the benefactor, and thus that fall was manifest for the second time, although the whole creation is nothing and was nothing but a falling from and returning to the original. One easily sees how the redemption is not only decreed from eternity, but is considered as eternally necessary, nay, that it must ever renew itself through the whole time of generation. Footnote, das Werden, the state of becoming, as distinguished from that of being. The word which is most useful to the Germans can never be rendered properly in English. Translator. And existence. In this view of the subject, nothing is more natural than for the divinity himself to take the form of man, which had already prepared itself as a veil, and to share his fate for a short time, in order by this assimilation to enhance his joys and alleviate his sorrows. The history of all religions and philosophies teaches us that this great truth, indispensable to man, has been handed down by different nations, in different times, in various ways, and even in strange fables and images, in accordance with their limited knowledge. Enough, if it only be acknowledged, that we find ourselves in a condition which, even if it seems to drag us down and oppress us, yet gives us opportunity, nay, even makes it our duty, to raise ourselves up and to fulfill the purposes of the Godhead in this manner, that while we are compelled on the one hand to concentrate ourselves, und zu verselbsten, we on the other hand do not omit to expand ourselves, und zu entselbstigen, in regular pulsation. Footnote. If we could make use of some such verbs as in self and unself, we should more accurately render this passage. Translator. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, section 29. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, section 29. Ninth Book, Part 1. Reader's Note. In the following paragraph, Goethe is quoting another writer. The heart is often affected, moreover, to the advantage of different, but especially of social and refined virtues, and the more tender sentiments are excited and unfolded in it. Many touches in particular will impress themselves, which give the young reader an insight into the more hidden corner of the human heart and its passions, a knowledge which is more worth than all Latin and Greek, and of which Ovid was a very excellent master. But yet it is not on this account that the classic poets, and therefore Ovid, are placed in the hands of youth. We have received from a kind Creator a variety of mental powers, to which we must not neglect giving their proper culture in our earliest years, and which cannot be cultivated either by logic or metaphysics, Latin or Greek. We have an imagination, before which, since it should not seize upon the very first conceptions that chance to present themselves, we ought to place the fittest and most beautiful images, and thus accustom and practice the mind to recognize and love the beautiful everywhere, and in nature itself, under its determined, true, and also in its finer features. A multitude of conceptions and general knowledge is necessary to us, as well for the sciences as for daily life, which can be learned out of no compendium. Our feelings, affections, and passions should be advantageously developed and purified. Reader's note, end of quotation. This significant passage, which is found in the Universal German Library, was not the only one of its kind. Similar principles and similar views manifested themselves in many directions. They made upon us lively youths a very great impression, which had the more decided effect as it was strengthened besides by Wieland's example, for the works of his second brilliant period clearly showed that he had formed himself according to such maxims. And what more could we desire? Philosophy, with its abstruse questions, was set aside. The classic languages, the acquisition of which is accompanied by so much drudgery, one saw thrust into the background. The compendiums, about the sufficiency of which Hamlet had already whispered a word of caution into our ears, came more and more into suspicion. We were directed to the contemplation of an active life, which we were so fond of leading, and to the knowledge of the passions, which we partly felt, partly anticipated in our own bosoms, and which, if, though they had been rebuked formerly, now appeared to us as something important and dignified, because they were to be the chief object of our studies, and the knowledge of them was extolled as the most excellent means of cultivating our mental powers. Besides, such a mode of thought was quite in accordance with my own conviction, nay, with my poetical mode of treatment. I therefore, without opposition, after I had thwarted so many good designs and seen so many fair hopes vanish, reconciled myself to my father's intention of sending me to Strasbourg, where I was promised a cheerful, gay life while I should prosecute my studies and at last take my degree. In spring I felt my health, but still more my youthful spirits, restored, and once more longed to be out of my father's house, though with reasons far different from those on the first time. The pretty chambers and spots where I had suffered so much had become disagreeable to me, and with my father himself there could be no pleasant relation. I could not quite pardon him for having manifested more impatience than was reasonable at the relapse of my disease and at my tedious recovery, nay, for having, instead of comforting me by forbearance, frequently expressed himself in a cruel manner about that which lay in no man's hand, as if it depended only on the will. And he too was in various ways hurt and offended by me. For young people bring back from the university general ideas, which indeed is quite right and good, but because they fancy themselves very wise in this, they apply them as a standard to the objects that occur, which must then for the most part lose by the comparison. Thus I had gained a general notion of architecture and of the arrangement and decoration of houses, and imprudently in conversation had applied this to our own house. My father had designed the whole arrangement of it, and carried out its construction with great perseverance, and considering that it was to be exclusively a residence for himself and his family, nothing could be objected to it. In this taste also very many of the houses in Frankfurt were built. An open staircase ran up through the house, and touched upon large anterooms, which might very well have been chambers themselves, as indeed we always passed the fine season in them. But this pleasant, cheerful existence for a single family, this communication from above to below, became the greatest inconvenience as soon as several parties occupied the house, as we had but too well experienced on the occasion of the French quartering. For that painful scene with the King's lieutenant would not have happened. Nay, my father would even have felt all those disagreeable matters less, if, after the Leipzig fashion, our staircase had run close along the side of the house, and a separate door had been given to each story. This style of building I once praised highly for its advantages, and showed my father the possibility of altering his staircase also, whereat he got into an incredible passion, which was the more violent, as a short time before I had found fault with some scrolled looking-glass frames, and rejected certain Chinese hangings. A scene ensued, which indeed was again hushed up and smothered, but it hastened my journey to the beautiful Alsace, which I accomplished in a newly contrived, comfortable diligence, without delay, and in a short time. I had alighted at the Geist tavern, and hastened at once to satisfy my most earnest desire, and to approach the Minster, which had long since been pointed out to me by fellow travellers, and had been before my eyes for a great distance. When I first perceived this colossus through the narrow lanes, and then stood too near before it, in the truly confined little square, it made upon me an impression quite of its own kind, which I, being unable to analyze on the spot, carried with me only indistinctly for this time, as I hastily ascended the building, so as not to neglect the beautiful moment of a high and cheerful sun, which was to disclose to me at once the broad, rich land. And now, from the platform, I saw before me the beautiful country in which I should for a long time live and reside, the handsome city, the wide-spreading meadows around it, thickly set and interwoven with magnificent trees, that striking richness of vegetation which follows in the windings of the Rhine, marks its banks, islands, and aits. Nor is the level ground stretching down from the south, and watered by the Iller, less adorned with varied green. Even westward, towards the mountains, there are many low grounds which afford quite as charming a view of wood and meadow growth, just as the northern and more hilly part is intersected by innumerable little brooks, which promote a rapid vegetation everywhere. If one imagines between these luxuriantly outstretched meads, between these joyously scattered groves, all land adapted for tillage, excellently prepared, verdant and ripening, and the best and richest spots marked by hamlets and farmhouses, and this great and immeasurable plain prepared for man like a new paradise, bounded far and near by mountains partly cultivated, partly overgrown with woods, he will then conceive the rapture with which I blessed my fate, that it had destined me for some time so beautiful a dwelling place. Such a fresh glance into a new land, in which we are to abide for a time, has still the peculiarity, both pleasant and foreboding, that the whole lies before us like an unwritten tablet. As yet no sorrows and joys which relate to ourselves are recorded upon it. This cheerful, varied, animated plain is still mute for us. The eye is only fixed on the objects so far as they are intrinsically important, and neither affection nor passion has especially to render prominent this or that spot. But a presentiment of the future already disquiets the young heart, and an unsatisfied craving secretly demands that which is to come and may come, and which, at all events, whether for good or ill, will imperceptibly assume the character of the spot in which we find ourselves. Having descended the height, I still tarried a while before the face of the venerable pile, but what I could not quite clearly make out, either the first or the following time, was that I regarded this miracle as a monster, which must have terrified me, if it had not at the same time appeared to me comprehensible by its regularity, and even pleasing in its finish. Yet I by no means busied myself with meditating on this contradiction, but suffered a monument so astonishing quietly to work upon me by its presence. I took small but well situated and pleasant lodgings on the north side of the fish market, a fine long street where the everlasting motion came to the assistance of every unoccupied moment. I then delivered my letters of introduction, and found among my patrons a merchant who, with his family, was devoted to those pious opinions sufficiently known to me, although as far as regarded external worship he had not separated from the church. He was a man of intelligence withal, and by no means hypocritical in his conduct. The company of boarders which was recommended to me, and indeed I to it, was very agreeable and entertaining. A couple of old maids had long kept up this boarding house with regularity and good success. There might have been about 10 persons, older and younger. Of these latter, one named Meyer, a native of Lindau, is most vividly present to my mind. From his form and face, he might have been considered one of the handsomest of men, if, at the same time, he had not had something of the sloven in his whole appearance. In like manner, his splendid natural talents were marred by an incredible levity, and his excellent temper by an unbounded dissoluteness. He had an open, jovial face, rather more round than oval. The organs of the senses, the eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, could be called rich. They showed a decided fullness without being too large. His mouth was particularly charming, owing to his curling lips, and his whole physiognomy had the peculiar expression of a rake, from the circumstance that his eyebrows met across his nose, which in a handsome face always produces a pleasant expression of sensuality. By his jovialness, sincerity, and good nature, he made himself beloved by all. His memory was incredible. Attention at the lectures was no effort for him. He retained all he heard, and was intellectual enough to take an interest in everything, and this the more easily as he was studying medicine. All his impressions remained vivid, and his waggery in repeating the lectures and mimicking the professors often went so far that, when he had heard 3 different lectures in one morning, he would at the dinner table interchange the professors with each other, paragraph-wise, and often even more abruptly, which motley lecture frequently entertained us, but often, too, became troublesome. The rest were more or less polite, steady, serious people. A pensioned knight of the Order of St. Louis was one of these, but the majority were students, all really good and well disposed, only they were not allowed to go beyond their usual allowance of wine. That this should not be easily done was the care of our president, one Dr. Salzmann. Already in the 60s and unmarried, he had attended this dinner table for many years, and maintained its good order and respectability. He possessed a handsome property, kept himself close and neat in his exterior, even belonging to those who always go in shoes and stockings, and with their hat under their arm. To put on the hat was with him an extraordinary action. He commonly carried an umbrella, wisely reflecting that the finest summer days often bring thunderstorms and passing showers over the country. With this man I talked over my design of continuing to study jurisprudence at Strasbourg, so as to be able to take my degree as soon as possible. Since he was exactly informed of everything, I asked him about the lectures I should have to hear, and what he generally thought of the matter. To this he replied that it was not in Strasbourg as in the German universities, where they try to educate jurists in the large and learned sense of the term. Here, in conformity with the relation towards France, all was really directed to the practical, and managed in accordance with the opinions of the French, who readily stop at what is given. They tried to impart to everyone certain general principles and preliminary knowledge. They compressed as much as possible, and communicated only what was most necessary. Hereupon he made me acquainted with a man in whom, as a repetent, repetent is one of a class of persons to be found in the German universities, and who assist students in their studies. They are somewhat analogous to the English tutors, but not precisely, for the latter render their aid before the recitation, while the repetent repeats with the student in private the lectures he has previously heard from the professor. Hence his name, which might be rendered repeater, had we any corresponding class of men in England or America which would justify an English word. American note. Great confidence was entertained, which he very soon managed to gain from me also. By way of introduction, I began to speak with him on the subjects of jurisprudence, and he wondered not a little at my swaggering, for during my residence at Leipzig I had gained more of an insight into the requisites for the law than I have hitherto taken occasion to state in my narrative, though all I had acquired could only be reckoned as a general encyclopedical survey, and not as proper definite knowledge. University life, even if in the course of it we may not exactly have to boast of industry, nevertheless affords endless advantages in every kind of cultivation, because we are always surrounded by men who either possess or are seeking science, so that even if unconsciously we are constantly drawing some nourishment from such an atmosphere. My repetent, after he had had patience with my rambling discourse for some time, gave me at last to understand that I must first of all keep my immediate object in view, which was to be examined, to take my degree, and then perchance to commence practice. Regarding the former, said he, the subject is by no means investigated at large. It is inquired how and when a law arose, and what gave the internal or external occasion for it. There is no inquiry as to how it has been altered by time and custom, or how far it has perhaps been perverted by false interpretation or the perverted usage of the courts. It is in such investigations that learned men quite peculiarly spend their lives, whereas we inquire into that which exists at present. This we stamp firmly on our memory, that it may always be ready when we wish to employ it for the use and defence of our clients. Thus we qualify our young people for their future life, and the rest follows in proportion to their talents and activity. Hereupon he handed me his pamphlets, which were written in question and answer, and in which I could have stood a pretty good examination at once, for Hopp's smaller law catechism was yet perfectly in my memory. The rest I supplied with some diligence, and against my will qualified myself in the easiest manner as a candidate. But since in this way all my own activity in the study was cut off, for I had no sense for anything positive, but wished to have everything explained historically, if not intelligibly, I found for my powers a wider field, which I employed in the most singular manner. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, section 30. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, section 30. Ninth Book, Part 2. Most of my fellow boarders were medical students. These, as is well known, are the only students who zealously converse about their science and profession, even out of the hours of study. This lies in the nature of the case. The objects of their endeavours are those most obvious to the senses, and at the same time the highest, the most simple, and the most complicated. Medicine employs the whole man, for it occupies itself with man as a whole. All that the young man learns refers directly to an important, dangerous indeed, but yet in many respects lucrative practice. He therefore devotes himself passionately to whatever is to be known and to be done, partly because it is interesting in itself, partly because it opens to him the joyous prospect of independence and wealth. At table, then, I heard nothing but medical conversations, just as formerly in the boarding-house of Hofrath Ludwig. In our walks and in our pleasure parties likewise, not much else was talked about, for my fellow boarders, like good fellows, had also become my companions at other times, and they were always joined on all sides by persons of like minds and like studies. The medical faculty in general shone above the others, with respect both to the celebrity of the professors and the number of the students, and I was the more easily borne along by the stream, as I had just so much knowledge of all these things that my desire for science could soon be increased and inflamed. At the commencement of the second half-year, therefore, I attended Spielmann's course on chemistry, another on anatomy by Lobstein, and proposed to be right industrious, because, by my singular preliminary, or rather extra knowledge, I had already gained some respect and confidence in our society. Yet this trifling and piecemeal way of study was even to be once more seriously disturbed, for a remarkable political event set everything in motion, and procured us a tolerable succession of holidays. Marie Antoinette, Archduchess of Austria and Queen of France, was to pass through Strasbourg on her road to Paris. The solemnities by which the people are made to take notice that there is greatness in the world were busily and abundantly prepared, and especially remarkable to me was the building which stood on an island in the Rhine between the two bridges, erected for her reception and for surrendering her into the hands of her husband's ambassadors. It was but slightly raised above the ground, had in the centre a grand saloon, on each side smaller ones. Then followed other chambers, which extended somewhat backward. In short, had it been more durably built, it might have answered very well as a pleasure house for persons of rank. But what particularly interested me, and for which I did not grudge many a bussel, a little silver coin then current, in order to procure a repeated entrance from the porter, was the embroidered tapestry with which they had lined the whole interior. Here, for the first time, I saw a specimen of those tapestries worked after Raphael's cartoons, and this sight was for me of very decided influence, as I became acquainted with the true and the perfect on a large scale, though only in copies. I went and came and went, and could not satiate myself with looking. Nay, a vain endeavour troubled me, because I would willingly have comprehended what interested me in so extraordinary a manner. I found these side chambers highly delightful and refreshing, but the chief saloon so much the more shocking. This had been hung with many larger, more brilliant and richer hangings, which were surrounded with crowded ornaments, worked after pictures by the modern French. Now, I might perhaps have become reconciled to this style also, as my feelings, like my judgment, did not readily reject anything entirely, but the subject was excessively revolting to me. These pictures contained the history of Jason, Medea, and Creusa, and therefore an example of the most unhappy marriage. To the left of the throne was seen the bride struggling with the most horrible death, surrounded by persons full of sympathizing woe. To the right was the father, horrified at the murdered babes before his feet, whilst the Fury in her dragon car drove along into the air, and that the horrible and atrocious should not lack something absurd, the white tail of that magic bull flourished out on the right hand from behind the red velvet of the gold embroidered back of the throne, while the fire-spitting beast himself and the Jason who was fighting with him were completely covered by the sumptuous drapery. Here all the maxims which I had made my own in Ursa's school were stirring within my bosom. It was without proper selection and judgment, to begin with, that Christ and the apostles were brought into the side halls of a nuptial building, and doubtless the size of the chambers had guided the royal tapestry keeper. This, however, I willingly forgave, because it had turned out so much to my advantage. But a blunder like that in the grand saloon put me altogether out of my self-possession, and with animation and vehemence I called on my comrades to witness such a crime against taste and feeling. "What," cried I, without regarding the bystanders, "is it permitted to thoughtlessly place before the eyes of a young queen, at her first setting foot in her dominions, the representation of the most horrible marriage that perhaps ever was consummated? Is there among the French architects, decorators, upholsterers, not a single man who understands that pictures represent something, that pictures work upon the mind and feelings, that they make impressions, that they excite forebodings? It is just the same as if they had sent the most ghastly spectre to meet this beauteous and pleasure-loving lady at the very frontiers." I know not what I said besides. Enough. My comrades tried to quiet me and to remove me out of the house, that there might be no offence. They then assured me that it was not everybody's concern to look for significance in pictures, that to themselves, at least, nothing of the sort would have occurred, while the whole population of Strasbourg and the vicinity, which was to throng thither, would no more take such crotchets into their heads than the Queen herself and her court. I yet remember well the beauteous and lofty mien, as cheerful as it was imposing, of this youthful lady. Perfectly visible to us all in her glass carriage, she seemed to be jesting with her female attendants in familiar conversation about the throng that poured forth to meet her train. In the evening we roamed through the streets to look at the various illuminated buildings, but especially the glowing spire of the minster, with which, both near and in the distance, we could not sufficiently feast our eyes. The Queen pursued her way, the country people dispersed, and the city was soon quiet as ever. Before the Queen's arrival, the very reasonable regulation had been made that no deformed persons, no cripples, nor disgusting invalids should show themselves on her route. People joked about this, and I made a little French poem in which I compared the advent of Christ, who seemed to wander upon earth particularly on account of the sick and lame, with the arrival of the Queen, who scared these unfortunates away. My friends let it pass. A Frenchman, on the contrary, who lived with us, criticized the language and metre very unmercifully, although, as it seemed, with too much foundation, and I do not remember that I ever made a French poem afterwards. No sooner had the news of the Queen's happy arrival rung from the capital, than it was followed by the horrible intelligence that, owing to an oversight of the police during the festal fireworks, an infinite number of persons, with horses and carriages, had been destroyed in a street obstructed by building materials, and that the city, in the midst of the nuptial solemnities, had been plunged into mourning and sorrow. They attempted to conceal the extent of the misfortune, both from the young royal pair and from the world, by burying the dead in secret, so that many families were convinced only by the ceaseless absence of their members that they too had been swept off by this awful event. That on this occasion those ghastly figures in the grand saloon again came vividly before my mind, I need scarcely mention, for every one knows how powerful certain moral impressions are when they embody themselves, as it were, in those of the senses. This occurrence was, however, destined, moreover, to place my friends in anxiety and trouble by means of a prank in which I indulged. Among us young people who had been at Leipzig, there had been maintained ever afterwards a certain itch for imposing on and in some way mystifying one another. With this wanton love of mischief, I wrote to a friend in Frankfurt. He was the one who had amplified my poem on the cake baker Hendel, applied it to Medon, and caused its general circulation, a letter dated from Versailles, in which I informed him of my happy arrival there, my participation in the solemnities, and other things of the kind, but at the same time enjoined the strictest secrecy. I must here remark that from the time of that trick which had caused us so much annoyance, our little Leipzig society had accustomed itself to persecute him from time to time with mystifications, and this especially as he was the drollest man in the world, and was never more amiable than when he was discovering the cheat into which he had deliberately been led. Shortly after I had written this letter, I went on a little journey, and remained absent about a fortnight. Meanwhile, the news of that disaster had reached Frankfurt. My friend believed me in Paris, and his affection led him to apprehend that I might have been involved in the calamity. He inquired of my parents and other persons to whom I was accustomed to write whether any letters had arrived, and as it was just at the time when my journey kept me from sending any, they were altogether wanting. He went about in the greatest uneasiness, and at last told the matter in confidence to our nearest friends, who were now in equal anxiety. Fortunately, this conjecture did not reach my parents until a letter had arrived, announcing my return to Strasbourg. My young friends were satisfied to learn that I was alive, but remained firmly convinced that I had been at Paris in the interim. The affectionate intelligence of the solicitude they had felt on my account affected me so much that I vowed to leave off such tricks forever. But unfortunately I have often since allowed myself to be guilty of something similar. Real life frequently loses its brilliancy to such a degree that one is many a time forced to polish it up again with the varnish of fiction. This mighty stream of courtly magnificence had now flowed by, and had left me in no other longing than after those tapestries of Raffaelle, which I would willingly have gazed at, revered, nay, adored, every day and every hour. Fortunately, my passionate endeavours succeeded in interesting several persons of consequence in them, so that they were taken down and packed up as late as possible. We now gave ourselves up again to our quiet, easy routine of the university and society, and in the latter the actuary Salzmann, president of our table, continued to be the general pedagogue. His intelligence, complacence, and dignity, which he always contrived to maintain amid all the jests, and often even in the little extravagances which he allowed us, made him beloved and respected by the whole company; and I could mention but few instances where he showed his serious displeasure, or interposed with authority in little quarrels and disputes. Yet among them all I was the one who most attached myself to him, and he was not less inclined to converse with me, as he found me more variously accomplished than the others, and not so one-sided in judgment. I also followed his directions in external matters, so that he could, without hesitation, publicly acknowledge me as his companion and comrade; for although he only filled an office which seems to be of little influence, he administered it in a manner which redounded to his highest honor. He was actuary to the Court of Wards, Pupillin Collegium, and there, indeed, like the perpetual secretary of a university, he had, properly speaking, the management of affairs in his own hands. Now, as he had performed the duties of this office with the greatest exactness for many years, there was no family, from the first to the last, which did not owe him its gratitude, as indeed scarcely any one in the whole administration of government can earn more blessings or more curses than one who takes charge of the orphans, or, on the contrary, squanders or suffers to be squandered their property and goods. The Strasburgers are passionate walkers, and they have a good right to be so. Let one turn his steps as he will find pleasure grounds, partly natural, partly adorned by art in ancient and modern times, all of them visited and enjoyed by a cheerful, merry little people. But what made the sight of a great number of pedestrians still more agreeable here than in other places was the various costume of the fair sex. The middle class of city girls yet retained the hair twisted up and secured by a large pin, as well as a certain close style of dress, in which anything like a train would have been unbecoming; and the pleasant part of it was that this costume did not differ violently according to the rank of the wearer, for there were still some families of opulence and distinction who would not permit their daughters to deviate from this costume. The rest followed the French fashion, and this party made some proselytes every year. Salzmann had many acquaintances and an entrance everywhere, a very pleasant circumstance for his companion, especially in summer, for good company and refreshment were found in all the public gardens far and near, and more than one invitation for this or that pleasant day was received. On one such occasion I found an opportunity to recommend myself very rapidly to a family which I was visiting for only the second time. We were invited and arrived at the appointed hour. The company was not large, Some played, and some walked as usual. Afterwards, when they were to go to supper, I saw our hostess and her sister speaking to each other with animation, and as if in a peculiar embarrassment. I accosted them and said, "I have indeed no right, ladies, to force myself into your secrets, but perhaps I may be able to give you good counsel, or even to serve you." Upon this they disclosed to me their painful dilemma, namely, that they had invited 12 persons to table, and that just at that moment a relation had returned from a journey, who now, as the 13th, would be a fatal memento mori, if not for himself, yet certainly for some of the guests. "The case is very easily mended," replied I. "Permit me to take my leave, and stipulate for indemnification." As they were persons of consequence and good breeding, they would by no means allow this, but sent about in the neighborhood to find a 14th. I suffered them to do so. Yet when I saw the servant coming in at the garden gate without having effected his errand, I stole away, and spent my evening pleasantly under the old linden trees of the Wanzenau. That this self-denial was richly repaid me was a very natural consequence. A certain kind of general society is not to be thought of without card-playing. Salzmann renewed the good instructions of Madame Böhme, and I was the more docile, as I had really seen that by this little sacrifice, if it be one may procure oneself much pleasure, and even a greater freedom in society than one would otherwise enjoy. The old piquet, which had gone to sleep, was again looked out. I learned whist. I made myself, according to the directions of my mentor, a card purse, which was to remain untouched under all circumstances, and I now found opportunity to spend most of my evenings with my friend in the best circles, where, for the most part, they wished me well, and pardoned me many a little irregularity, to which, nevertheless, my friend, though kindly enough, used to call my attention. But that I might experience symbolically how much one, even in externals, has to adapt oneself to society, and direct oneself according to it, I was compelled to something which seemed to me the most disagreeable thing in the world. I had really very fine hair, but my Strasbourg hairdresser at once assured me that it was cut much too short behind, and that it would be impossible to make a frisure of it in which I could show myself, since nothing but a few short curls in front were decreed lawful, and all the rest, from the crown, must be tied up in a queue or a hair bag. Nothing was left but to put up with false hair, till the natural growth was again restored according to the demands of the time. He promised me that nobody should ever remark this innocent deception, against which I objected at first very earnestly, if I could resolve upon it immediately. He kept his word, and I was always looked upon as the young man who had the best and the best dressed head of hair. But as I was obliged to remain thus propped up and powdered from early morning, and at the same time to take care not to betray my false ornament by heating myself or by violent motions, this restraint, in fact, contributed much to my behaving for a time more quietly and politely, and accustomed me to going with my hat under my arm, and consequently in shoes and stockings also. However, I did not venture to neglect wearing understockings of fine leather, as a defence against the Rhine gnats, which on the fine summer evenings generally spread themselves over the meadows and gardens. Under these circumstances, violent bodily motion being denied me, our social conversations grew more and more animated and impassioned. Indeed, they were the most interesting in which I had hitherto ever borne part. With my way of feeling and thinking, it cost me nothing to let every one pass for what he was, nay, for that which he wished to pass for, and thus the frankness of a fresh, youthful heart, which manifested itself almost for the first time in its full bloom, made me many friends and adherents. Our company of boarders increased to about 20 persons, and as Salzmann kept up his accustomed order, everything continued in its old routine. Nay, the conversation was almost more decorous, as every one had to be on his guard before several. Among the newcomers was a man who particularly interested me. His name was Jung, the same who afterwards became known under the name of Stilling. In spite of an antiquated dress, his form had something delicate about it, with a certain sturdiness. A bag wig did not disfigure his significant and pleasing countenance. His voice was mild without being soft and weak. It became even melodious and powerful as soon as his ardor was roused, which was very easily done. On becoming better acquainted with him, one found in him a sound common sense which rested on feeling, and therefore took its tone from the affections and passions. And from this very feeling sprang an enthusiasm for the good, the true, and the just, in the greatest possible purity. For the course of this man's life had been very simple, and yet crowded with events and with manifold activity. The element of his energy was indestructible faith in God, and in an assistance flowing immediately from him, which evidently manifested itself in an uninterrupted providence, and in an unfailing deliverance out of all troubles and from every evil. Jung had made many such experiences in his life, and they had often been repeated of late in Strasbourg, so that with the greatest cheerfulness he led a life frugal indeed, but free from care, and devoted himself most earnestly to his studies, although he could not reckon upon any certain subsistence from one quarter to another. In his youth, when on a fair way to become a charcoal burner, he took up the trade of a tailor, and after he had instructed himself at the same time in higher matters, his knowledge-loving mind drove him to the occupation of schoolmaster. This attempt failed, and he returned to his trade, from which, however, since every one felt for him confidence and affection, he was repeatedly called away again to take a place as a private tutor. But for his most internal and peculiar training, he had to thank that widespread class of men who sought out their salvation on their own responsibility, and who, while they strove to edify themselves by reading the Scriptures and good books, and by mutual exhortation and confession, thereby attained a degree of cultivation which must excite surprise. For while the interest which always accompanied them, and which maintained them in fellowship, rested on the simplest foundation of morality, well-wishing, and well-doing, the deviations which could take place with men of such limited circumstances were of little importance, and hence their consciences for the most part remained clear, and their minds commonly cheerful. So there arose no artificial, but a truly natural culture, which yet had this advantage over others, that it was suitable to all ages and ranks, and was generally social by its nature. For this reason, too, these persons were, in their own circle, truly eloquent and capable of expressing themselves appropriately and pleasingly on all the tenderest and best concerns of the heart. Now, good Jung was in this very case. Among a few persons who, if not exactly like-minded with himself, did not declare themselves averse from his mode of thought, he was found not only talkative but eloquent. In particular, he related the history of his life in the most delightful manner, and knew how to make all the circumstances plainly and vividly present to his listeners. I persuaded him to write them down, and he promised to do so. But because in his way of expressing himself he was like a somnambulist, who must not be called by name lest he should fall from his elevation, or like a gentle stream to which one dare oppose nothing lest it should foam, he was often constrained to feel uncomfortable in a more numerous company. His faith tolerated no doubt, and his conviction no jest. While in friendly communication he was inexhaustible, everything came to a standstill with him when he met with contradiction. I usually helped him through on such occasions, for which he repaid me with honest affection. Since his mode of thought was nothing strange to me, but on the contrary I had already become accurately acquainted with it in my very best friends of both sexes, and since, moreover, it generally interested me with its naturalness and naivete, he found himself on the very best terms with me. The bent of his intellect was pleasing to me, nor did I meddle with his faith in miracles, which was so useful to him. Salzmann likewise behaved towards him with forbearance. I say with forbearance, for Salzmann, in conformity with his character, his natural disposition, his age and circumstances, could not but stand and continue on the side of the rational, or rather the common sense Christians, whose religion properly rested on the rectitude of their characters and a manly independence, and who therefore did not like to meddle or have anything to do with feelings which might easily have led them into gloom, or with mysticism which might easily have led them into the dark. This class, too, was respectable and numerous. All men of honor and capacity understood each other, and were of the like persuasion, as well as of the same mode of life. Lersa, likewise our fellow boarder, also belonged to this number. A perfectly upright young man, and with limited gifts of fortune, frugal and exact. His manner of life and housekeeping was the closest I ever knew among students. He was of us all the most neatly dressed, and yet always appeared in the same clothes. But he managed his wardrobe with the greatest care, kept everything about him clean, and required all things in ordinary life to go according to his example. He never happened to lean anywhere, or to prop his elbow on the table. He never forgot to mark his table napkin, and the maid always had a bad time of it when the chairs were not found perfectly clean. With all this, he had nothing stiff in his exterior. He spoke cordially, with precise and dry liveliness, in which a light, ironical joke was very becoming. In figure he was well built, slender, and of fair height. His face was pock-pitted and homely, his little blue eyes cheerful and penetrating. As he had cause to tutor us in so many respects, we let him be our fencing master besides, for he drew a very fine rapier, and it seemed to give him sport to play off upon us on this occasion all the pedantry of this profession. Moreover, we really profited by him, and had to thank him for many sociable hours which he induced us to spend in good exercise and practice. By all these peculiarities, Lerse completely qualified himself for the office of arbitrator and umpire in all the small and great quarrels which happened, though but rarely, in our circle, and which Salzmann could not hush up in his fatherly way. Without the external forms, which do so much mischief in universities, we represented a society bound together by circumstances and good feeling, which others might occasionally touch, but into which they could not intrude. Now, in his judgment of internal piques, Lerse always showed the greatest impartiality, and when the affair could no longer be settled by words and explanations, he knew how to conduct the desired satisfaction, in an honorable way, to a harmless issue. In this no man was more clever than he. Indeed, he often used to say that, since heaven had destined him for a hero neither in war nor in love, he would be content, both in romances and fighting, with the part of second. Since he remained the same throughout, and might be regarded as a true model of a good and steady disposition, the conception of him stamped itself as deeply as amiably upon me, and when I wrote Goetz von Berlichingen, I felt myself induced to set up a memorial of our friendship, and to give the gallant fellow, who knew how to subordinate himself in so dignified a manner, the name of Franz Lerse. While by his constant humorous dryness he continued ever to remind us of what one owed to oneself and to others, and how one ought to behave in order to live at peace with men as long as possible, and thus gain a certain position towards them, I had to fight, both inwardly and outwardly, with quite different circumstances and adversaries, being at strife with myself, with the objects around me, and even with the elements. I was then in a state of health which furthered me sufficiently in all that I would and should undertake, only there was a certain irritability left behind, which did not always let me be in equilibrium. A loud sound was disagreeable to me. Diseased objects awakened in me loathing and horror. But I was especially troubled with a giddiness which came over me every time I looked down from a height. All these infirmities I tried to remedy, and indeed, as I wished to lose no time, in a somewhat violent way. In the evening, when they beat the tattoo, I went near the multitude of drums, the powerful rolling and beating of which might have made one's heart burst in one's bosom. All alone I ascended the highest pinnacle of the minster spire, and sat in what is called the neck, under the knob or crown, for a quarter of an hour before I would venture to step out again into the open air, where, standing upon a platform scarce an ell square, without any particular holding, one sees the boundless prospect before, while the nearest objects and ornaments conceal the church, and everything upon and above which one stands. It is exactly as if one saw oneself carried up into the air in a balloon. Such troublesome and painful sensations I repeated until the impression became quite indifferent to me, and I have since then derived great advantage from this training in mountain travels and geological studies, and on great buildings, where I have vied with the carpenters in running over the bare beams and the cornices of the edifice, and even in Rome, where one must run similar risks to obtain a nearer view of important works of art. Anatomy also was of double value to me, as it taught me to endure the most repulsive sights, while I satisfied my thirst for knowledge. And thus I also attended the clinical course of the elder Dr. Ehrmann, as well as the lectures of his son on obstetrics, with the double view of becoming acquainted with all conditions, and of freeing myself from all apprehension as to repulsive things. And I have actually succeeded so far that nothing of this kind could ever put me out of my self-possession. But I endeavored to harden myself not only against these impressions on the senses, but also against the infections of the imagination. The awful and shuddering impressions of the darkness in churchyards, solitary places, churches and chapels by night, and whatever may be connected with them, I contrived to render likewise indifferent. And in this also I went so far that day and night and every locality were quite the same to me, so that even when in later times a desire came over me once more to feel in such scenes the pleasing shudder of youth, I could hardly compel this in any degree by calling up the strangest and most fearful images. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, section 31. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe Volume 1 by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford, section 31. Ninth Book, Part 3. In my efforts to free myself from the pressure of the too gloomy and powerful, which continued to rule within me, and seemed to me sometimes as strength, sometimes as weakness, I was thoroughly assisted by that open, social, stirring manner of life which attracted me more and more, to which I accustomed myself, and which I at last learned to enjoy with perfect freedom. It is not difficult to remark in the world that man feels himself most freely and most perfectly rid of his own feelings when he represents to himself the faults of others, and expatiates upon them with complacent censoriousness. It is a tolerably pleasant sensation even to set ourselves above our equals by disapprobation and misrepresentation, for which reason good society, whether it consists of few or many, is most delighted with it. But nothing equals the comfortable self-complacency when we erect ourselves into judges of our superiors, and of those who are set over us, of princes and statesmen, when we find public institutions unfit and injudicious, only consider the possible and actual obstacles, and recognize neither the greatness of the invention nor the cooperation which is to be expected from time and circumstances in every undertaking. Whoever remembers the condition of the French kingdom, and is accurately and circumstantially acquainted with it from later writings, will easily figure to himself how, at that time, in the Alsatian semi-France, people used to talk about the king and his ministers, about the court and court favourites. These were new subjects for my love of instructing myself, and very welcome ones to my pertness and youthful conceit. I observed everything accurately, noted it down industriously, and I now see, from the little that is left, that such accounts, although are only put together on the moment out of fables and uncertain general rumours, always have a certain value in after times, because they serve to confront and compare the secret made known at last with what was then already discovered and public, and the judgment of contemporaries, true or false, with the convictions of posterity. Striking, and daily before the eyes of us street loungers, was the project for beautifying the city, the execution of which, according to drafts and plans, began in the strangest fashion to pass from sketches and plans into reality. Intendant Gayot had undertaken to new model the angular and uneven lanes of Strasbourg, and to lay the foundations of a respectable, handsome city, regulated by line and level. Upon this, Blondel, a Parisian architect, drew a plan by which 140 householders gained in room, 80 lost, and the rest remained in their former condition. This plan accepted, but not to be put into execution at once, now should, in course of time, have been approaching completion, and meanwhile the city, oddly enough, wavered between form and formlessness. If, for instance, a crooked side of a street was to be straightened, the first man who felt disposed to build moved forward to the appointed line, perhaps to his next neighbour, but perhaps also the third or fourth resident from him, by which projections the most awkward recesses were left, like front courtyards before the houses in the background. They would not use force, yet without compulsion they would never have got on which account no man, when his house was once condemned, ventured to improve or replace anything that related to the street. All these strange accidental inconveniences gave to us rambling idlers the most welcome opportunity of practising our ridicule, of making proposals in the manner of Behrisch for accelerating the completion, and of constantly doubting the possibility of it, although many a newly erected handsome building should have brought us to other thoughts. How far that project was advanced by the length of time I cannot say. Another subject on which the Protestant Strasburgers liked to converse was the expulsion of the Jesuits. These fathers, as soon as the city had fallen to the share of the French, had made their appearance and sought a domicilium. But they soon extended themselves and built a magnificent college, which bordered so closely on the minster that the back of the church covered a third part of its front. It was to be a complete quadrangle, and have a garden in the middle. 3 sides of it were finished. It is of stone, and solid like all the buildings of these fathers. That the Protestants were pushed hard, if not oppressed by them, lay in the plan of the society, which made it a duty to restore the old religion in its whole compass. Their fall, therefore, awakened the greatest satisfaction in the opposite party, and people saw not without pleasure how they sold their wines, carried away their books, and the building was assigned to another, perhaps less active order. How glad are men when they get rid of an opponent, or only of a guardian! And the herd does not reflect that where there is no dog, it is exposed to wolves. Now, since every city must have its tragedy at which children and children's children shudder, so in Strasbourg frequent mention was made of the unfortunate Praetor Klingling, who, after he had mounted the highest step of earthly felicity, ruled city and country with almost absolute power, and enjoyed all that wealth, rank, and influence could afford, had at last lost the favour of the court, and was dragged up to answer for all in which he had been indulged hitherto. Nay, was even thrown into prison, where, more than 70 years old, he died an ambiguous death. This and other tales that knight of St. Louis, our fellow boarder, knew how to tell with passion and animation, for which reason I was fond of accompanying him in his walks, unlike the others who avoided such invitations and left me alone with him. As with new acquaintances, I generally took my ease for a long time, without thinking much about them or the effect which they were exercising upon me, so I only remarked gradually that his stories and opinions rather unsettled and confused than instructed and enlightened me. I never knew what to make of him, although the riddle might easily have been solved. He belonged to the many to whom life offers no results, and who therefore, from first to last, exert themselves on individual objects. Unfortunately, he had with this a decided desire, nay, even passion, for meditating, without having any capacity for thinking. And in such men a particular notion easily fixes itself fast, which may be regarded as a mental disease. To such a fixed view he always came back again, and was thus in the long run excessively tiresome. He would bitterly complain of the decline of his memory, especially with regard to the latest events, and maintained by a logic of his own that all virtue springs from a good memory, and all vice, on the contrary, from forgetfulness. This doctrine he contrived to carry out with much acuteness, as indeed anything may be maintained when one has no compunction to use words altogether vaguely, and to employ and apply them in a sense now wider, now narrower, now closer, now more remote. At first it was amusing to hear him, nay, his persuasiveness even astonished us. We fancied we were standing before a rhetorical sophist, who for jest and practice knew how to give a fair appearance to the strangest things. Unfortunately, this first impression became blunted but too soon, for at the end of every discourse, manage the thing as I would, the man came back again to the same theme. He was not to be held fast to older events, though they interested him, although he had them present to his mind with their minutest circumstances. Indeed, he was often, by a small circumstance, snatched out of the middle of a wild historical narrative, and thrust into his detestable favourite thought. One of our afternoon walks was particularly unfortunate in this respect. The account of it may stand here instead of similar cases, which might weary, if not vex, the reader. On the way through the city we were met by an old female mendicant, who, by her beggings and importunities, disturbed him in his story. "Pack yourself off, old witch," said he, and walked by. She shouted after him the well-known retort, only somewhat changed, since she saw well that the unfriendly man was old himself. "If you did not wish to be old, you should have had yourself hanged in your youth." He turned round violently, and I feared a scene. "Hanged!" cried he. "Have myself hanged! No, that could not have been. I was too honest a fellow for that. But hang myself, hang up my own self, that is true. That I should have done. I should have turned a charge of powder against myself, that I might not live to see that I am not even worth that any more." The woman stood as if petrified, but he continued, "You have said a great truth, witch mother, and as they have neither drowned nor burned you yet, you shall be paid for your proverb." He handed her a bussel, a coin not usually given to a beggar. We had crossed over the first Rhine bridge, and were going to the inn where we meant to stop, and I was trying to lead him back to our previous conversation, when, unexpectedly, a very pretty girl met us on the pleasant footpath, remained standing before us, bowed prettily, and cried, "Hey, Captain, where are you going?" and whatever else is usually said on such an occasion. "Mademoiselle," replied he, somewhat embarrassed, "I know not." "How!" said she, with graceful astonishment, "do you forget your friends so soon?" The word "forget" fretted him. He shook his head, and replied peevishly enough, "Truly, mademoiselle, I did not know." She now retorted with some humour, yet very temperately, "Take care, Captain, I may mistake you another time." And so she hurried past, taking huge strides without looking round. At once my fellow traveller struck his forehead with both his fists. "Oh, what an ass I am!" exclaimed he. "What an old ass I am! Now you see whether I am right or not." And then, in a very violent manner, he went on with his usual sayings and opinions, in which this case still more confirmed him. I cannot and would not repeat what a philippic discourse he held against himself. At last he turned to me and said, "I call you to witness. You remember that small ware woman at the corner, who is neither young nor pretty. I salute her every time we pass, and often exchange a couple of friendly words with her. And yet it is 30 years ago since she was gracious to me. But now I swear it is not 4 weeks since this young lady showed herself more complacent to me than was reasonable. and yet I will not recognize her, but insult her in return for her favors. Do I not always say that ingratitude is the greatest of vices, and no man would be ungrateful if he were not forgetful? We went into the inn, and nothing but the tippling, swarming crowd in the ante-room stopped the invectives which he rattled off against himself and his contemporaries. He was silent, and, I hoped, pacified, when we stepped into an upper chamber, where he found the young man pacing up and down alone, whom the captain saluted by name. I was pleased to become acquainted with him, for the old fellow had said much good of him to me, and had told me that this young man, being employed in the war bureau, had often disinterestedly done him very good service when the pensions were stopped. I was glad that the conversation took a general turn, and while we were carrying it on, we drank a bottle of wine. But here, unluckily, another infirmity which my knight had in common with obstinate men developed itself. For as on the whole he could not get rid of that fixed notion, so did he stick fast to a disagreeable impression of the moment, and suffer his feelings to run on without moderation. His last vexation about himself had not yet died away, and now was added something new, although of quite a different kind. He had not long cast his eyes here and there before he noticed on the table a double portion of coffee and 2 cups, and might, besides, being a man of gallantry, have traced some other indication that the young man had not been so solitary all the time. And scarcely had the conjecture arisen in his mind and ripened into a probability that the pretty girl had been paying a visit here, than the most outrageous jealousy added itself to that first vexation, so as to completely perplex him. Now, before I could suspect anything, for I had hitherto been conversing quite harmlessly with the young man, the captain, in an unpleasant tone, which I well knew, began to be satirical about the pair of cups, and about this and that. The young man, surprised, tried to turn it off pleasantly and sensibly, as is the custom among men of good breeding. But the old fellow continued to be unmercifully rude, so that there was nothing left for the other to do but to seize his hat and cane, and at his departure to leave behind him a pretty unequivocal challenge. The fury of the captain now burst out the more vehemently, as he had in the interim drunk another bottle of wine almost by himself. He struck the table with his fist, and cried more than once, "I will strike him dead." It was not, however, meant quite so badly as it sounded, for he often used this phrase when any one opposed or otherwise displeased him. Just as unexpectedly the business grew worse on our return, for I had the want of foresight to represent to him his ingratitude towards the young man, and to remind him how strongly he had praised to me the ready obligingness of this official person. No, such rage of a man against himself I never saw again. It was the most passionate conclusion to that beginning to which the pretty girl had given occasion. Here I saw sorrow and repentance carried into caricature, and as all passion supplies the place of genius, to a point really genius-like. He then went over all the incidents of our afternoon ramble again, employed them rhetorically for his own self-reproach, brought up the old witch at last before him once more, and perplexed himself to such a degree that I could not help fearing he would throw himself into the Rhine. Could I have been sure of fishing him out again quickly, like Mentor his Telemachus, he might have made the leap, and I should have brought him home cooled down for the occasion. I immediately confided the affair to Lerse, and we went the next morning to the young man, whom my friend in his dry way set laughing. We agreed to bring about an accidental meeting, where a reconciliation should take place of itself. The drollest thing about it was that this time the captain, too, had slept off his rudeness, and found himself ready to apologize to the young man, to whom petty quarrels were of some consequence. All was arranged in one morning, and as the affair had not been kept quite secret, I did not escape the jokes of my friends, who might have foretold me, from their own experience, how troublesome the friendship of the captain could become upon occasion. But now, while I am thinking what should be imparted next, there comes again into my thoughts, by a strange play of memory, that reverend minster building, to which in those days I devoted particular attention, and which, in general, constantly presents itself to the eye, both in the city and in the country. The more I considered the façade, the more was that first impression strengthened and developed, that here the sublime had entered into alliance with the pleasing. If the vast, when it appears as a mass before us, is not to terrify, if it is not to confuse when we seek to investigate its details, it must enter into an unnatural, apparently impossible, connection. It must associate to itself the pleasing. But now, since it will be impossible for us to speak of the impression of the minster except by considering both these incompatible qualities as united, so do we already see from this in what high value we must hold this ancient monument, and we begin in earnest to describe how such contradictory elements could peaceably interpenetrate and unite themselves. First of all, without thinking of the towers, we devote our considerations to the façade alone, which powerfully strikes the eye as an upright, oblong parallelogram. If we approach it at twilight, in the moonshine, on a starlight night, when the parts appear more or less indistinct and at last disappear, we see only a colossal wall, the height of which bears an advantageous proportion to the breadth. If we view it by day, and by the power of the mind abstract from the details, we recognize the front of a building which not only encloses the space within, but also covers much in its vicinity. The openings of this monstrous surface point to internal necessities, and according to these we can at once divide it into 9 compartments. The great middle door, which opens into the nave of the church, first meets the eye. On both sides of it lie 2 smaller ones belonging to the crossways. Over the chief door our glance falls upon the wheel-shaped window, which is to spread an awe-inspiring light within the church and its vaulted arches. At its sides appear 2 large perpendicular oblong openings, which form a striking contrast with the middle one, and indicate that they belong to the base of the rising towers. In the 3rd story are 3 openings in a row, which are designed for belfries and other church necessities. Above them one sees the whole horizontally closed by the balustrade of the gallery instead of a cornice. These 9 spaces described are supported, enclosed, and separated into 3 great perpendicular divisions by 4 pillars rising up from the ground. Now, as it cannot be denied that there is in the whole mass a fine proportion of height to breadth, so also in the details it maintains a somewhat uniform lightness by means of these pillars and the narrow compartments between them. But if we adhere to our abstraction, and imagine to ourselves this immense wall without ornaments, with firm buttresses, with the necessary openings in it, but only so far as necessity requires them, we even then must allow that these chief divisions are in good proportion. Thus the whole will appear solemn and noble indeed, but always heavily unpleasant, and being without ornament, unartistical. For a work of art, the whole of which is conceived in great, simple, harmonious parts, makes indeed a noble and dignified impression, but the peculiar enjoyment which the pleasing produces can only find place in the consonance of all developed details. And it is precisely here that the building we are examining satisfies us in the highest degree, for we see all the ornaments fully suited to every part which they adorn. They are subordinate to it, they seem to have grown out of it. Such a manifoldness always gives great pleasure, since it flows of its own accord from the suitable, and therefore at the same time awakens the feeling of unity. It is only in such cases that the execution is prized as the summit of art. By such means now was a solid piece of masonry, an impenetrable wall, which had moreover to announce itself as the base of 2 heaven-high towers, made to appear to the eye as if resting on itself, consisting in itself, but at the same time light and adorned, and though pierced through in 1,000 places, to give the idea of indestructible firmness. This riddle is solved in the happiest manner. The openings in the wall, its solid parts, the pillars, everything has its peculiar character, which proceeds from its particular destination. This communicates itself by degrees to the subdivisions. Hence everything is adorned in proportionate taste. The great as well as the small is in the right place, and can be easily comprehended, and thus the pleasing presents itself in the vast. I would refer only to the doors sinking in perspective into the thickness of the wall, and adorned without end in their columns and pointed arches; to the window with its rose springing out of the round form to the outline of its framework, as well as to the slender reed-like pillars of the perpendicular compartments. Let one represent to himself the pillars retreating step by step, accompanied by little, slender, light-pillared, pointed structures, likewise striving upwards, and furnished with canopies to shelter the images of the saints, and how at last every rib, every boss, seems like a flower head and row of leaves, or some other natural object transformed into stone. One may compare, if not the building itself, yet representations of the whole and of its parts, for the purpose of reviewing and giving life to what I have said. It may seem exaggerated to many, for I myself, though transported into love for this work at first sight, require
The Autobiography of Goethe, Volume 1, by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford. Section 32. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Goethe, Volume 1, by Johann von Goethe, translated by John Oxenford. Section 32. Having grown up among those who found fault with Gothic architecture, I cherished my aversion from the abundantly overloaded, complicated ornaments which, by their capriciousness, made a religious, gloomy character highly averse. I strengthened myself in this repugnance, since I had only met with spiritless works of this kind, in which one could perceive neither good proportions nor pure consistency. But here I thought I saw a newer revelation of it, since what was objectionable by no means appeared, but the contrary opinion rather forced itself upon my mind. But the longer I looked and considered, I all the while thought I discovered yet greater merits beyond that which I have already mentioned. The right proportion of the larger divisions, the ornamental as judicious as rich, even to the minutest, were found out. But now I recognized the connection of these manifold ornaments among each other, the transition from one leading part to another, the enclosing of details, homogeneous indeed, but yet greatly varying in form, from the saint to the monster, from the leaf to the dentil. The more I investigated, the more I was astonished. The more I amused and wearied myself with measuring and drawing, so much the more did my attachment increase, so that I spent much time, partly in studying what actually existed, partly in restoring in my mind and on paper what was wanting and unfinished, especially in the towers. Finding that this building had been based on old German ground, and grown thus far in genuine German times, and that the name of the master on his modest gravestone was likewise of native sound and origin, I ventured, being incited by the worth of this work of art, to change the hitherto decried appellation of "Gothic architecture," to claim it for our nation as "German architecture." Nor did I fail to bring my patriotic views to light, first orally and afterwards in a little treatise dedicated to the memory of Urvinus a Steinbach. If my biographical narrative should come down to the epoch when the said sheet appeared in print, which Herder afterwards inserted in his pamphlet, Von Deutscher Art und Kunst, of German manner and art, much more will be said on this weighty subject. But before I turn from it this time, I will take the opportunity to vindicate the motto prefixed to the present volume, with those who may have entertained some doubt about it. I know indeed very well that in opposition to this hopeful old German saying, "Of whatever one wishes in youth, he has abundance in old age," many would quote contrary experience, and many trifling comments might be made, but much also is to be said in its favor, and I will explain how I understand it. Our wishes are presentiments of the capabilities which lie within us, and harbingers of that which we shall be in a condition to perform. Whatever we are able and would like to do presents itself to our imagination, as without us and in the future. We feel a longing after that which we already possess in secret. Thus a passionate anticipating grasp changes the truly possible into a dreamed reality. Now, if such a bias lies decidedly in our nature, then with every step of our development will a part of the first wish be fulfilled, under favorable circumstances in the direct way, under unfavorable in the circuitous way, from which we always come back again to the other. Thus we see men by perseverance attain to earthly wealth. They surround themselves with riches, splendor, and external honor. Others strive yet more certainly after intellectual advantages, acquire for themselves a clear survey of things, a peacefulness of mind, and a certainty of the present and the future. But now there is a third direction, which is compounded of both, the issue of which must be the most surely successful. When a man's youth falls into a pregnant time, when production overweighs destruction, and a presentiment is early awakened within him as to what such an epoch demands and promises, he will then, being forced by outward inducements to an active interest, take hold now here, now there, and the wish to be active on many sides will be lively within him. But so many accidental hindrances are associated with human limitation, that here a thing, once begun, remains unfinished. There that which is already grasped falls out of the hand, and one wish after another is dissipated. But had these wishes sprung out of a pure heart, and in conformity with the necessities of the times, one might composedly let them lie and fall right and left, and be assured that these must not only be found out and picked up again, but that also many kindred things, which one has never touched and never even thought of, will come to light. If now, during our own lifetime, we see that performed by others, for which we ourselves felt an earlier call, but had been obliged to give it up, with much besides, then the beautiful feeling enters the mind that only mankind combined is the true man, and that the individual can only be joyous and happy when he has the courage to feel himself in the whole. This contemplation is here in the right place, for when I reflect on the affection which drew me to these antique edifices, when I reckon up the time which I devoted to the Strasbourg minster alone, the attention with which I afterwards examined the cathedral at Cologne and that at Freiburg, and more felt the value of these buildings, I could even blame myself for having afterwards lost sight of them altogether, nay, for having left them completely in the background, being attracted by a more developed art. And when now, in the latest times, I see attention again turned to those objects, when I see affection and even passion for them appearing and flourishing, when I see able young persons seized with this passion, recklessly devoting powers, time, care, and property to these memorials of a past world, then am I reminded with pleasure that what I formerly would and wished had a value. With satisfaction I see they not only know how to prize what was done by our forefathers, but that from existing unfinished beginnings they try to represent, in pictures at least, the original design, so as thus to make us acquainted with the thought, which is ever the beginning and end of all undertakings, and that they strive with considerate zeal to clear up and vivify what seems to be a confused past. Here I especially applaud the brave Sulpice Busseret, who is indefatigably employed in a magnificent series of copper plates to exhibit the Cathedral of Cologne as the model of those vast conceptions, the spirit of which, like that of Babel, strove up to heaven, and which were so out of proportion to earthly means that they were necessarily stopped fast in their execution. If we have been hitherto astonished that such buildings proceeded only so far, we shall learn with the greatest admiration what was really designed to be done. Would that literally artistic undertakings of this kind were duly patronized by all who have power, wealth, and influence, that the great and gigantic views of our forefathers may be presented to our contemplation, and that we may be able to form a conception of what they dared to desire. The insight resulting from this will not remain fruitless, and the judgment will, for once at least, be in a condition to exercise itself on these works with justice. Nay, this will be done most thoroughly if our active young friend, besides the monograph devoted to the Cathedral of Cologne, follows out in detail the history of our medieval architecture. When whatever is to be known about the practical exercise of this art is further brought to light, when the art is represented in all its fundamental features by a comparison with the Greco-Roman and the Oriental Egyptian, little can remain to be done in this department. And when the results of such patriotic labors lie before the world, as they are now known in friendly private communications, shall be able with true content to repeat that motto in its best sense, "Of whatever one wishes in youth, he will have enough in old age." But if, in operations like these, which belong to centuries, one can trust oneself to time and wait for opportunity, there are, on the contrary, other things which in youth must be enjoyed at once, fresh like ripe fruits. Let me be permitted, with this sudden turn, to mention dancing, of which the ear is reminded, as the eye is of the minster, every day and every hour in Strasbourg and all Alsace. From early youth my father himself had given my sister and me instruction in dancing, a task which must have comforted strangely enough with so stern a man. But he did not suffer his composure to be put out by it. He drilled us in the positions and steps in a manner the most precise, and when he had brought us far enough to dance a minuet, he played for us something easily intelligible in 3/4 time on a flute douce, and we moved to it as well as we could. On the French theatre, likewise, I had seen from my youth upwards, if not ballets, yet pas seuls and pas de deux, and had noticed in them various strange motions of the feet and all sorts of springs. When we had had enough of the minuet, I requested my father to play some other dance music, of which our music books in their jigs and murkies offered us a rich supply, and I immediately found out, of myself, the steps and other motions for them, the time being quite suitable to my limbs, and, as it were, born with them. A murky is defined as an old species of short composition for the harpsichord, with a lively murmuring accompaniment of the bass. This pleased my father to a certain degree. Indeed, he often, by way of joke for himself and us, let the "monkeys" dance in this way. After my misfortune with Gretchen, and during the whole of my residence in Leipzig, I did not make my appearance on the floor. On the contrary, I still remember that when at a ball they forced me into a minuet, both measure and motion seemed to have abandoned my limbs, and I could no longer remember either the steps or the figures, so that I should have been put to disgrace and shame if the greater part of the spectators had not maintained that my awkward behavior was pure obstinacy, assumed with the view of depriving the ladies of all desire to invite me and draw me into their circle against my will. During my residence in Frankfurt I was quite cut off from such pleasures, but in Strasbourg, with other enjoyments of life, there soon arose in my limbs the faculty of keeping time. On Sundays and weekdays one sauntered by no pleasure ground without finding there a joyous crowd assembled for the dance, and for the most part revolving in the circle. Moreover, there were private balls in the country houses, and people were already talking of the brilliant masquerades of the coming winter. Here, indeed, I should have been out of my place and useless to the company, when a friend, who waltzed very well, advised me to practice myself first in parties of a lower rank, so that afterwards I might be worth something in the highest. He took me to a dancing master who was well known for his skill. This man promised me that when I had in some degree repeated the first elements and made myself master of them, he would then lead me farther. He was one of your dry, ready French characters, and received me in a friendly manner. I paid him a month in advance, and received 12 tickets, for which he agreed to give me certain hours' instruction. The man was strict and precise, but not pedantic, and as I already had some previous practice, I soon gave him satisfaction and received his commendation. One circumstance, however, greatly facilitated the instruction of this teacher. He had 2 daughters, both pretty, and both not yet 20. Having been instructed in this art from their youth upwards, they showed themselves very skilful, and might have been able, as partners, soon to help even the most clumsy scholars into some cultivation. They were both very polite, spoke nothing but French, and I on my part did my best, that I might not appear awkward or ridiculous before them. I had the good fortune that they likewise praised me, and were always willing to dance the minuet to my father's little violin, and what indeed was more difficult for them, to initiate me by degrees into waltzing and whirling. Their father did not seem to have many customers, and they led a lonely life. For this reason they often asked me to remain with them after my hour, and to chat away the time a little, which I the more willingly did, as the younger one pleased me well, and generally they both altogether behaved very becomingly. I often read aloud something from a novel, and they did the same. The elder, who was as handsome as, perhaps even handsomer than the second, but who did not correspond with my taste so well as the latter, always conducted herself towards me most obligingly, and more kindly in every respect. She was always at hand during the lesson, and often protracted it. Hence I sometimes thought myself bound to offer back a couple of tickets to her father, which, however, he did not accept. The younger, on the contrary, although never showing me any ill will, was more reserved, and waited till she was called by her father before she relieved the elder. The cause of this became manifest to me one evening, when after the dance was done I was about to go into the sitting-room with the elder. She held me back and said, "Let us remain here a little longer, for I will confess to you that my sister has with her a woman who tells fortunes from cards, and who is to reveal to her how matters stand with an absent lover, on whom her whole heart hangs, and upon whom she has placed all her hope. Mine is free," she continued, "and I must accustom myself to see it despised." I thereupon said sundry pretty things to her, replying that she could at once convince herself on that point by consulting the wise woman likewise; that I would do so myself, for I had long wished to learn something of the kind, but lacked faith. She blamed me for this, and assured me that nothing in the world was surer than the responses of this oracle, only it must be consulted, not out of sport and mischief, but solely in real affairs. However, I at last compelled her to go with me into that room, as soon as she had ascertained that the consultation was over. We found her sister in a very cheerful humor, and even towards me she was kinder than usual, sportive, and almost witty. For, since she seemed to be secure of an absent friend, she might have thought it no treachery to be a little gracious with a present friend of her sister's, which she thought me to be. The old woman was now flattered, and good payment was promised her if she would tell the truth to the elder sister and to me. With the usual preparations and ceremonies, she began her business, in order to tell the fair one's first fortune. She carefully considered the situation of the cards, she seemed to hesitate, and would not speak out what she had to say. "I see now," said the younger, who was already being acquainted with the interpretation of such a magic tablet. "You hesitate, and do not wish to disclose anything disagreeable to my sister, but that is a cursed card." The elder one turned pale, but composed herself and said, "Only speak out, it will not cost one's head." The old woman, after a deep sigh, showed her that she was in love, that she was not beloved, that another person stood in the way, and other things of like import. We saw the good girl's embarrassment. The old woman thought something to improve the affair by giving hopes of letters and money. "Letters," said the lovely child, "I do not expect, and money I do not desire. If it is true, as you say, that I love, I deserve a heart that loves me in return." "Let us see if it will not be better," replied the old woman, as she shuffled the cards and laid them out a second time. But before the eyes of all of us it had only become still worse. The fair one stood, not only more lonely, but surrounded with many sorrows. Her lover had moved somewhat farther, and the intervening figures nearer. The old woman wished to try it a third time, and in hopes of a better prospect. But the beautiful girl could restrain herself no longer. She broke out into uncontrollable weeping. Her lovely bosom heaved violently. She turned round and rushed out of the room. I knew not what to do. Inclination kept me with one present. Compassion drove me to the other. My situation was painful enough. "Comfort Lucinda," said the younger. "Go after her." I hesitated. How could I comfort her without at least assuring her of some sort of affection? And could I do that at such a moment in a cool, moderate manner? "Let us go together," said I to Emilia. "I know not whether my presence will do her good," replied she. Yet we went, but found the door bolted. Lucinda made no answer. We might knock, shout, entreat, as we would. "We must let her have her own way," said Emilia. "She will not have it otherwise now." And indeed, when I called to my mind her manner from our very first acquaintance, she always had something violent and unequal about her, and chiefly showed her affection for me by not behaving to me with rudeness. What was I to do? I paid the old woman richly for the mischief she had caused, and was about to go, when Emilia said, "I stipulate that the card shall now be cut for you too." The old woman was ready. "Do not let me be present," cried I, and hastened downstairs. The next day I had not courage to go there. The third day, early in the morning, Emilia sent me a word by a boy, who had already brought me many a message from the sisters, and had carried back flowers and fruits to them in return, that I should not fail that day. I came at the usual hour, and found the father alone, who in many respects improved my paces and steps, by goings and comings, by bearing and behavior, and, moreover, seemed to be satisfied with me. The younger daughter came in towards the end of the hour, and danced with me a very graceful minuet, in which her movements were extraordinarily pleasing, and her father declared that he had rarely seen a prettier and more nimble pair upon his floor. After the lesson, I went as usual into the sitting-room. The father left us alone. I missed Lucinda. "She is in bed," said Emilia, "and I am glad of it. Do not be concerned about it. Her mental illness is first alleviated when she fancies herself bodily sick. She does not like to die, and therefore she then does what we wish. We have certain family medicines which she takes and reposes, and thus, by degrees, the swelling waves subside. She is indeed too good and amiable in such an imaginary sickness, and as she is in reality very well, and is only attacked by passion, she imagines various kinds of romantic deaths, with which she frightens herself in a pleasant manner, like children when we tell them ghost stories. Thus, only last night, she announced to me with great vehemence that this time she would certainly die, and that only when she was really near death they should bring again before her the ungrateful false witness, who had at first acted so handsomely to her, and now treated her so ill. She would reproach him bitterly, and then give up the ghost. "I know not that I am guilty," exclaimed I, "of having expressed any sort of affection for her. I know somebody who can best bear me witness in this respect." Emilia smiled and rejoined, "I understand you, but if we are not discreet and determined, we shall all find ourselves in a bad plight together. What will you say if I entreat you not to continue your lessons? You have, I believe, 4 tickets yet of the last month, and my father has already declared that he finds it inexcusable to take your money any longer, unless you wish to devote yourself to the art of dancing in a more serious manner. What is required by a young man of the world you possess already." "And do you, Emilia, give me this advice to avoid your house?" replied I. "Yes, I do," said she, "but not of myself. Only listen. When you hastened away the day before yesterday, I had the cards cut for you, and the same response was repeated thrice, and each time more emphatically. You were surrounded by everything good and pleasing, by friends and great lords, and there was no lack of money. The ladies kept themselves at some distance. My poor sister in particular stood always the farthest off. One other advanced constantly near to you, but never came up to your side, for a third person, of the male sex, always came between. I will confess to you that I thought that I myself was meant by the second lady, and after this confession you will best comprehend my well-meant counsel. To an absent friend I have promised my heart and my hand, and until now I loved him above all. Yet it might be possible for your presence to become more important to me than hitherto. And what kind of a situation would you have between 2 sisters, one of whom you have made unhappy by your affection, and the other by your coldness? And all this ado about nothing, but only for a short time. For if we had not already known who you are and what are your expectations, the cards would have placed it before my eyes in the clearest manners. Fare you well, she said, and gave me her hand. I hesitated. Now, said she, leading me towards the door, that it may really be the last time that we shall speak to each other, take what I would otherwise have denied you. She fell upon my neck and kissed me most tenderly. I embraced her and pressed her into my bosom. At this moment the side door flew open, and her sister, in a light but becoming night-dress, rushed out and cried, "You shall not be the only one to take leave of him. Emilia, let me go." And Lucinda seized me, clung close to my heart, pressed her black locks upon my cheeks, and remained in this position for some time. And thus I found myself between the two sisters, in the dilemma Emilia had prophesied to me in a moment before. Lucinda let me loose, and looked earnestly into my face. I was about to grasp her hand and say something friendly to her, but she turned herself away, walked with violent steps up and down the room for some time, and then threw herself into a corner of the sofa. Emilia went to her, but was immediately repulsed, and here began a scene which is yet painful to me in the recollection, and which, although really it had nothing theatrical about it, but was quite suitable to a lively young Frenchwoman, could only be properly repeated in the theatre by a good and feeling actress. Lucinda overwhelmed her sister with 1,000 reproaches. "This is not the first heart," she cried, "that was inclining itself to me, and that you have turned away. Was it not just so with him who is absent, and who at last betrothed himself to you under my very eyes? I was compelled to look on. I endured it, but I know how many thousand tears it has cost me. This one, too, you have now taken away from me, without letting the other go. And how many do you not manage to keep at once? I am frank and good-natured, and every one thinks he knows me soon, and may neglect me. You are secret and quiet, and people think wonders about what may be concealed behind you. Yet there is nothing behind but a cold, selfish heart that can sacrifice everything to itself. This nobody learns so easily because it lies deeply hidden in your breast, and just as little do they know of my warm, true heart, which I carry about with me as open as my face." Emilia was silent, and had sat down by her sister, who became constantly more and more excited in her discourse, and let certain private matters slip out, which it was not exactly proper for me to know. Emilia, on the other hand, who was trying to pacify her sister, made me a sign from behind that I should withdraw. But as jealousy and suspicion see with 1,000 eyes, Lucinda seemed to have noticed this also. She sprang up and advanced to me, but not with vehemence. She stood before me and seemed to be thinking of something. Then she said, "I know that I have lost you. I make no further pretensions to you, but neither shall you have him, sister." So saying, she took a thorough hold of my head, thrusting both her hands into my locks and pressing my face to hers, and kissed me repeatedly on the mouth. "Now," cried she, "fear my curse, woe upon woe, for ever and ever, to her who kisses these lips for the first time after me. Dare to have anything more to do with him. I know heaven hears me this time, and you, sir, hasten now, Hasten away as fast as you can. I flew down the stairs with the firm determination never again to enter the house. End of section 32. End of the Autobiography of Goethe, Volume 1, by Johann